The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The battle is over and everyone is promoted. Cao Xing's level soared to level 17, and he was very excited. At this time, he found that there were only 2 drops of moon condensation dew left in his backpack. Damn, I'm almost out of magic. The last 2 drops were for emergency use, and he couldn't use them all. Thinking of this, Cao Xing looked at the other people on the battlefield. In addition to Cao Xing, the attacking movements of Assam, Andrew and others also slowed down a bit. After all, they are not robots, and they can't fight for several hours in a row with high intensity. Moreover, even robots will have metal fatigue. Not only that, as more and more ice nest monsters appeared, Cao Xing's men could no longer be leak-proof. Some of the ice nest monsters had already rushed to the bottom of the city wall and began to attack the wall. The elemental arrow tower was constantly shooting arrows to attack. Cao Xing knew that he had to destroy some of the ice nests, otherwise in a few hours, there would be thousands of monsters attacking at the same time every minute. He was about to rush back to kill the ice nest monsters under the city wall first, but he saw a figure more than 2 meters tall, carrying a huge axe, falling from the sky. Boom. She chopped down with an axe, and directly chopped up 5 or 6 ice nest monsters. It was the newly joined Putana, who also joined the battle. This woman had the strength of a level 17 elite, and was still very strong. Cao Xing glanced at her and nodded. Sarah, go and blow up those ice nests. Andrew, switch to bear form, and hold on for a while. Dabe, you also follow me. After saying that, Cao Xing led his men, and rushed to the place where hundreds of ice nests fell. Soon, they launched an attack on these ice nests. Bang, bang. The ice nests had a durability of 2000 points. Cao Xing had to throw out 2 or 3 balls of evil fire to destroy an ice nest, and at the same time he had to take into account the attacks of those ice nest monsters, which seemed a bit chaotic. However, with Dabe and Sarah joining the battlefield, these ice nests were blown up in large numbers. Bang, bang. One by one, the ice nests were directly destroyed by Cao Xing. The number of ice nest monsters hatched in each wave gradually decreased. The pressure on Assam and others suddenly eased a lot. The 4th hour after the battle began. After resting for an hour, the group of Ascalon soldiers almost recovered their physical strength. They rushed out again to join the battle. This battle lasted from nightfall to late at night. At the same time, near Cao Xing's territory, other survivors realized something after no ice nests fell in the previous hour. They also saw the announcements in the chat channel and the reminders of other survivors. While feeling lucky, they quickly sent out polar people to go out to mine resources in the dark, or they went out to kill monsters and replenish the supplies of the territory. Although the temperature at night was very low, they knew that this was a rare opportunity. Late at night, as the last ice nest was destroyed by Cao Xing, his and Liu Muxue's levels were raised again, and both of them had reached level 18, including other territory members. Those Ascalon soldiers were all upgraded to level 10, which is the maximum level of the first level. Assam, Andrew, Irina and other members of the first echelon have all reached level 20. The second stage is full level. Hilda, Braum and others have also reached level 16 or 17. Although this battle is very tiring, but there is no doubt that the harvest is also quite terrifying. And the most important thing is that Cao Xing saw the materials all over the ground. Those are all ice dragon marks and glacier fragments. I'm rich, I'm rich. I wonder how much materials I can harvest this time. Cao Xing suppressed his joy and then withdrew from the demon transformation state. Everyone, the battle tonight is over. You are all the bravest warriors. Hearing this, Assam was the first to respond. You are also the most versatile lord I have ever seen. Not only do you have strong command capabilities, but you also have strong combat power. The other soldiers responded one after another. Yes, you are a great lord, and we are proud of you. Cao Xing smiled. Our logistics personnel have prepared the post-war meal. Now you all go back to the cafeteria to eat, replenish your energy, and then go back to rest. You can leave this to others." After hearing this, Assam and others nodded, and then returned to the territory. They were indeed hungry. Then, Cao Crossing looked at the group of polar people. "Dazuang, bring people to clean up the battlefield and collect everything." "Okay, Lord, I'll be there right away." Hearing the order, Dazuang slid down from the city wall, and then led a group of polar people to clean up the battlefield. Not long after, the battlefield within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers in the territory was completely cleaned up. A group of polar people piled up a large number of materials such as ice dragon marks and glacial fragments into small hills, waiting for Cao Crossing to collect them. Cao Crossing walked over and collected all the materials on the ground. System prompts kept appearing. Then, Cao Crossing looked at the harvest this time. Obtained. Ice dragon marks asterisk 43,167. Obtained. Glacial fragments asterisk 23,731. A full 40,000 ice dragon marks. Cao Crossing's eyes showed ecstasy. It's worthy of the double explosion rate. This wave of ice dragon marks alone is enough for me to exchange for more than 40 hearts of power. If I do it again, I can even exchange for a gold treasure chest. And in the gold treasure chest, there is a high probability that the exclusive gold equipment of the Ice Dragon series can be opened. Cao Crossing even wanted to do it again on the spot. Of course, he also needs to slow down for a while after such a high intensity battle. Moreover, Cao Crossing didn't have any more Ice Dragon horns in his hand. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Liu Muxue next to him. At this moment, she had experienced several hours of fighting and killed countless ice nest monsters. She looked quite heroic. In addition, she had beautiful facial features and knight's outfit. She looked quite heroic. Cao Crossing said, "Let's go, Muxue, let's go back to sleep." Liu Muxue heard Cao Crossing's voice and also withdrew from the fighting state. Well, okay. Then, the two returned to the Lord's hut together. In the familiar room, waves of warm air floated. Polar Mandarin had installed magic water purification devices in each room. Cao Crossing and Liu Muxue took a hot bath happily. Then, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Nothing happened in the second half of the night. Because of the high intensity battle in the first half of the night, everyone felt exhausted. Even with the beauty in his arms, he seemed powerless. The next day, Cao Crossing hugged the sweet and soft Liu Muxue and slept until more than 8 o'clock the next day. A system prompt appeared. "Survivors, please note that you have passed the second day of the official period and the level of ice nest monsters has increased slightly. Weather forecast. In the evening, the snowfield will have moderate snowfall. Please work together to arrange your travel time." The two opened their eyes at the same time, with smiles on their faces. After a night's rest, they had swept away the fatigue of last night and became energetic. After a simple wash, Cao Crossing took Liu Muxue out of the Lord's cabin. At this moment, most of the people in the territory have already started working. Some are laying brick and stone floors, and some are repairing the city wall that was attacked by the ice nest monster yesterday. And the resident Cao Yi has already started to lead people to repair the railroad tracks outside the territory. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. These days, the people in the territory have adapted to the development rhythm of the territory. Now they know what to do today without my instructions. At this time, Liu Muxue whispered, Crossing, are we going to stay in the territory today?" Cao Crossing shook his head and said, "I have to go out today. We are going to the witch forest to find the Ice Luin flower." Ice Luin flower? Cao Crossing smiled and said, "Yes, it is a magical plant and is more important to me." Liu Muxue nodded slightly. Just as Cao Crossing was about to call all the combatants together, the dwarf herald took the initiative to come over. He looked at Cao Crossing and said respectfully, "Lord, please start arranging work for me. My wife and I can see that this is a powerful and equal territory. We also want to contribute our own strength to the development of the territory." Cao Crossing looked at Harold's loyalty, which had reached 76. It seems that the battle last night should have increased Harold's loyalty. "Mr. Harold, thank you for your help. I believe that with your joining, our territory will be more prosperous." Harold straightened up immediately. Then, Cao Xing brought the dwarf blacksmith to the blacksmith shop. The current blacksmith shop has been upgraded to level 3 and can even mass produce fine iron equipment, that is, blue quality equipment. But he didn't have the blueprints for blue equipment, so he could only make green equipment for the soldiers first. However, although it was only green equipment, it was much better than the white equipment on the soldiers. Then, Cao Xing took out a large number of wolf bones, wild boar bones, and wolf teeth. Crash. So many bones were piled directly on the ground into a small hill. Mr. Harold, use these materials to make new armor for our soldiers. As for these fangs, see if you can sharpen them and make them into arrows or something. We don't have enough arrows in our territory. Hearing this, Harold immediately patted his chest and assured, no problem, Lord, these equipment are just a piece of cake for me. I can finish them all before dark. By the way, Lord, just call me Harold. Cao Xing's face showed joy after hearing this. This efficiency is really high. It's worthy of being an intermediate forging master. Then, Cao Xing took out the hundreds of big fangs of the ice and snow bomb rabbit that he got last time. Harold, what can you do with this? Harold picked up the big teeth that had been polished to a shine, thought for a moment and said, this kind of rabbit teeth is quite hard. The common method is to sharpen them and make them into spearheads, but my suggestion is to piece them together and make them into a set of armor. Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this. Oh, this can also be made into armor? After all, the system introduction of this material only said that it can be used to make spearheads or sold to merchants. Harold nodded. Yes, use the manufacturing process of fish scale armor and then improve it. The defense should be good. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. Indeed, he had some preconceived ideas and thought that what the system said was absolute. Since the update, this world seems more real. Many things can jump out of the system framework and use imagination to research more functions. Cao Xing was inspired by Harold. Then, he took out the sharp claw, green, and sharp claw, blue, that exploded from the soul eater. Then he asked, Harold, what can these two things be used for? Harold held the soul eater's claw, looked at it carefully and said, my lord, this kind of claw has been finalized, and its conventional function is to make a rope hook or to make a trap. But before, I saw a method in a book that can improve the conventional rope hook and make it into a catapult hook. Catapult hook. Harold nodded and said, yes, when used, it can be ejected instantly, hooking the enemy more than 10 meters away, or even dozens of meters away, and controlling the opponent. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god, this is a good thing. If each soldier has one, and the rope of the claw is tough enough, it can even forcibly control some large beasts. He was surprised and said, Harold, you are such a wise blacksmith. Harold shook his head and said modestly, practice makes perfect, my lord, this is just talk. Moreover, in order to ensure the toughness of the claws, some tough and lightweight materials are needed instead of ropes. Cao Xing nodded. Okay, I got it. I'll keep an eye out when I go out today. Then, he took out the large claw, purple, that the Soul Eater boss exploded. Harold, what can this be used for? Looking at this huge claw that was more than 70 centimeters long, Harold's eyes also showed a slight surprise. What a hard material, and it's also very sharp. Just based on the sharpness of this material, as long as the force is enough, it can even easily cut the skin of a third level creature. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes also showed admiration. Harold was right. These large claws exploded from the third level boss level monsters. They are very sharp and hard. Harold seemed to be thinking about what to make with these claws. After a moment, Harold said, my idea is to make it into a sickle. Sickle? Yes. Harold nodded and said, using the sharpness of this hook, we can create a sickle with great lethality. Give it to those soldiers, it can greatly increase their destructive power on the battlefield. Cao Xing seemed to have thought of this as well. The shape of this large hook is indeed very similar to a sickle, and he only has 8 large hooks in his hand. It can barely form a sickle team. Cao Xing nodded and said, then do as you say, Harold. Okay, Lord. Harold continued, however, this kind of high-grade material requires a long time to forge, and maybe only 3 or 4 can be forged a day. Cao Xing nodded, it's okay, Harold, Take your time. When you are tired of forging, take a rest, read a book or something. It is also important to combine work and rest. Hearing this, Harold also had a gentle smile in his eyes. Thank you for your concern. You are really a considerate lord. Cao Xing patted him on the shoulder, then walked out of the blacksmith shop. After arriving outside the territory, Cao Xing shouted again, "Combatants, assemble." Hearing Cao Xing's order, more than 100 people gathered together. Assam and others, as well as 102 Ascalon soldiers, were looking at Cao Xing with a firm look, waiting for his orders at any time. Cao Xing nodded, then said, "Today, we are going out for a trip. Work in the territory proceeds as usual. Assam, Andrew, Bron, Hilda, Renus, Sarah, Blot. The 7 of you will go out with me today." The 7 people named by Cao Xing are all the backbones of his territory. The people named by him had joined their eyes, and they all seemed to be honored to go out, to fight with Cao Xing. Especially the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, who was a little resentful, because he didn't take him with him, when he went out a few days ago. But now, Blot's eyes were full of excitement. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It is my honor to fight for you, respected lord." Of course, only the arrogant Hilda was disdainful. Cao Xing nodded and looked at the 2 centaurs again. Candle, your task today is to lead 20 Ascalon soldiers each, divided into 2 waves, to explore the resource points or monsters within 10 kilometers around our territory. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, remember to escape immediately. If you kill some beasts, bring their bodies back to the territory, and wait for me to come back to deal with them. The 2 centaurs said respectfully, "Yes, powerful lord. We will complete the task you assigned us." Then Cao Xing looked at Irina again. "Irina, today you have to lead 20 Ascalon soldiers, as well as Blitz and others, to protect our people in the wild to mine resources. We cannot let them be attacked by other wild beasts or ice nest monsters." The beautiful snake woman spit out her tongue, with resentment in her eyes, and said, "Lord, can't you take Irina out to fight with you?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "There are enough people outside. In comparison, the territory needs you more, so that you can help me better. Do you understand, Irina?" Hearing this, Irina smiled immediately. She raised the trident in her hand and said, "Okay dear lord, I will protect those polar people." Cao Xing nodded, and then looked at the archer next to him. Little Elisa. Hearing Cao Xing's voice, Elisa, who was wandering in her mind, suddenly cheered up. "Lord, Elisa didn't steal the milk of the cloud yak. It was the milk that slipped into my mouth at night. Woo, don't punish Elisa." Cao Xing rolled his eyes. He didn't even ask, but Elisa took the initiative to confess. Speaking of which, if she didn't say it, Cao Xing didn't know that this little girl actually went to steal milk at night. Cao Xing said speechlessly, "Okay, I won't pursue the matter of you stealing milk. Today you bring your own archer team, and the other 40 Ascalon warriors, and then I will give Ellie and Sylvia to your command. Your task is to kill the ice nest monsters that landed near the territory, and don't let any monsters attack our city walls. If you do well, I will reward you when you come back in the evening." Hearing the reward, Elisa's eyes lit up immediately. She said excitedly, "Wow, another reward. Great. Please rest assured, Lord, Elisa promises to complete the task and will not let an ice nest monster come to the foot of our city wall." Cao Xing also laughed, and then said, "Okay, let's get started, and do what I say." More than 100 people dispersed in several groups. At this time, Xianyani and Tongchachu whispered to the side, "Sir, the furs you gave me have been processed. Is there anything else we need to do?" Tongchachu brought Volibear and said excitedly, "Big brother, please give us tasks as well." Cao Xing shook his head with a gentle smile on his face. "You have worked hard. I know you have been working late these days, to rush to make those furs. Now you can go, and have a rest." Chapter 152 sets out, and encounters a strange village on the way. "You've worked hard. Take a rest today." However, when she heard Cao Xing ask her to take a rest, Xianyana's face showed some uneasiness. Her 2 fleshy legs were tense, and she looked a little embarrassed. Cao Xing knew that this weak woman lacked a sense of security. After thinking for a moment, he continued, if you don't want to rest, you can follow Elsa and the others to go out and fight those ice nest monsters and adapt to the rhythm of the battle. Hearing this, Xianyani raised her head and the uneasiness on her face gradually dissipated. Although she was a little scared to go out to fight, Xianyani also knew that she really needed to adapt. Xianyani nodded lightly. Well, okay, sir. And Tong Chachu behind her seemed eager to try. Great, Chachu can also go to fight. Look at Chachu summoning robots to blow up all these ice nest monsters. Cao Xing smiled. Everything was ready. Then, he directly ordered, now, follow me. Boom. Boom. Dabe stepped on his elephant hoof and walked out of the territory. Andrew and his group followed behind. When Cao Xing and his group arrived at the gate of the territory, they saw a woman over 2 meters tall carrying a huge axe waiting there. Putana said, I heard that you are going out to fight. As we said yesterday, take me with you. As a second level elite creature, this half-giant woman is still very strong. Cao Xing thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, you can come too. Muzu, Irina, Yanni and Chachu, bless her status once. After hearing Cao Xing's order, the 4 women came over and spent about 3 minutes to fill up Putana's status. Her strength has been terribly improved. After Putana felt the power in her body, like everyone else, she showed respect to Cao Xing and her loyalty increased to 78 points. Cao Xing nodded. With her joining, Cao Xing's team has reached 10 people, and none of them is below level 15, and except Putana, all are the lowest boss level creatures, so powerful. Moo. Dabe swung his trunk and began to run wildly with Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. The others followed behind. Soon, they ran nearly 20 kilometers. On the way, Cao Xing sent a message to Qiu Yating. I'm leaving. How far is your territory from the forest? A moment later, Qiu Yating sent a message back. Boss Cao Xing, we are very close to the forest. If we rush over now, it will take more than an hour to arrive. Cao Xing replied, then you can set off now. We will arrive at the witch forest in more than an hour. It seemed that they did not expect Cao Xing's action to be so fast, and the other party was a little surprised. A moment later, Qiu Yating sent a message. Okay. The two sides hung up the communication. Cao Xing led the team to move forward at a high speed. The surrounding scene quickly retreated, crossing the Leet River and passing the Snow Wolf Valley. Soon, they came to an area they had never been to before. Looking at the location on the map, it was about 30 kilometers away from the Witch Forest. In the distance, Cao Xing saw a village. The scale of this village was quite good, with hundreds of houses scattered here and there, and the estimated permanent population was over 1,000. There were several sentry towers at the entrance of the village, and 2 militiamen holding bows and arrows stood on each sentry tower. The defense force was not weak. He turned his head, looked at Renus and asked, Renus, is this the village where you investigated the news yesterday? Renus shook her head and said, no, the village I found is in another direction. Cao Xing nodded. Then, looking at the sentry towers on both sides of the village, he thought to himself, there are still many archers in this village. Should I go and purchase a batch of arrows or other supplies? After all, Harold was making equipment now, and there was no time to make a large number of arrows. Moreover, the production of arrows required the basic resource iron. It was good to save some resources with crowns. Just when Cao Xing was about to bring people closer, suddenly, a naked human with all kinds of horrible scars rushed out of the village. Behind him, there were 7 or 8 militiamen. As he ran, he exclaimed, hurry up. Hurry to Duelan Lake City and tell those soldiers that Amuderai village has been occupied by the Church of Light. This is a trap. At this moment, the militiamen patrolling on the sentry tower of the village also showed an ugly look. Damn it. How did this guy escape? What do those guys in Kano do for a living? Hurry, we can't let this guy run away. After saying that, the archers pulled the bowstrings. At the same time, a large number of militiamen quickly rushed out of the village, with anxiety and murderous intent in their eyes, frantically chasing the naked human. Cao Xing also heard his cry for help. Just when he wanted to ask someone to save this human, At this moment, several sounds of breaking through the air came. Whoosh, whoosh, -733, -654, -831. The arrow hit the man's broken body, piercing through him directly, and then killed him on the spot. On the snow at the entrance of the village, the man fell down, and then blood flowed out, dyeing the white snow red. Cao Xing frowned. Let's go over there. He was just about to lead his men to approach the body. At this moment, the group of militiamen who rushed out of the village shouted, "What do you want to do? Stop right there." Cao Xing ignored these guys and approached them directly. The militiamen quickly rushed over, holding their weapons one by one, and stopped Cao Xing and others. But they did not take action immediately, as if they realized that Cao Xing's group was not easy to mess with. The leading militiaman said, "Everyone, this is Amudera village, one of the territories of Baron Carol. No one is allowed to enter without permission." Cao Xing frowned and asked, "The Baron's territory? What's the matter with this human?" The militia captain explained, "This is a madman in our village. When he was young, he saw the snow demon eat his mother's heart with his own eyes. After that day, he began to become mentally ill, talking nonsense all day long, and attacking others crazily. Then he was locked at home with an iron chain by his father. I don't know what happened today, but he ran out. I'm sorry for scaring you." Cao Xing nodded. Although the militia captain's description was vivid and sounded like that, he would not really believe the conversation. If it was just a madman in the village, why were they so eager to kill this person? Cao Xing silently glanced at their attributes. However, what he got was a bunch of question marks. Even the names and identities of these people could not be detected. However, in Cao Xing's perception, these militiamen did not give him the feeling of being invincible. This means that the opponent should not be much lower in level than himself. So strange. Cao Xing's eyes were full of confusion. At the same time, he silently opened his backpack and secretly glanced at the hunter map. However, he also did not find the sun symbol near this village. Cao Xing thought to himself, is what these militiamen said true? This is really not the hunter camp, and that man is just a lunatic? But he still had some doubts. So, Cao Xing quietly stretched out his hand and gestured to Sarah in the dark. Sarah understood what he meant and left here quietly. She had sneaked into the village. At this time, Cao Xing also found some abnormalities in this village. He saw that apart from these militiamen, there was not even a villager in the village. Cao Xing got straight to the point. I want to ask, where did the villagers in this village go? Hearing this question, the faces of the other militiamen changed slightly, and only the militia captain remained calm. He explained calmly, my friend, as I told you before, this is one of Baron Carol's territories. All the villagers of Amudera go to the nearby Belay mountain mine during the day to dig, or for the Baron. By night, the villagers will almost be back. Cao Xing nodded. This reason was reasonable. So he changed the question and continued, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go to the village, to buy a batch of supplies. May I ask, if we can go in? Cao Xing didn't have to go in, of course. His main purpose was to buy time for Sarah. Once she came out, he would know what was going on inside. Hearing this, the militia captain looked embarrassed. He shook his head and said, I'm really sorry, friends. Our Amudera village is just an ordinary village. We don't have any goods to trade. The villagers are also very simple. They have nothing to do, except working for the Baron every day. Cao Xing asked in confusion, such a big village, don't you have food and drinks? We are just doing normal transactions, and will pay the corresponding krona. After hearing this, the other party looked even more embarrassed. At this moment, everyone suddenly heard a battle in the village. Clang, clang, clang. Then there was a cry of surprise. Damn, an assassin sneaked into the village. It seems that she is in the same group as those people outside. Take her down. At this moment, the militia captain who was talking to Cao Xing had a cold look in his eyes. My friend, it seems that your men are a little dishonest. Trespassing into the Baron's territory is a serious crime. The other militia quickly dispersed, as if they wanted to surround Cao Xing and his men, including several archers on the sentry tower. They also aimed their arrows at them. Seeing this, Cao Xing smiled, because he was sure that there was something wrong with this village. Cao Xing slowly raised his right hand and pressed it down, Andrew, Sam and others understood his gesture and immediately made an attacking move. Sure, a frost wolf sword energy swept past. Andrew also instantly entered the owl beast form and cast the moonfire spell. Bang. Sudden attack. More than a dozen damage numbers appeared above the heads of these militiamen. -1284. -853, -791, -843, -974. These militiamen were stunned. It seemed that they did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to attack. The next moment, the militia captain reacted. He shouted, "Damn it! Take them down. Archers, shoot." Following his order, these militiamen instantly raised their weapons and rushed out. Swish, 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 swish. Several arrows flew towards them. Cao Xing took Liu Muxue with him and jumped off Dabe's back. Then he looked over. This time, Cao Xing finally saw their attributes. Hunter Captain LV-28, level, 3rd level elite creature HP. 16,112/17,020, attack power. 943987, skills, thrust, 3-stage slash, sweep, talent, none. Hunter Warrior LV-18, level, 2nd level common creature HP. 4332/5560, attack power. 411425, skills, basic swordsmanship, upward blow, talent, none. A smile appeared at the corner of Cao Xing's mouth. Are they really hunters? It seems that these guys have used some means to hide their own aura, so I can't detect it. But after being attacked once, this method is ineffective. After understanding this, Cao Xing became even more unscrupulous. He gave the order directly, kill all these guys. After saying that, the half-giant Putana raised the giant axe and smashed it down fiercely. Bang! The violent collision sound directly knocked one of the 18th level hunter warriors away, and Hilda hatched a large number of blood spiders on the spot, rushed over and exploded madly. Blot also raised his staff, condensed black smoke to attack the enemy. Puff, puff. The sound of blood spiders exploding continued to come. Starfire and Moonfire continued to explode. These dozen 2nd and 3rd level hunters, plus a 3rd level elite hunter captain, fought with Sam and others. At this moment, shouts and killing continued to come from the village. It should be Seraph fighting with the hunters inside. Cao Xing believed that Seraph's strength and survivability should not cause any accidents. They didn't have to worry at all. The strength of these hunters was not that strong, and Sam and Bron could block all their attacks. The others only needed to be responsible for output. However, the archers on the sentry towers in the distance were a bit annoying. Their arrows exploded the holy shields on Cao Xing and his men, and also caused damage to Andrew and Irina. -312, -325, -358. The damage of these archers was not bad. After being weakened multiple times, they could still cause such high damage. However, green numbers +237, +237 immediately appeared above Andrew and Irina's heads. In the blink of an eye, their health points were restored. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing's face showed joy again. The attacks of these archers could not suppress the health points of Irina and her men. The next moment, Cao Xing gave an order directly. Dabe, you also go and destroy their sentry tower first. Moo. After hearing Cao Xing's order, Dabe activated Furious Charge and rushed to the sentry tower at the entrance of the village. When the archers saw Dabe rushing over, they shifted their firepower and began to attack the mammoth. Arrows flew out. Crack. Crack. After a series of cracking sounds, the 3 layers of shields on Dabe's body were all broken. And it took this little time to rush over quickly. The pupils of the hunter archers shrank when they saw the sound of Dabe running wildly. They exclaimed, "God of light, the speed of this mammoth is terrifying." In their horrified eyes, the mammoth directly crashed into one of the sentry towers. Boom. The violent impact directly shook the sentry tower, and the hunter archers on it were shaken, and their center of gravity was unstable. One of them was even shaken and fell down. After landing heavily on the ground, a large fall damage appeared on his head. -1156. At this time, Dabe directly turned into a demolition mode and began to attack the sentry towers frantically. Boom. Boom. The first sentry tower was directly knocked down by Dabe. Damn it. Attack quickly. Kill this mammoth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows fell on Dabe, causing a lot of damage. -289, -312, -336, -374 just like before. These attacks caused damage of 2 or 300. However, Dabe has now reached level 22, and his health has reached an astonishing 32,480. Their damage is nothing to Dabe, and immediately, Ice Healing began to restore Dabe's health. Moo. After being attacked, Dabe began to attack the archers and sentry towers more violently. It raised its front hooves and then stepped down heavily. Boom. The head of a hunter archer was crushed and killed instantly. This scene directly made the backs of these archers feel cold. At the same time, Cao Xing also raised his staff, released ice arrow rain and large ice spears, and attacked the hunters in front of him. He is now a level 18 frost mage after all. Coupled with a set of good quality equipment, the damage is not bad. A large number of ice cones suddenly appeared above the heads of these hunters, and waves of cold appeared. Then, these ice cones began to fall. Swoosh. Dense damage appeared. -473, -466, -412, -481. At the same time, the Black Smoke Shaman Blot, when he saw Cao Xing cast the group attack magic, instantly released a black smoke storm. In an instant, 7 or 8 hunters were covered. The two group attack magics cooperated with each other, making it difficult for the hunters inside to move. Whoosh whoosh, the wind was howling. In addition, Assam raised the Sword of Justice and slashed towards the black smoke storm area. Swish, 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 swish. The area was covered by various attacks and immediately triggered dense damage numbers. At the same time, at least 5 or 6 kill prompts appeared in Cao Xing's ears. Your territory member, Assam killed the hunter warrior LV-23 and gained experience points. 460. Combatant gained experience points. 230. You killed the hunter LV-19 and gained experience points. 190. Combatant gained experience points. 95. The hunter captain who was trapped in the black smoke storm saw his companions die one after another, and anger appeared in his eyes. These damn pagans, the Lord of Light will punish them. Let's retreat to the village. After knowing that he was no match for Cao Xing and others, the hunter captain led the remaining 7 or 8 hunters to rush back to the village. But Cao Xing smiled and said, "Can you leave? Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Lost Angel, 2 monthly tickets from Wall Squatting, 2 monthly tickets from Book Friend 1501. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video. 526,168. 1 monthly ticket from Book Friend 202205030756138741. 1 monthly ticket from Master Yan. 2 monthly tickets from Frostmourne. 4 monthly tickets from Lantern Light. 2 monthly tickets from Asking for Books. 2 monthly tickets from Book Friend 202305155171318445. 1 monthly ticket from Book Friend 20,240,619,199 ed. 1 monthly ticket from I Love to Eat Fruit. 6 monthly tickets from Book Friend 201702140807143337! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 153 Special Equipment, Shadow Cloak. Can we get away? Cao Xing smiled. With the help of the Queen's will, his men moved much faster than the hunters. They had just rushed out of the black smoke storm. Andrew and Hilda, who had transformed into giant bears, stopped the hunters. At the same time, Cao Xing was still directing them to attack. Blot, the third hunter on the left is dying. Throw a black smoke attack. Renus, the second one on the right, shoot him with 2 arrows. Andrew, slap the hunter in front of you. He's already low on health. Hearing Cao Xing's order, the 3 of them executed it without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. One attack after another came. The three hunters looked at the wounds on their bodies, and finally their health was reduced to 0, and they fell down. Your territory member, Blot Brimstone, killed hunter follower LV-27 and gained experience points. 540. Combatants gained experience points. 270. Your territory member, Ruthless Hawkeye, killed hunter follower LV-28 and gained experience points. 560. Combatants gained experience points. 280. The three looked at Cao Xing with admiration in their eyes. Blot sighed while fighting. Lord, your command is still so timely. But the group of hunters hated Cao Xing to death. They looked at him with a resentful look. Of course, Cao Xing ignored these looks directly. As the battle progressed, most of the hunters were killed or injured, including the captain of the hunters. He was beaten by everyone to only the last third of his health. You know, it has been less than 2 minutes since the battle started. At this moment, the captain of the hunters took a breath of cold air. He realized that he had met a tough guy this time. He shouted, "Come out quickly, I need support here." Hearing his cry for help, a middle-aged man's voice came from the hunters who were fighting with Saran in the village. "Go, a group of people to support Yulei. Others, follow me to capture this dark elf woman." The next moment, more than 30 hunters dressed as militia rushed out quickly, including 2 elite level auras. In addition to the hunters fighting with Saran in the village, the number of 2nd and 3rd level hunters in this village is probably as many as hundreds. Cao Xing nodded secretly and said, "These guys actually sent so many hunters to garrison here. It seems that this village is very important to them. And the most important thing is that the location of this village is not marked on the hunter map. This means there are 2 possibilities. Either this village was occupied by the hunters later, or this village is more important. No matter which one, it does not prevent Cao Xing from deciding to take down this village." Puff, puff. The big ice spears and ice cones shot over one by one, causing considerable damage. -573 -632 at this moment. Cao Xing's 7 generals and a mammoth were also besieged by the hunters. However, their attacks on Assam and others were weakened by multiple attacks, and finally only caused 200 or 300 damage. And the next moment, Assam and others' heads showed a ridiculous recovery number of +237. +237. No matter how they attacked, their health could not be suppressed. The hunters looked confused and unbelievable. Damn it. Are these guys immortal monsters? No, our attacks have no effect on them. The hunter captain asked, "Where is our assassin team?" "They are fighting the dark elf inside with the priest." The hunter captain's eyes were full of confusion. A dark elf held back so many of you, and even the priest couldn't take her down. Yes, this dark elf woman is very strong. Even the priest was suppressed by her. Hearing this, Cao Xing laughed. He is worthy of being the best master under his command. Sarah was so strong, an assassin, suppressing a group of 2nd and 3rd level hunters. Among them was a hunter priest whose specific strength was unknown. It was really too powerful. At this moment, Cao Xing's battlefield was also very relaxed. Even in the face of siege, Assam and others were not panicked at all, and killed the hunters one by one under his sword. Puff, puff. The corpses on the ground gradually increased. Seeing that the number of hunters around was gradually decreasing, the group of hunters looked anxious again. It seemed that the hunters inside also noticed that the situation outside was not good. 4 or 5 figures rushed out from inside. Cao Xing glanced at it and found that it was the hunter-killer team that he had encountered once before in Fanglan camp. With the strength of the 3rd level elite, when the captain of the hunter saw the reinforcement appear, a look of hope appeared in his eyes. He said, "Go and get some killers to kill that alien world lord." As soon as the words fell, 3 elite killers rushed towards Cao Xing. At this moment, Zeta threw her belly directly, and a net trapped her killer tightly. Assam was about to give up the enemy in front of him, and ran over to protect Cao Xing. But Cao Xing said, "Let them come over, and let us deal with them." Hearing Cao Xing's order, although the recruited creatures still felt a little uneasy, they still faithfully executed the order. Disdain appeared in the eyes of the 2 hunter killers. They could sense the strength of Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. They were both 2nd level creatures. There was also a fragile mage among them. They dared to let 2 3rd-level elite assassins get close to them, which was simply courting death. They didn't hesitate at all, and pounced on the 2 like a rushing cheetah. One in front and one behind. One attacked Liu Muxue, and the other attacked Cao Xing. 2 cold rays flashed, but Cao Xing did not dodge, and let the killer's attack fall on him. However, this attack only broke a layer of holy shield of Cao Xing and others. Crack. Liu Muxue was also very calm, and slashed with a sword. -378. Although the damage was weak, it successfully forced the opponent back. When the other hunter killer saw the holy shield on Cao Xing, he was surprised. But he quickly reacted and snorted, HMPH. See how many layers of shields you have. His short knife slashed again without hesitation. At this moment, Cao Xing's mouth curved. Although the holy shield is not many layers, I have other things. Let me show you, my big treasure. The next moment, a black metal rod suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the ancient weapon, mastiff shotgun that he obtained from the treasure chest the day before yesterday. Bang! Cao Xing pulled the trigger without hesitation. The hunter killer only felt a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen. The next moment, a terrifying impact came, and he flew backwards. -115, -117, -153, -132. 8 damage numbers floated up. At close range, the mastiff shotgun caused full damage. The hunter killer fell on the snow a few meters away, with a blank look in his eyes. He touched his stomach, and found that it was already bloody. If it weren't for the amazing physique of the extraordinary people in this world, just this shot, his stomach would have been blown up on the spot. Cao Xing held the shotgun, blew the hot air from the muzzle, and then made a provocative gesture towards the hunter. The hunter was immediately furious, and then rushed towards Cao Xing again. Humph. Holding a weird thing. Do you think you are invincible? Today I'll show you what a real assassin is. At this moment, the hunter killer's eyes were as sharp as arrows, shooting out amazing cold light. He disappeared in the shadows, and only the cold voice sounded. Swinging the sword for decades, the sword cuts off the throats of countless prey. Only by stepping on countless blood and bones can you become the real king of killers. Let me show you my strongest blow. In the snow, a cold light suddenly burst out silently, and with lightning speed, he attacked Cao Xing instantly. Fast. Extremely fast. This knife even made Sam and others look sideways. And at this moment, a gunshot sounded. Bang. The cold light stopped abruptly, and the next moment, the killer in the shadow flew backwards. The killer had a blank look in his eyes. Cao Xing said speechlessly, "What is a killer king? Do you know a sentence? The gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps. 8 damage numbers appeared above the hunter killer's head. He was severely injured on the spot. Seeing this scene, Sam and others also felt relieved. They knew that with Cao Xing's power, they could easily deal with killers of this level. Not only that, because the mastiff shotgun only has a 1-second attack interval. When Cao Xing blasted away the hunter killer, he could also blast away the killers around Liu Muxue. Then, the 2 killers launched surprise attacks again and again with a frustrated look on their faces. Whenever they wanted to assassinate Cao Xing would shoot them. Although there were occasional misses, they were blocked by Liu Muxue's shield. In this way, the 2 hunter killers could not get close to Cao Xing. Not only that, the battle at the village entrance was also coming to an end. The bodies of the hunters kept falling. Only the last few elite hunter killers and the hunter captain were left, still struggling. At this moment, the 2 killers who were entangled with Cao Xing also saw that the situation was not good. They were about to rush back to support. A black shadow also rushed out of the village quickly. It was Sarah. Behind Sarah followed a large group of hunters, including a masked black-robed priest. The black-robed priest said in a dull voice, "Catch this dark elf woman. She was hit by my poisoned flying knife, and is already injured." Hearing this, Cao Xing hurriedly looked at Sarah's status. -114, -127, -163, +273 negative damage numbers kept popping up above her head, and then a recovery number of +273 appeared. Moreover, Sarah's health has reached 1/3. Seeing this, Cao Xing directly ordered, "Dabe, stop these hunters and support Sarah." Moo. After hearing the order, Dabe rushed out directly. Boom. Boom. The violent mammoth instantly arrived beside the group of hunters. Then it raised its front hooves and trampled them. Boom. After a terrifying collision, a dizziness mark appeared on the heads of the group of hunters. And Sarah also seized the opportunity and quickly returned to the team. Cao Xing didn't need to say much. Liu Muxue directly threw a purification spell plus a holy healing spell. Plus 855, a healing number that almost broke 1,000 appeared. It is worth mentioning that after Cao Xing added the buff, he had traded the Kingdom Holy Ring to Liu Muxue for her to equip. That's why there is such a high amount of healing. At the same time, Sarah's negative state disappeared, and her health instantly recovered. Next, it won't be long before she can get back to full health. Sarah said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lord, I accidentally stepped into the trap of those hunters." Cao Xing shook his head. He did not blame Sarah. As an assassin who is not good at frontal combat, it is already very good to hold back dozens of hunters for such a long time by herself. Sarah, who has recovered, took a deep breath and pounced out like a tiger again. Swish. This time, she directly targeted the black-robed priest. The shadow blade in her hand kept slashing down. The black-robed priest raised his long sword and resisted with difficulty. Ding. Ding ding ding. The sound of the short knife and the long sword colliding came. The black-robed priest kept retreating and was unilaterally suppressed by Sarah. The situation on other battlefields was the same. Even if the number of enemies was several times that of Assam and others, it was useless. The group of hunters could only watch the number of their teammates continue to decrease. After a while, the black-robed priest blocked Sarah's attack while cursing. "Damn it. If the high priest hadn't gone out for something, none of you guys would have been able to escape." Cao Xing said speechlessly, "Then you should let him come back." After that, he directly entered the demon transformation state. And Andrew also entered the owl beast form. The two of them transformed into a long-range bomber. The evil fire, moonfire and starfire spells bombarded one after another. Bang, bang, -754, -781, -802, -653, -542. Andrew's damage was higher than Cao Xing's. The level of this druid had also risen to the maximum level of 20. Compared with the Tomb of Ascalon, the damage has been qualitatively improved. As the two exerted their strength, the group of hunters died faster. 3 minutes later, only the hunter priest and 2 elite killers were still struggling. However, their health has reached a dangerous level. As Irina shot an arrow, one of the elite killers died suddenly. Then, another elite killer was also killed by Hilda's blood poison. A group of people slowly walked over and surrounded the black-robed priest. He also knew that he had no chance. "You guys, wait for the high priest to come back. He will not let you go." Cao Xing didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly let Sarah end the other's life with a knife. "Your territory member, Sarah." The mission successfully killed the hunter black-robed priest LV-30, the 3rd level boss creature, and gained experience points. 3,000. Combatants gained experience points. 1,500. You destroyed a hunter hidden camp. Reputation plus 500. Not bad, not bad. There is also a 500 reputation reward. Cao Xing clapped his hands and said, "Clean up the battlefield, and then follow me into the village." After hearing this, everyone took action. A few minutes later, Assam and the others collected all the things on the ground and handed them to Cao Xing. First, there was a wave of equipment. Obtained. Fighter dagger, purple. Obtained. Hunter priest mask, purple. Obtained. Intermediate power heart asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Primary power heart asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained. Hunter elite soul asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtained. Silk inscription backpack. Blue asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Cunning dagger, blue, asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained. Black rock great sword, blue, asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Standard soldier dagger, green, asterisk 56. Obtained. Standard soldier longbow, green, asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. Arrows. White. Asterisk. 372. Obtained. Shadow cloak. Special equipment. Asterisk. 47. Obtained. Coins. Asterisk. 5317. In addition, there are 7 or 8 small and medium-sized attribute books. Cao Xing nodded. Not bad. All the equipment on these guys exploded. In addition to a blue backpack, there are 2 intermediate power hearts. But it's a bit regrettable that the black-robed priest didn't explode his soul. But it doesn't matter, the things that exploded on these hunters are already very good. After all, just 2 intermediate power hearts can make at least 2 of his full level creatures break through to the 3rd level, and their strength will increase by a lot. Cao Xing thought for a moment, and gave the 2 intermediate power hearts to Andrew and Assam respectively. They are Cao Xing's first batch of summoned creatures, and they have reached the level of deities. The 2 solemnly took the palm-sized power heart and expressed their gratitude to Cao Xing. Then, they crushed the power heart. A strong force surged into their bodies. The transformation from the 2nd level to the 3rd level is not as fast as the 1st level to the 2nd level, so the 2 still need some time. Taking advantage of this time, Cao Xing checked the properties of the purple equipment he obtained. Brawler Dagger LV20, purple, quality, rare, attack power. 273298, attached special effect, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, attached special effect, combat stance, when entering combat, increases the probability of blocking by 20%, attached. Special effect, brawler, when both parties engage in a weapon confrontation, there is a 30% probability of disarming the enemy. Equipment introduction, aim at the right time, knock down the enemy's weapon, and then pierce his heart. Brawler, Willy Batchman. Cao Xing thought to himself, this weapon is more suitable for combat melee professions, but Assam already has the ancient rapier. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing gave this weapon to Liu Muxue. Although the above attributes are not suitable for her, it is much stronger than the level 10 ice crystal sword, blue, in her hand. Then, Cao Xing looked at the attributes of the blue backpack again. In this world, space props are relatively rare. They can usually only be opened in treasure chests, and the chance of finding one is very low. So far, Cao Xing has only found one, noble backpack, which has a capacity of 40 slots. Silk inscription backpack, blue, backpack capacity 80 slots. Additional effects, strength plus 5, agility plus 5, equipment description, a backpack engraved with magic inscriptions, with a slight attribute increase under the gorgeous appearance. It actually has a capacity of 80 slots. Cao Xing was delighted. Although his backpack capacity is almost enough now, who would think that their space capacity is too much? So he equipped it directly. Since each survivor lord can only equip one backpack, he gave the eliminated noble backpack to Liu Muxue. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. As for other equipment, such as cunning dagger and black rock great sword, they are all blue equipment, so there is no need to look at them, because no one under Cao Xing can use these weapons. Those green quality standard daggers and longbows are all level 15 to 20 equipment. When the Ascalon soldiers reach a higher level, they can be equipped with them. At this time, Cao Xing noticed a new equipment, the shadow cloak. In the system notes, this is a special equipment. Check out the properties of this thing. Shadow cloak, special equipment, quality, none, attribute, none, equipment effect. After equipping, you can hide your aura, making it impossible for non-friendly units to detect your strength. The effect disappears after being attacked, and is ineffective against beings 10 levels higher than yourself. Equipment introduction, a cloak developed by the Church of Light that hides one's identity, which is endowed with the weak power of the Red Robe Bishop. Chapter 154. Searching the village and discovering an underground prison. Seeing the effect of this thing, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Good guy, so this is why I can't detect the strength of those hunters. This is a good thing, and it doesn't have any level. So Cao Xing gave one to each of his men. In an instant, Cao Xing felt that their auras became more obscure and difficult to detect. Especially the phantom assassin Sarah. She is standing there now, and also gives people an illusory feeling, which is easy to be ignored. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. With this cloak, other survivors can't easily detect my strength. At the same time, Andrew and Assam also completed the transformation. A powerful force rose from their bodies. Cao Xing could even feel that the size of the two big guys increased by 2 or 3 centimeters again. 2 system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Andrew, has successfully advanced to a 3rd order leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Assam, has successfully advanced to a 3rd order leader level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Great. I have 2 more 3rd order generals under my command. You know, a few days ago, Assam was only a 1st order creature of level 10, and Andrew was only level 15. He broke through to the 3rd order so quickly. His development speed is really terrifying. The two of them also walked over with joy on their faces. Assam said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord, for your gift. Assam has become a 3rd order knight." Andrew also said devoutly, "You and the power of nature protect me at the same time." Cao Xing nodded and encouraged them as usual. Then he looked at their attributes. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam, race, human, level 20/10,000, level 3 boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Icefield Druid, Andrew, race, druid, level 20/10,000, level 3 boss level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Seeing their attributes, Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. Too fierce. Their attack power all broke through 1500. Their health points were also more terrifying than each other. Although, compared with the same level of level 3 Dabe, their attributes were a little worse. But Dabe, as a mammoth, a sacred creature, naturally has its advantages. Cao Xing said with satisfaction, let's go to the village." Yes. Assam took the lead in drawing his long sword and walked towards the village. Soon, they came to the inside of the village. Once they entered, it was a mess. Sarah's battle with these hunters in the village destroyed many houses. There were still several bodies of hunters on the ground. In addition to these signs of fighting, there was dried blood on the walls of those houses. Sarah appeared in Cao Xing's ear and reported, "I have explored here before, and there is no villager left in this village." Cao Xing nodded. He probably guessed it. It can be seen from the fact that those hunters were hiding and did not let Cao Xing enter the village. Sarah continued, "However, I found a gate of an underground passage in one of the houses, and it was also there that I was discovered by the hunters. That place should be very important to them." After listening, Cao Xing held his chin and thought for a moment. The gate of the underground passage? It seems that under that gate, the secret of the group of hunters in this village should be hidden. But he did not go over immediately, but looked at the surrounding residential houses. Then, Cao Xing directly pushed open a house. Some simple facilities were seen inside. A stove, a few tables, chairs, and benches. In addition, there is a kitchen area and a bedroom. Cao Xing entered the kitchen area first. Then he found a wooden cabinet hanging on the wall. He opened the cabinet door and found some bottles and jars inside, all of which were used seasonings. Oh, and pepper. These daily necessities were relatively rare for Cao Xing's territory. He collected them all. Obtained. 1 bottle of coarse salt obtained. 1 bottle of leftover soy sauce obtained. 2 bottles of inferior wine obtained. 1 bottle of pepper. Then, Cao Xing came to the bedroom area. There was only a bed and a blackened quilt in the bedroom. Under the bed, Cao Xing also found a hidden cabinet. Crack. He opened the cabinet and found a few simple cotton clothes and a small bag of coins. Cao Xing collected them directly. Obtained. 3 linen cotton clothes obtained. 102 coins obtained. 2 silver rings. These are some unexpected gains. After all, these cotton clothes and coins are relatively important supplies. Especially the cotton clothes. If they are taken to the trading market, they will be enough to cause the survivors to scramble for them. Cao Xing continued to search the bedroom with a look of joy on his face. After not finding anything valuable, he walked out of the house. Cao Xing clapped his hands, then looked at his men and said, "Go and search the houses of those villagers. No, go and look for supplies that can be brought back to the territory. This village has been occupied by hunters. We can't let these supplies fall into the hands of hunters, Cao Xing said righteously. After hearing this, Assam and others immediately straightened their bodies and began to act. Cao Xing himself also pushed open the doors of the villagers' houses one by one and searched carefully. First, he searched the living room, then went to the kitchen, and finally went to the bedroom, taking away all the supplies that could be used. System prompts kept appearing. Get dry cheese *2 right square bracket. Get low quality wine *1 right square bracket. Get egg *12. Get chanterelle *5 right square bracket. Get raw buckwheat honey *2 right square bracket. Get linen cotton clothes *3 right square bracket. Get gingerbread *1 right square bracket. Get coin *723. Get. Although they were just some low value supplies, Cao Xing enjoyed it. How to describe this feeling? It's as if the whole village belongs to you, and everything in it is free for you to take. Moreover, the scale of this village is quite large, with hundreds of houses of all sizes. If you can collect all these supplies, it will be a considerable harvest. Of course, this will take some time, but Cao Xing has a lot of manpower, so it won't take long. After searching more than a dozen villagers' houses, Cao Xing came to a two-story building in the village. It was the village tavern. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of blood came from inside. It can be seen that a battle should have taken place here, but these hunters had cleared away all signs of fighting in order to disguise their identities. The tables, chairs, and benches in the tavern were neatly placed together. Cao Xing ignored them and went straight to the counter of the tavern. His eyes were fixed on the wine cabinet behind him. Creak. The cabinet door opened. Dozens of bottles of wine suddenly appeared inside. Oh my god. So many red wines and white wines. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Cao Xing collected them all with excitement. Obtained. Crafted rum *24. Obtained. Jixta dry white wine *6 right square bracket. Obtained. Local pepper vodka *8 right square bracket. Obtained. Vizima champion liquor *6 right square bracket. Obtained. Keedwan dark beer *7 right square bracket. Haha, this is so cool. The tavern in my territory can get a new batch of wine again. Then, he opened the bar again, and a large pile of coins suddenly appeared inside. Cao Xing's eyes almost had little stars. Take it away, take it all away. Get 4724 coins. After searching the bar, Cao Xing went to the second floor of the tavern. There were several small houses inside. He pushed open the door of one of the rooms, and found a naked female corpse with skin frozen white. Cao Xing did not find anything valuable in these small houses. He shook his head. He walked down from the second floor again, and continued to search in the tavern. It's strange. Why can't I find the wine cellar of the tavern? Is there wine shipped from somewhere else? You know, even Cao Xing built a basement under the tavern in his territory, which was prepared to store wine and other things. He did not give up and searched again. At this time, Cao Xing came to the bottom of the stairs, and found a loose wooden door. Looking closely, the information about the wooden door appeared in front of him. Door of the underground wine cellar of the tavern. Armor 10 durability 200. Haha, I found it. Cao Xing was delighted, and then he raised his staff and threw an ice ball. Bang! The door of the wine cellar was smashed open, revealing a wide basement. A strong aroma of wine came from inside. Oh my god. What a good smell. There should be a lot of wine stored in it. Cao Xing jumped down directly. In the basement, Cao Xing saw more than a dozen round wooden barrels. He glanced and saw the system prompt. Rum *100 liters, wine *100 liters, tequila *100 liters. It's all filled with wine. One barrel is 100 liters. There are 13 barrels here, which is a full 1300 liters. I'm rich now. Cao Xing was overjoyed and collected all the rum directly. Obtained. 300 liters of rum obtained. 200 liters of rose wine obtained. 500 liters of tequila obtained. 200 liters of wine obtained. 100 liters of Redania beer. 13 barrels took up 2 spaces of his backpack. Cao Xing was satisfied. When he put away all the barrels, he saw a storage box in the corner. When he got closer, a system message appeared. The storage box of Drake's Tavern, Blue, was found. Do you want to open it? Open. Opened successfully. Obtained. Intermediate basement construction drawings. Obtained. Crafted rum recipe *1 right square bracket. Obtained. Coins *27,133. Obtained. Vicky/Anita/Bello/Ulrica's indenture *4 right square bracket. Obtained. Drake's Tavern account book *1 right square bracket. Crafted rum recipe and intermediate basement drawings. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes. Intermediate basement construction blueprint. Expand the primary basement to make it 8 meters long *8 meters wide *5 meters high. Used to store supplies or serve as a temporary shelter. Armor. 100 durability. 4500/4500 space. 320 cubic meters. Materials required for construction. Primary basement, wood *500, stone *300, iron *100, primary element crystal *5. Construction time 12 hours and 54 minutes. The more advanced basement not only has a larger space, but also has good defense capabilities. Crafted rum recipe, materials required for brewing, primary brewing workshop, rum, sap, honey. Note, the taste is mellower than ordinary rum, and is deeply loved by those warriors. Cao Xing said thoughtfully, do you need a brewing workshop to start brewing? It seems that I have to turn to someone. No, find a brewing talent to join my territory. Put everything away. At this point, Cao Xing had finished searching the basement. He walked up with satisfaction. At the same time, Assam and the others had almost finished searching the village. They handed all kinds of supplies to Cao Xing. After removing those miscellaneous items, Cao Xing had accumulated a total of coins *26,310, linen cotton clothes *273 sets, coarse salt *154 bottles, soy sauce *164 bottles, black pepper *72 bottles, honey *6 bottles, dried cheese *324, black bread *5324, white bread *253. Not bad, not bad. Cao Xing praised. This wave of search directly enriched the basic supplies in his territory. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the phantom assassin next to him, and then said, Sarah, take me to the basement you mentioned. Sarah nodded. Then, under her leadership, everyone came to an inconspicuous small room. However, as a second level frost mage, Cao Xing could also feel something was wrong here. There seemed to be some magical fluctuations in the room. Not only that, outside the room, there were also some explosive traps, rope traps, spike traps, etc. This shows that the group of hunters valued this room. Fortunately, these traps had been removed by Sarah. After pushing open the door, the facilities inside were also very ordinary. Sarah went straight to the corner of the room, pointed to a wooden board and said, this is it. Cao Xing looked over. Underground passage, wooden door with blasting rune applied armor. 50 points durability. 1000 points, additional special effect, self-destruction. If the door is forcibly opened, it will cause the fire rune to self-destruct, causing 500 points of self-destruction damage to nearby creatures. Cao Xing thought for a moment. Self-destruction can only cause 500 points of damage, which is not a problem for them at all. So, he said directly, Sarah, open it. Hearing Cao Xing's order, Sarah slashed it directly. Bang! The durability of this wooden door was reset to 0. Then, a scorching flame rose up. Boom. After the explosion, everyone was unharmed. But only one layer of their holy shield was blown off. At the same time, the door of the underground passage opened, revealing a deep staircase inside. Assam drew out his sword directly. Lord, let me lead the way in front. Cao Xing nodded. Go, Knight Assam. Then, everyone followed Assam and walked down. The stairs were deep and long. Tap, tap. all the way deeper. Only the sound of everyone's footsteps echoed. After about 100 meters. At this time, Cao Xing found that they came to a wide space. You have discovered the hidden area, the underground prison of Amudaraya village. Oh, this is an underground prison? Cao Xing had a puzzled look in his eyes. Then he took out the magic torch. As the torch's orchid light lit up, the scene in this prison was also presented to everyone. Ahead, there was also a passage, with small rooms sealed with iron fences on both sides. Cao Xing walked to the door of one of the rooms, and shone a magic torch. He saw a human who was also half-dressed, and covered with various wounds like the one who ran out of the village. However, the other person did not seem to be dead, and was still breathing. The other person's attributes appeared in front of him. Kingdom Soldier, Guillermo, Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level 24, Level 3 Ordinary Creature, HP 11,194/11,250, Attack Power, None, Skills, Intermediate Sword Mastery, 3 Jump Status, Severely Injured, Hungry, Internally Injured, Cold, Frostbite. How come a soldier from the Ice Crystal Kingdom is here? Cao Xing had a puzzled look in his eyes. He wanted to ask for some information, but the naked man was in a daze. No matter what Cao Xing said, he stayed in the corner without moving. Obviously, he had been tortured to insanity by the group of hunters. It can be seen from his many negative states. Even if he has a third-level physique, being tortured by the hunters for a long time, coupled with the low temperature of more than 40 degrees below zero in the underground prison, even an Iron Man can't bear it. This soldier can survive until now, probably because the hunters deliberately kept him alive. Let's go. Cao Xing shook his head and led his men to continue to move deeper into the underground prison. They walked along this passage for about 500 meters. A total of more than 30 rooms were found. Some rooms were empty, and in other rooms, a kingdom soldier who was tortured to death was imprisoned. Their state was the same as the first soldier, confused and unconscious. Cao Xing walked all the way to the innermost part of the prison. There appeared a room closed with a thick iron door. It seemed that someone important was imprisoned inside. He raised the torch and shone it inside. A disheveled man, who was also naked, huddled in a corner. Cao Xing also glanced at his attributes. Lieutenant, Declan Noble, Faction, Ice Crystal Kingdom, Level 28, Level 3 Boss Level Creature, HP 1713/25,300, Attack Power, None, Skills, Intermediate Imperial Swordsmanship, 5 segment / Sword Key Burst, Dance, Talent, None, Status, Severely Injured, Internally Injured, Hungry, Cold, Frostbite. Wow, a lieutenant at the boss level? Cao Xing's eyes were filled with surprise. Moreover, he also found that the lieutenant in front of him was different from other prisoners. The other party still retained the last bit of consciousness. Cao Xing asked directly, "Are you the lieutenant of the Ice Crystal Kingdom? How did you get here?" The lieutenant looked at Cao Xing, and a terrifying smile gradually appeared at the corners of his dry mouth. Thanks to the book friends. 3 monthly tickets for meeting difficulties, thanks to 2 monthly tickets for a lot of joy and sorrow. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. The author would like to thank you. Chapter 155, Exposing the Conspiracy of the Church of Light. The lieutenant's dry mouth gradually showed a terrifying smile. He looked at Cao Xing and others, and his eyes flashed with sarcasm. "Oh, you have changed a new trick today, trying to get information from me? You cultists, give up. No matter what means you use, I will not surrender to you. I know your purpose. Don't you just want me to join the Church of Light, and then use my position to pass on information to you? I tell you, don't even think about it," the lieutenant said loudly. After hearing this, Cao Xing said happily, "You can speak so loudly, it seems that you still have a lot of strength." The lieutenant said disdainfully, "Ha. Do you think I'm as weak as you cultists? You guys, just wait. His Majesty the King will definitely discover your conspiracy. When the time comes, the knights and the expeditionary force of the Ice Crystal Kingdom will destroy your strongholds one by one, and the bodies of you cultists will all be hung on the city walls. Cao Xing asked with interest, are the knights and the expeditionary force very strong? The lieutenant sneered, of course. The king's knights are all at least 4th level powerhouses, and among them are even more powerful heavy knights and sword knights. Together with the expeditionary force, we can catch all of you cultists in one fell swoop. After hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. Then he nodded and said, okay, we are not hunters. We have killed all the guys outside. Hearing this, the lieutenant snorted coldly, do you think I will believe your nonsense? You guys, you will do anything to make me tell you the information. I have seen it before. Cao Xing was speechless. It seems that during the time he was captured, the group of hunters used various means on him. He also knew that this lieutenant was very cautious. Then he looked at the lock on the iron door, looked at Assam and said, chop the lock on it. Assam obeyed the order, then raised the ancient rapier in his hand and slashed it fiercely. Clang. After a metal collision sound, the chain was directly cut off. Seeing this scene, although the lieutenant looked a little surprised, he still maintained a strong vigilance. Cao Xing said, okay, whether we are hunters or not, you will know if you come out and take a look. The bodies of those guys are still piled up at the entrance of the village. At this point, Cao Xing suddenly remembered something. He took out a bunch of hunter masks, including 2 masks of black-robed priests. These were taken from the hunters. The lieutenant stared at the masks on the ground, some of which had sword marks on them. He asked with some hesitation, you said you are not hunters, so why are you here? Cao Xing replied, I'm a lord, and these people are my men. We were out doing something this time and just happened to pass by here. Then I saw a man like you, wearing nothing, running out to call for help, which made me realize the identity of these hunters. Then, I killed the guys in this village. Hearing this, the suspicion in the lieutenant's eyes faded again. After seeing the druid and the half-giant Putana next to Cao Xing, the lieutenant's eyes suddenly realized, I believe you are the lord. These crazy cultists are not capable of getting the guardian druids to cooperate in the show. Andrew next to him said piously, God of nature, you are right. We druids have our own beliefs. Cao Xing was happy after hearing this. He didn't expect that it was Andrew who dispelled the lieutenant's suspicion. At this time, the lieutenant said solemnly, Lieutenant of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, Declan Noble, thank you for the rescue of this young lord. Cao Xing nodded, Lord Cao Xing. Lieutenant Declan, how did you get here, and how did you get caught by these hunters? Cao Xing asked straight to the point. Lieutenant Declan acted very decisively. After no longer doubting Cao Xing, he replied directly, this matter concerns some confidential intelligence of our kingdom. According to the information we have received, the hunter branch in the snowstorm area is organizing a terrorist action. But we are not sure about the specific content of the action. So General Tashid sent our reconnaissance team to investigate in the snowstorm. Then we investigated in the snowstorm for many days and finally found a gathering place for hunters. So, we found a way to infiltrate this cult. Later, after a period of dormancy, we discovered that the power of the hunters in the snowstorm had developed to a very terrifying level. Their organization has a large number of fanatical believers, and there are even strong people above level 5. More importantly, we learned the purpose of this group of hunters. They want to hold some kind of ceremony to summon an army of White Walkers and sweep across the entire Ice Kingdom. At this point, Lieutenant Declan's eyes showed a look of horror. White Walkers are mysterious and vicious creatures. They have extremely terrifying freezing abilities. The targets they attack, whether they are flesh or walls, will be frozen into ice in an instant and then shattered. City walls have no effect on them. They can also turn all dead creatures into whites and let these corpses fight for them. An army of White Walkers can easily destroy a human city. If this group of cultists really summons an army of White Walkers, it will be a terrible disaster for the entire Ice Kingdom. Cao Xing fell into thought again after hearing this. If what the lieutenant said is true, the army of White Walkers is indeed quite terrible, almost like a different kind of natural disaster. Cao Xing continued to ask, then how were you caught? Hearing this question, The lieutenant seemed very angry because there was a traitor among us and the soldier was completely brainwashed by the hunters. He betrayed the king and chose to join the Church of Light and gave us out. Then, we were arrested. Cao Xing was stunned. He could actually make a soldier betray his kingdom and faith. Is the brainwashing of the Church of Light so powerful? After thinking about it, it seems normal. After all, the Church of Light has been able to develop in the Ice Kingdom for so long and has such a huge power, so it must be very capable. Lieutenant Declan looked at Cao Xing solemnly. Lord Cao Xing, the Church of Light is a group of scourges. If possible, please go to the Everfrest main city as soon as possible and tell Captain Humberto the news. The hunters' actions have begun. It won't be long before the army of the aliens arrives and they will destroy everything. Lieutenant Declan issues a commission to you. Go to the Everfrest main city and expose the hunters' conspiracy. Do you accept? Seeing this system prompt, Cao Xing did not accept it immediately. Through the conversation with this lieutenant, he learned a lot of information, including the strength of the hunters in the snowstorm, as well as their next plans and goals. And Cao Xing's territory is nearby. In other words, the hunters' conspiracy will also sweep them, the survivors, into it. After a moment, Cao Xing shook his head and said, I think you should take this message back yourself. My territory is not far from here, and there has been a dragon disaster recently. I can't leave the territory for a long time. He refused the task. Hearing this, the lieutenant was also stunned. Then, he shook his head and said, I can't do it either. I have too many internal injuries, and can't mobilize my strength. Now I can't even hold a weapon. In my current state, let alone returning to Yangshan City, I will be frozen to death on the road if I can't run more than 10 kilometers. At this point, a lonely look appeared in his eyes. Cao Xing thought for a moment and took out a bottle of cloudyak milk from his backpack. The system said that cloudyak milk can recover some internal injuries or hidden diseases. I don't know if this thing will work on this Drank. Looking at the milk handed out by Cao Xing, Lieutenant Drank was surprised. This is, Cao Xing explained, the milk of a sacred creature has a healing effect. You should try it. If it doesn't work, it's also good to drink it to restore some physical strength. I think you should be hungry. Lieutenant Drank did not refuse. He took the small bottle of milk from Cao Xing's hand and drank it with his head tilted back. Then, a green recovery number of plus 250 appeared above his head. Not only that, Drank clearly felt that, after drinking this bottle of milk, a warm current surged in his stomach. Then this warm current flowed throughout his body, even relieving a lot of pain in his body. He said in surprise, "Gots, this milk is really magical. I feel that part of the injury in my body is recovering. It seems to be really working. Because you rescued Drank Noble, the other party's attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, stranger." Hearing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. In fact, if this Lieutenant Drank was his friendly unit, Cao Xing would cast an ice healing spell on him, plus a purification spell, and he would be able to quickly restore him to a healthy state. But because the other party already had his own forces, Cao Xing couldn't recruit him. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing took out another liter, which is 10 portions of cloudyak milk, and 3 bottles of life secret medicine, small. Lieutenant Drank, I still have a few portions of milk here. Used with the life secret medicine, it should be able to speed up your recovery process. Although I can't go to Yangshan City, I also don't want to see the hunter's plan succeed. In addition to the above reasons, Cao Xing was willing to take out so many supplies at once. Through previous experiences, he has tasted the benefits of building good relations with these big forces. And the biggest force in the area, where Cao Xing is located, is undoubtedly the Ice Crystal Kingdom. So, this is also equivalent to an investment. Lieutenant Drank's eyes showed excitement. So many life secret medicines and milk are enough to restore most of my injuries, and then I can absorb power and slowly recover myself. Great. This way, I will have the strength to return to Yangshan main city and expose the conspiracy of these hunters to the general. Cao Xing nodded. This is also the way the strong in this world recover. After they leave the battle, they will absorb a kind of energy to restore the injuries in their bodies. In the eyes of the survivors, it is to restore blood volume. However, unless it is a strong existence, this recovery speed is very slow. Lieutenant Drank solemnly took the milk and secret medicine, and said gratefully, "You are a powerful and kind lord. The gods will bless you. Due to your generous gift, Drank Noble, the other party's attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, familiar." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Cao Xing's mouth. Then, Drank began to use these secret medicines and milk to recover. A few minutes later, Cao Xing saw that his blood volume had returned to more than 4,000, and the internal injuries, hunger, and cold states on the status bar had also been cleared. Not only that, Drank's head is still showing +5 green numbers. Although it is very slow, it means that he is recovering. It won't be long before he can recover to his peak strength. Drank opened his eyes again, with a terrifying muscle bulge, and the aura on his body is like a tiger out of the cage. But facing Cao Xing, he quickly restrained this momentum. Drank said solemnly, "Lord Cao Xing, your milk is very effective. I will be able to recover to my peak condition soon. But now, I have another request. I wonder if you can agree to it." Cao Xing was stunned. "What request? Can you lend me a weapon, so that I can rescue the soldiers first? When I return to Yangshan City, I will definitely repay you several times." Hearing that he would repay you several times, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. He wanted to give him the ancient sword Magdal on the spot. By then, the other party will return him a few legendary weapons, and then he will make a fortune. Cao Xing thought happily. Of course he also knew that this was impossible. So, he took out the Black Rock Great Sword, blue, from his backpack, and handed it to the lieutenant. Then he took out more than a dozen sets of cotton clothes and more than a dozen standard long swords from his backpack, and some bread and cloudyak milk were placed on the ground. These cotton clothes and bread were naturally searched from the rooms of those villagers. Those long swords were also green weapons dropped by the hunters. To Cao Xing, these things were not valuable, but they could enable the lieutenant and other soldiers to quickly acquire combat capabilities. Looking at the large pile of weapons and supplies in front of him, Drank was stunned for a moment. A look of emotion appeared on the face of this resolute soldier, and then he bowed solemnly to Cao Xing. "Everything is self-evident. You gave supplies to Declan Noble, and his attitude towards you has changed. Current relationship, friendly." Cao Xing had a smile on his face. Sure enough, helping others is the most effective when it comes to sending charcoal in the snow. This favorability is really rising. The lieutenant stood up, then quickly put on his clothes, and held the Black Rock Greatsword. He came to the iron doors, and cut off all the door locks on them one by one. Clang, clang, the door locks fell. The group of soldiers still looked at Lieutenant Declan with numb faces. And Lieutenant Drank also knew the state of these soldiers. "Soldiers, that group of crazy hunters have been killed by this young lord. We are saved. Now, put on your clothes, pick up your weapons, let's go back to Yangshan City and report this to the general. Then, take the most ferocious revenge on this group of hunters." Hearing this, the soldiers in the cage had light in their eyes. The word revenge seemed to ignite a certain flame in their hearts. At this moment, these soldiers who were like zombies actually forced their last bit of strength to come out of the prison. Then, they saw a pile of dry bread on the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying light burst out of their eyes. They rushed over and devoured it like a group of hungry wolves. The lieutenant did not stop them. He knew that these soldiers were starving. A few minutes later, the group of soldiers ate all the dozens of breads on the ground in one breath, and drank the milk next to them. They seemed to have regained some strength. Then, they stood up again, put on their clothes, and picked up their weapons. Lieutenant Drank nodded. "No need to say more. Now, let's go out first and leave this damn place." "As you command, Lieutenant Drank." Then, Drank took the dozen soldiers and left the underground prison together. Cao Xing continued to scan the basement. He didn't find anything special, not even a bronze treasure chest. Shaking his head, Cao Xing also led people out of the underground prison. At this moment, Lieutenant Drank had brought his soldiers to the entrance of the village. Just as Cao Xing said, the bodies of the hunters had been piled together. After seeing the bodies of the hunters, the eyes of these soldiers burst into a terrifying light. They had either happy or angry expressions on their faces. After seeing Cao Xing coming over, all the soldiers expressed their sincere gratitude to Cao Xing. Through the lieutenant's narration, they already knew that it was this young lord who saved them. For a time, the favorability of these soldiers soared. The relationship changed from cold to familiar. Cao Xing nodded. At this time, Lieutenant Drank came to Cao Xing. He frowned and said, "Lord Cao Xing, I checked. There is no body of the white-robed priest here." White-robed priest? Lieutenant Declan nodded. Yes, the hunters. This evil cult also has different levels of status. From the black-robed priest, to the white-robed high priest, and then to the red-robed bishop. The higher you go, the stronger you are. And the white-robed high priest here is a guy with the strength of a fourth order leader. We fell into his hands. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. Then do you know where this guy went? Although the existence of the fourth order leader is terrifying, Cao Xing is not in vain. These men of his can fight across levels. And even if he can't win, Cao Xing still has a trump card. At that time, he will directly use the Book of the Dead of Ascalon to summon the undead and push forward. Lieutenant Drank thought for a moment and said, "A few days ago, the white-robed priest came to me and asked me about the witch forest. But obviously, they asked the wrong person. I don't know anything about the legend of the witch forest." Later, the white-robed priest saw that he couldn't get anything out of me, so he knocked me out. And in my coma, I vaguely heard them say that they would take people to the witch forest in the near future, which was related to a certain plan. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look again. Because next, they were going to the witch forest. At that time, they might run into this white-robed priest. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Joining the Witch Forest. Okay, I understand, Lieutenant Derank. Cao Xing replied. Derank solemnly said, "Thank you again, Lord Cao Xing. Now, we have to hurry back to Yangshang City and report this to the captain." Cao Xing reminded Lieutenant Derank, "Before going to Yangshang City, I suggest you go to Duelan Lake City first." The lieutenant's eyes showed a puzzled look. Duelan Lake City? This city is on the way to Yangshang City. Is there any problem? Cao Xing replied, "According to the information I received before, the group of hunters will hold a blood sacrifice ceremony in the near future. They want to sacrifice all the lives in Duelan Lake City. I suspect that this is related to the plan of the Church of Light you mentioned." Hearing this news, the lieutenant also realized the seriousness of the matter. So that's it. This is the ceremony that the group of hunters are talking about. He nodded solemnly and said, "I understand, Lord Cao Xing. I will go to Duelan Lake City as quickly as possible and report this to their city lord." Then, Lieutenant Derank and his team quickly disappeared in the snow. Cao Xing nodded. The message had been delivered, and he could not care about what happened next. After all, whether it was Duelan Lake City or Yangshang City, it was too far for him. Then, Cao Xing looked at the pile of corpses and gave an order. "Andrew, cast the moonfire spell and burn these corpses." The druid nodded. Then he directly entered the form of an owl beast and smashed down a ball of fire. Hiss. After a while, the blazing flames rose up, carrying thick black smoke, and rushed into the air. "Let's go. Let's continue." After seeing that the bodies of the hunters were all burned, Cao Xing led the team and quickly left the village. Then according to the coordinates sent by Qiu Yating, they moved forward all the way. On the way, Cao Xing thought to himself, "It's unlucky for these hunters to meet me. I have been in this world for a few days, and I have destroyed many of their camps. Now I have also revealed their plan in the snowstorm. If these crazy cultists knew, I guess they would want to kill me." Thinking of this, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly moved slightly. No, with the huge power of this evil cult, maybe they have noticed me. Or, they have already noticed us survivors from another world. You know, the Church of Light is not like those level 7 or 8 monsters in the ice nest. That group of hunters is a headache for the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The white robe high priest has the strength of a 4th level leader, and the higher level red robe bishop is probably even more powerful. However, such a powerful existence should not personally deal with a little Karami like Cao Xing. But this also reminded Cao Xing. It seems that in addition to defending the ice nest, I have to find a way to guard against this group of hunters. Even if it is not exposed now, we must take precautions before it happens. Lest one day, these guys lead people to attack my territory and catch me off guard. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became more determined to quickly develop the territory and enhance his own strength. The team continued to move forward. After more than 10 minutes, they had arrived near the coordinates. A forest covered with ice and snow appeared faintly in front of them. This forest is very large and occupies a large area on the map. After walking for another kilometer or two, Cao Xing sat on the back of the mammoth and saw a group of human survivors appearing in the snow ahead. That should be Liu Muxue and others. This time, Cao Xing was delayed for almost an hour because of the group of soldiers he met on the road. So Liu Muxue and others had arrived early. At this moment, a group of young-looking survivors, more than a dozen in number, gathered together. Their levels were roughly between level 7 and 9. They were young, with childish faces and a youthful aura. Several little girls gathered together. Some of them were still wearing the school uniforms of Zinsao High School. On the other side, several boys gathered together. At this time, a survivor named Cao Xing had an impatient look on his face. Why hasn't this Cao Xing come yet? Isn't he too proud? Even if he is the first on the list, it's too much to make so many of us wait for so long. Hearing this, the other boys also nodded. Indeed, it's freezing cold here. Waiting for a few minutes will make you numb. We've been waiting here for almost an hour. A boy wearing a green Submariner watch said with a look of contempt. I think he did it on purpose. This Cao Xing was probably a member of the lower class when he was on Blue Star. It's not easy to become the number one in this world, so he wants to show off his power. I've seen a lot of people like this. Hearing this, no one else dared to agree. At this time, a young woman with delicate features and dignified temperament stood up and said, "Okay, don't say anything. Boss Cao Xing has sent me a message and will be here soon. Talk about what you said just now in the back. Don't say it in front of Boss Cao Xing when he comes. I won't care if something happens then." After hearing this, the others nodded. Only Zhu Haoken and the man wearing the green Submariner watch still had a look of dissatisfaction on their faces. At this moment, a little girl wrapped in a cotton coat and with 2 ponytails pointed to the snow in the distance and said, "Sister Yating, there seems to be a group of people over there. Can you see if they are them?" Liu Muxue frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure either. Let's wait until they get closer." Not long after, they saw a group of figures approaching slowly. Boom. Boom. Heavy footsteps were heard. Then, a huge monster with a body of 5 meters and 2 curved fangs suddenly appeared. And next to this mammoth, there was a group of creatures with a terrifying aura. At this moment, this group of survivors below the first level were immediately stunned by this group of terrifying creatures, and their faces turned pale. Liu Muxue and a group of little girls hugged each other and looked at this group of creatures with a look of horror, including the group of boys. They were so scared that they dared not breathe. Then, they saw a man's sharp eyes sweeping over the back of the mammoth. Everyone present, including the 2 boys who had a lot of opinions, subconsciously lowered their heads when they looked into his eyes, because they all had a feeling that the aura of this man was very terrifying. He could easily kill them all. Fortunately, the other party did not take action, but slowly spoke. "I'm Cao Xing. Who among you is Liu Muxue?" Hearing this, a girl with a dignified appearance and outstanding temperament slowly stood up. She replied with a trembling voice, "Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Cao Xing." Cao Xing looked over. There was still fear on Liu Muxe's delicate face. She was tall, about 1.7 meters tall. She was wearing a rabbit fur coat on the outside and a student uniform inside. He glanced at her information. Liu Muxe LV9. Cao Xing nodded. This Liu Muxe has already reached level 9, which is quite fast. It won't be long before she can reach level 10 and then advance to a second level creature. He glanced at the others. Chen Husu LV8, Zhu Hao Cheng LV9, Han Juan LV7. The levels are all between 7 and 9, which is pretty good. This also shows that most of the survivors have reached this level. Cao Xing said, "I'm sorry, I encountered something on the road just now, which delayed me for a while." Hearing Cao Xing's apology, the group of high school students looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Because he was not a villain as the voice said, but was very peaceful to them. The fear on everyone's face gradually dissipated. Qiu Yating also had a gentle smile on her face. "Master Cao Xing is polite. We just arrived not long ago." The other survivors were also very curious about the legendary Cao Xing, and they all agreed. "Yes, Master Cao Xing is really humble. Master Cao Xing, you are so amazing that you can use such a powerful mammoth as a mount. It's okay to wait a little longer to see the legendary Master Cao Xing." Only the two boys stood there with a suffocated look on their faces. For Cao Xing, it's true that he was at the bottom of the Blue Star Society before, but he also made a living with his own hands. Years of social experience have taught Cao Xing that the higher you jump, the faster you die, so there is no need to show off. In fact, most of the people at the bottom of society, after they have power or wealth, will not show off their power as those people say, but will first think about how to cover it up. Cao Xing smiled and then said straight to the point, "According to the information you have obtained, the ice phoenix flower grows in this forest, right?" "Yes." Qiu Yating replied softly. Cao Xing nodded and continued to ask, "I think this forest is quite large. Do you know the specific location where the ice phoenix flower grows?" Qiu Yating's face froze immediately. Then, she shook her head and said, "No, I don't know." She seemed a little scared, afraid that Cao Xing would suddenly bring this up. If the other party is unhappy, this mammoth alone can kill them all. Cao Xing fell into thought after hearing this. As mentioned before, this forest is at least tens of kilometers deep and covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. In such a large area, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the ice luin flower. However, if there are enough ice luin flowers growing in this area, the difficulty of searching will be much lower. While Cao Xing was thinking, his men stood silently by and waited, and the other survivors did not dare to speak. Although Cao Xing seemed very peaceful, the aura they exuded invisibly still put great pressure on these survivors. After a moment, Cao Xing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Then, according to our agreement, I just need to take you into the forest, right?" Even if there was no specific location, Cao Xing was ready to enter the forest to explore. After all, he was also very interested in the legend of this witch. Qiu Yating breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, "Yes, Boss Cao Xing." Cao Xing continued to ask, "I want to know, why don't you go in by yourself, or is there any danger in this witch forest if you force your way in?" Qiu Yating nodded and said, "The villagers told me that there is a terrible monster in the witch forest, and they will attack all creatures that enter. They also said that even those powerful second level knights will be swallowed by the monsters after entering. So, I don't know what the danger is." At this point, Qiu Yating looked at Cao Xing with a guilty conscience. Cao Xing didn't say much, but nodded again. "Okay, I know. You follow me. I'll take you in." After saying that, he controlled Dabe and walked straight into the forest, and several melee units such as Braum and Assam have begun to clear the way in front. The action is quite decisive and fast. The group of survivors are still standing there in a daze. Qiu Yating said, "Let's follow them." Dang. Dang dang. Dabe carried Cao Xing and Liu Muxue and continued to move forward. Behind them, the dozen high school students had strong curiosity in their eyes. The group of little girls were discussing in a low voice. "Wow. I didn't expect this to be Boss Cao Xing. I've always heard his name in the chat channel before, and this time I finally saw the real person. Yes, Boss Cao Xing looks easy to talk to. Those people from the Three Heroes Society have been saying that he is extremely vicious and murderous. I thought it was true." That's right. It turns out that what those people from the Three Heroes Society say is unreliable. At this time, a boy said in the chat channel, Have you noticed that we can't seem to see the level of boss Cao Xing and the strength of his recruited creatures? Hearing this, the other survivors also cast their eyes over. However, what they got was a bunch of question marks. Question marks that couldn't even see the name and level. The group of little girls had surprised looks on their faces. It's actually true. I can't see their information either. How strange. I can't even see their names. Could it be that boss Cao Xing is already more than 20 levels ahead of us? A boy next to him shook his head and said, it shouldn't be that fast, right? Boss Cao Xing just reached level 10 4 days ago. It's impossible that he reached level 30 in just 4 days, right? Yes, that's simply impossible. The group of girls chatted again and asked, what's going on? The chat channel was silent, and no one could answer this question. Of course, they didn't know what was going on. Because Cao Xing equipped all his subordinates and himself with Shadow Cloak. As long as the level of these survivors did not reach level 30, they would not be able to see through his strength. And this was exactly Cao Xing's purpose. To prevent these survivors from spreading their own level and the level of their subordinates. However, although they could not see Cao Xing's attributes, some of the survivors still use the system's built-in camera function. They kept taking pictures of Cao Xing's back and the group of recruited creatures around him. At this time, the boys used the team chat privately. Did you see that? The woman on the back of the mammoth is really Goddess Muxue. Of course I saw it. Goddess Muxue is so beautiful. I noticed her when I just came here. I'm so envious. I've never heard of this Cao Xing before. I didn't expect that he could sit with Goddess Muxue. Goddess Muxue seems to have a close relationship with boss Cao Xing. Do you think they have already? The boys shook their heads and said, impossible. Goddess Muxue is not that kind of person. Woo woo woo. I won't admit it. At this time, Zhu Haocheng said, by the way, Yu Shengwu, didn't you say that you had dinner with Goddess Muxue before? Why does she seem to not know you? Yu Shengwu is the boy wearing the green Submariner watch. When he heard this question, his face froze, and then he answered with a stiff face. Maybe it's because Goddess Muxue saw that there were too many people here, so she was embarrassed. The other boys looked at Yu Shengwu with a strange look on their faces. As they chatted, the team had already arrived at the edge of the forest. When they were about to enter, Cao Xing, who was sitting on the back of the mammoth, ordered, Bron, switch to a defensive posture. Assam, Putana, follow Bron. Hearing Cao Xing's voice, the three replied at the same time, yes, Lord. After that, Bron raised his shield and walked in front of the team. Assam and Putana followed him on both sides. As everyone went deeper into the forest, the temperature began to drop gradually. Looking at the temperature above their heads, -49, -50, -51, they looked around and found that they seemed to have entered a white forest in a dream. The dense branches and leaves above their heads were frozen into frost, like glass that would break at the touch. This forest was decorated like a crystal forest in a fairy tale, full of cold beauty, including the branches and fallen leaves on the ground. They were also frozen very stiff. Stepping on them made a crackling sound. Everyone remained vigilant. After going about 200 meters deep, they were not attacked by any monsters. In the team behind them, Zhu Haokan said in the team channel, Team leader Yating, did you make a mistake? Is it possible that there are no monsters in this forest at all? The natives said it was too scary, so we dare not come in. Yu Shengwu also echoed, yes, in fact, we don't need to ask Cao Xing for help. We can also enter the forest. While they were speaking, one of the ordinary looking trees suddenly moved. Swoosh. A branch attacked a boy at the back of the team with a sound of breaking through the air at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, the boy only felt a terrifying sense of crisis. It has been almost 10 days since they came to this world. The cruel experiences during this period have also given them a good sense of combat. His body subconsciously moved half a body, and then a sharp pain came from his shoulder. Puff. The sound of flesh piercing was heard. Thanks to Bookfriend 2023052914224398542 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lord God Juju for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bloody Land for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bingshan Wushan for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ryan6888 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Godmonster for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 202306221351314514 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Mlanuan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zantes for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend, Zantes for the 500 points again. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. The author bows to the book friends. Chapter 157. The human face tree is full of treasures. Puff. The branch pierced the boy's shoulder. -674. A damage number appeared. The boy took a breath of cold air, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. His health was reduced to only a few dozen points in an instant. If he had not avoided the vital points at the last moment, he would have died on the spot. At this moment, the second sound of wind appeared. The boy shouted in fear, "Help! Save me!" At the critical moment, Renus shot an arrow. Swish! The arrow accurately hit the branch and interrupted the attack. Strangely, everyone heard a hoarse cry of pain from a human. Ah! Before they could react. The next moment, all the trees in this area moved. Huolala! The branches were flying. The ground that was frozen into frozen soil was also constantly rising, as if something was moving underground. Then, the trees slowly turned around. They were horrified to find that there was a pale human face on the trunk of these trees. Those human faces slowly spoke. "This is our territory. Intruders. Die." The next moment, dense branches shot towards them. The survivors at the back of the team had no power to stop them. According to the agreement with Qiu Yating, Cao Xing had to lead them into the forest. So Cao Xing shouted, "Bron, block it." After hearing this, Bron leaped directly to the back of the crowd. Then he raised his shield and blocked the branches. Bang, 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 bang. Most of the branches' attacks were blocked by Bron's shield. The other branches were intercepted by Renus's arrows. The survivors escaped and stood there in a daze. Bron turned around and smiled. "Little guys, don't just stand there, move quickly." Hearing this, they finally reacted, and then they hid behind Bron, or took defensive postures. At this moment, Assam and others were also fighting against the attacks of these branches. What surprised Cao Xing was that the toughness of these branches was beyond his imagination. With the attack power of Assam's 3rd level leader, he didn't cut it off directly with one sword, but only repelled it briefly. Cao Xing glanced at the properties of these human face trees. Ice crystal human face tree LV27. Race. Human face tree HP. 17,640/17,640. Attack power. 652681. Skills. Tough branches. The human face tree has tough branches that will entangle and pierce the enemy. Touch of extreme cold. The human face tree waves its branches to attack the enemy, causing damage of attack power *133% to the enemy and causing its blood to freeze for 15 seconds. Its ability to move is reduced by 50%. The cooldown time is 60 seconds. Frost Dance waves thousands of branches, madly attacks all enemies. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Talent, longevity, has a long lifespan. Talent, vitality, an additional 30% increase in HP. Bond, human face tree, when the number of human face trees acting at the same time reaches 5. Attack speed plus 10%. 10. HP increased by 20%. 20. Attack power increased by 20%. Activated. Introduction. A monster created by alchemical experiments, growing in the witch forest, and will attack all creatures that enter the forest. What a strong 3rd order creature. Cao Xing commented. The number of human face trees that appeared here at the same time reached more than 20, and their bonds were activated, which was much more powerful than ordinary 3rd order creatures. The next moment, more than a dozen branches attacked everyone. Under the attack of this 3rd order creature, the attributes of these 1st order survivors could not keep up with the reaction speed of the human face trees. For other teams, even a 3rd order team would be wiped out if they were besieged by so many human face trees. However, the attack of these human face trees fell on Cao Xing's men and only shattered 1 or 2 layers of holy shields. It didn't even cause any damage to them. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was very calm and then ordered, "Go all out and kill these human-faced trees." At the same time, he and Liu Muxue jumped off the back of the mammoth. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Assam and others each used their own methods. The sword of justice swept across. The storm of arrows began to rage. Dabe began to run wildly in the forest. Then he slammed into one of the human-faced trees. Bang! Minus 1973. A terrifying collision damage appeared. After Dabe broke through to the third level, he was blessed by Liu Muxue's Aurora blessing and courage blessing, and the damage was very terrifying. Then he trampled and stunned 7 or 8 human-faced trees around. The new member Putana raised her giant axe high and chopped at one of the human-faced trees. Bang! Minus 518. As a newcomer, Putana is a second level elite creature, so this damage is pretty good. And Braum, after advancing to the boss, even held off the attacks of 3 or 4 human-faced trees by himself. Aha! Come and attack Braum. Let me show you what a watertight defense is. Compared to the day before yesterday in the tomb of Ascalon, the strength of everyone on the field has improved a lot. Dealing with monsters of this level is no problem at all. At this moment, the group of survivors stood in the back, trembling as they watched their battle. The floating damage numbers made them tremble. The most terrifying thing was that they saw Cao Xing's attack. This man, with a random spell attack, dealt 400 to 500 damage. In other words, to deal with these survivors with only 600 to 700 HP, Cao Xing only needed 1 or 2 spells to take them away directly. Not only that, they also saw that Liu Muxue, who was as beautiful as a goddess, was holding a gorgeous shield and guarding Cao Xing on both sides. This scene made the group of boys look envious. A few minutes later, the battle on Cao Xing's side came to an end. Your territory member, Bron Iron Wall, killed the ice crystal human-faced tree LV-28 and gained experience points. 560. Combatants gained experience points. 280. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the ice crystal human-faced tree LV-27 and gained experience points. 540. Combatants gained experience points. 270. Your killing prompts kept appearing when the health of the last human-faced tree was reduced to 0. These strange trees seemed to have lost their strength and their branches collapsed. The group of survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked at the corpses of the human-faced trees around them with the look of surviving a disaster. At this time, Qiu Yating came out and bowed slightly to Cao Xing and said, "Thank you, Mr. Cao Xing." Others also expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Cao Xing, for saving us." Cao Xing nodded, not caring. He was just fulfilling the content of the agreement. Then, Cao Xing looked at the corpses of the human-faced trees. At the root of the tree, something seemed to have appeared. It seemed to be the items they dropped after death. Cao Xing walked over and picked up all the items on the ground. The system prompt appeared. Obtained. Intermediate element crystal *1. Obtained. Ice crystal human face tree heart. Green. *1. Obtained. Ancient human face tree bark. Green. *1. Obtained. Tree sap. Green. *3. Obtained. Intermediate agility book. Cao Xing's eyes were filled with doubt. Huh? What is the human face tree heart? Repressing his curiosity, Cao Xing decided to first collect all the materials dropped by the human face trees on the ground, and then check the properties of these things. Obtained. Intermediate element crystal *12. Obtained. Ice crystal human face tree heart. Green. *21. Obtained. Tree sap. Green. *114. Obtained. Ancient human face tree bark. Green. *17. Obtained. Intermediate chaos book *3. Obtained. Intermediate agility book *2. Obtained. Intermediate spirit book *2. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then began to check the properties of these materials. Ice crystal human face tree heart. Green. A heart that contains pure vitality. Effect 1. After use, it can increase the upper limit of life by 300 points. Can be effective up to 2 times. Effect 2. Allows magical plants to absorb the vitality contained in it. accelerating the growth cycle by 0.51 year. Oh my god. This thing seems to be the same type of thing as the snow demon heart, which can accelerate the growth of plants. Cao Crossing's eyes showed surprise. Because according to Juliet, the pale tree has now grown into a sapling, and it will take another 1 or 2 years of growth cycle to bring an amplification effect to the territory. And according to the vitality contained in this human face tree heart, it should be able to accelerate the growth time of the pale tree. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest just after entering. I'm lucky. Then, he began to check the second item. Tree sap, green. Tree sap that contains the breath of magic and tastes cool. After taking it, it can restore a certain amount of mental power. Cooling time is 60 seconds. Ancient human face tree bark, green, thick and tough bark, making materials, can be handed over to the blacksmith, or made into high quality armor or other props in the sewing shop. Cao Crossing's eyes lit up. Huh. This sap can actually restore mental power. Isn't it similar to the effect of moon condensation dew? However, moon condensation dew is a blue quality recovery item, while the sap is only green quality, so there is still a gap in the recovery ability of the two. But this does not prevent the amount of sap from being large. This time, he directly harvested more than 100 drops of sap, which can be used with confidence. It just so happens that my moon condensation dew is running out. With so much sap, I can use the skill of demon transformation without restraint. Andrew can also use the owl beast form uninterruptedly. Cao Crossing was delighted. Moreover, he remembered that when making crafted rum, he also needed sap. Besides, the bark of the ancient human face tree is also good and can be made into excellent armor. After handing it over to the dwarf herald, his army will have new equipment. He nodded with satisfaction and said, I didn't expect to have such a good harvest right after entering this witch forest. I really came to the right place. At this moment, Cao Crossing looked at these human face trees that had lost their life characteristics. All their branches were like men who had an orgasm, drooping limply on the ground. But Cao Crossing remembered how tough this thing was. Harold said that making a catapult hook requires a very tough rope. I wonder if this thing can replace it? Cao Crossing shook his head. No matter, even if it can't be replaced, the toughness of these vines alone is a good thing. So he ordered, cut down all the vines of these human face trees for me. After hearing Cao Crossing's order, the group of recruited creatures all took action. They either chopped with swords, bit with teeth, or tore with claws directly. Branches were torn off by them. Since the corpse of the human face tree cannot be decomposed, this primitive method can only be used. It took a lot of effort to pull down all the vines. Cao Crossing walked over and picked up one at random. Obtained. Tough vine of the human face tree, green, *1 right square bracket. He looked at the properties. Tough vine of the human face tree, green, extremely tough vine, a tough material that can be made into fishing nets or other props. Cao Crossing's face showed joy. Then, he collected all the vines on the ground. Obtained. Tough vine of the human face tree, green, *1574 woohoo. More than 1,000 vines, which add up to several thousand meters. This wave of harvest is really good. Qiu Yating and other little girls looked at Cao Crossing and his friend's actions with surprise. It seemed that they didn't expect that they would not even let go of these vines. At this time, Cao Crossing looked at Qiu Yating and asked, how long do we have to go before we enter the witch forest? Cao Crossing didn't want to lead this group of survivors all the way. After bringing them into the forest, he could search here without restraint. Qiu Yating whispered, we should go 1 or 2 kilometers. Cao Crossing nodded, okay, let's keep going. Then, everyone went forward. On the way, they encountered 2 or 3 attacks from human face trees, but they were all killed by Cao Crossing and others. When they saw that the mammoth Dabe rushed and directly broke a human face tree, the survivors were stunned. So scary. Too strong. The strength shown by Cao Crossing was completely beyond their imagination. At the same time, these survivors couldn't help but be more curious about his level. Cao Crossing ignored their eyes and walked over again to collect all the materials. After several battles, he accumulated Ice crystal human face tree heart, green, asterisk 52, sap, green, asterisk 415, ancient human face tree bark, green, asterisk 46, tough vines of human face tree, green, asterisk 3273, intermediate element crystal asterisk 35. Cao Xing picked up the items with a happy look on his face. This human face tree is really full of treasures. At this moment, Irina, who was in the form of hunting eye all the time, came to Cao Xing. She pointed to the bottom of a giant tree in the distance and said, "Lord, there are a few flowers over there, which seem to emit magic and the breath of life." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He ignored the puzzled eyes of Liu Yating and others, and directly left the team, and went straight to the place Irina said. There, he did find a few flowers with a blue-green color and 7 petals. After a closer look, the properties of these flowers appeared in front of them. Ice Luin flower, blue, special plant. After taking the petals, you can immediately recover 200 health points and restore a certain amount of mental strength. Plants that contain vitality only grow in places with sufficient vitality. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. There are indeed Ice Luin flowers in this forest. Cao Xing took a look and found that there were 7 Ice Luin flowers here, with about 30 petals. In other words, it was enough for him to make more than 30 bottles of improved life secret medicine. Cao Xing was in a good mood. Not bad. Thinking of this, he carefully took out a dagger and shoveled all the soil around the Ice Luin flower. Then, he put it directly into his backpack. Obtain Ice Luin flower, blue, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this transplantation method is feasible. Then, he took down another 6 ice blue flowers one after another. After a moment, Cao Xing returned to the team with a satisfied look on his face. Seeing his expression, Liu Yating seemed to understand something and said with a smile on her face, "Congratulations, Mr. Cao Xing." The other survivors also knew that Cao Xing came out this time to find the Ice Luin flower. It seems that he has found what he wants, and their faces are full of envy. Cao Xing nodded. "Let's go." Then, they continued to go 1 or 2 kilometers deeper. The temperature here is getting lower and lower. There are more and more plants that have never been seen. At this time, a system prompt appeared. "You have entered a special area, Witch Forest." Cao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization. It seems that coming here is the inner area of the Witch Forest. He looked at the students and said, "Okay, as agreed, you will go on the next journey." Hearing this, the faces of these students changed slightly. Along the way, they already know how terrifying this forest is. Even the monsters that appear on the periphery are no less than level 3. It can be imagined how terrible the monsters inside are. Let them, a group of first level survivors, walk alone in such a forest. It won't take long for them to die without a trace left, let alone complete the task. They finally realized how difficult the task they had taken was. At this time, the boy named Cao Xing came over and said with a fake smile, "Boss Cao Xing, we have heard of your name for a long time and have always admired you. See if you can be a good person to the end and help us complete this task. We will thank you." After hearing this, Cao Xing glanced at him lightly and said, "I'm not interested. According to the agreement, I have nothing to do here." Hearing this, Cao Xing's face froze, and he was about to speak. Liu Yating on the side interrupted him and said, "Cao Xing, stop talking. Boss Cao Xing has something to do. Let's not waste too much of his time." The other girls also tried to dissuade him. And this Cao Xing seemed to want to say something, but he was afraid of Cao Xing's strength and swallowed the words back. Cao Xing ignored them and turned around with his men and said, Let's go in another direction." These survivors wanted to say something but stopped, but they could only look at Cao Xing's back with helpless eyes. Chapter 158 Picking Ice Luin Flowers, the Mammoth Transforms. After Cao Xing left, this Cao Xing gritted his teeth and said, "It's really abominable. It was clearly us who gave him the information. Otherwise how could he find this forest? Damn, what a stinky boss. I think he is an ungrateful guy." Yu Shengwu is right. He is a villain who has gained power, relying on his own strength to pretend to be a master in front of us. The Yu Shengwu next to him laughed and said, I know from his look that, if he were in Blue Star, such a person would not even be qualified to be a security guard for my company. I guess he himself didn't dare to continue entering the forest, so he found an excuse to leave. That's right. Qiu Yating was about to tell them to shut up. But at this moment, the mammoth came back. Boom. Boom. The heavy footsteps made everyone's face change. A moment later, Cao Xing came to them again. Sitting on the mammoth, Cao Xing squinted at the two guys. Do you think I can't hear you? Or do you think I'm easy to talk to, so you can talk about me behind my back? Cao Xing is now a level 18 frost mage with extremely sharp hearing. In addition, he has Sarah, a level 3 leader, under him. Naturally, they heard the guys talking about him. Seeing Cao Xing's figure, Zhu Haocheng and Yu Shengwu were so scared that their faces turned pale like dead people. KO. Boss Cao Xing. We were joking. I didn't mean that. I meant. Zhu Haocheng hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, a cold light flashed across his neck. -5793, vital attack. A terrifying damage number appeared. Zhu Haocheng's head tilted, and he died on the spot. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the survivor Zhu Haocheng. Then, Cao Xing looked at Yu Shengwu next to him. This boy with a proud expression had some dissatisfaction in his eyes. And now, after seeing Cao Xing kill Zhu Haocheng, he instantly realized that he was in danger of death. And he knew that Cao Xing killed Zhu Haocheng without hesitation, and his begging for mercy was useless. So Yu Shengwu turned around and ran away without hesitation. However, how could his speed be comparable to the attack speed of Cao Xing and others? Swish. A sound of breaking through the air appeared, and an arrow flew out instantly. Then, it hit the back of his head directly. Puff. -1224. Blood flowers floated, and this arrow directly blew his head. Your territory member, ruthless Hawkeye killed the survivor Yu Shengwu. The incident changed too quickly, and they didn't expect Cao Xing to start fighting as soon as he said it. Looking at the two cold corpses on the ground, everyone on the field gasped. The eyes looking at Cao Xing were also full of fear. Cao Xing said nonchalantly, this forest is very dangerous. If you stay with such people, you will be dragged down to death by them sooner or later. Not everyone can be recruited into the team. Cao Xing's last sentence was said to Qiu Yating, which was a kind of advice. After that, Cao Xing led his people and turned around and left here again. It was not until a few minutes later, the group of survivors breathed a sigh of relief. Qiu Yating had a complicated expression, and she knew in her heart that what Cao Xing said made sense. These two people have always been the cancer of their team, but because of the friendship between classmates and lack of strength, Qiu Yating could not drive them away. Now, Cao Xing killed them, which made Qiu Yating feel fortunate. A little girl in the team looked at Qiu Yating with a pale face. Squad leader, Zhu Haocheng and Yu Shengwu are dead, killed by Cao Xing. After a moment, Qiu Yating took a deep breath. I know. These two idiots. I said that their mouths would cause trouble, and they asked for their own death. Boss Cao Xing is right. Those who can't see the situation clearly will die sooner or later, and may even drag us down. Hearing this, several other survivors nodded. That's right, these two guys are too stupid. Although Boss Cao Xing is easy to talk to, he can survive in this world and develop so well, so he must not be as kind as he looks on the surface. That's right, they deserve to die. But fortunately, Boss Cao Xing didn't implicate us. The group of survivors gradually calmed down. After all, in this world, death is too normal. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel fortunate that they didn't speak rudely to Cao Xing like these two idiots. Another girl next to her said, class monitor, what should we do now? Qiu Yating said, what can we do? Either we keep going forward, or we return the way we came. The girl said quickly, let's go back now. It's too dangerous here. Qiu Yating was about to nod. At this time, another girl raised an objection. How can we go back? We finally got here. That aboriginal said that, as long as we can complete the task, he will give us an epic item. Hearing this, the other survivors seemed to have some hesitation. After all, epic items are orange items. This thing is not seen in the entire trading channel. The temptation is too great. The girl struck while the iron was hot and said, "Don't you understand what happened just now? In this world, having power means having everything. If we don't fight, we will soon die like Zuhaokan and the others, worthless in this world." The girl next to her retorted, "Epic items are very powerful, but you have to be alive to get them. I don't agree to continue moving forward." Seeing that, the two sides started arguing. Qiu Yating's eyes showed helplessness again. This is the disadvantage of having more than a dozen lords in a territory. Speaking of which, they are all 17 or 18-year-old boys and girls. Qiu Yating was made the captain of this team because of her status as a squad leader. But now, it is obvious that they do not agree with Qiu Yating's status as captain. In desperation, Qiu Yating can only let them vote to decide. Should they continue to move forward or return to the original place? At this moment, Cao Xing continued to walk in the forest. As mentioned before, the life and death of the group of survivors had nothing to do with him after completing the agreement. It's just that he cleaned up some idiots. This incident did not cause any psychological fluctuations to them, including Liu Muxue behind him, who was also looking around vigilantly. They continued to search in the forest. At this time, Irina pointed to the front and said, "Lord, there are also a few ice phoenix flowers there." Cao Xing immediately perked up and followed the direction Irina pointed to. He really saw a few ice phoenix flowers growing next to a giant tree. This giant tree was bigger than any they had seen before, and below, there were at least a dozen ice phoenix flowers growing. Just as Cao Xing was about to approach, a thick branch suddenly shot over. The previous few waves of battles had already given everyone experience. Instantly realized that there might be an ice crystal human-faced tree nearby. Braun used a leap guard and jumped directly in front of Cao Xing. Bang! The branch hit his shield directly, but it only broke a layer of holy shield. Braun laughed. "I'm here, don't think about hurting the Lord." Seeing that the human-faced tree failed to hit it, its branches began to dance. Not only that, more human-faced trees nearby woke up, and Cao Xing also saw that the giant tree in front of him, which was hundreds of meters high, slowly turned its body. Crack, crack. The sound of branches breaking rang out one after another. A painful human face appeared on the trunk. At the same time, the others quickly entered the battle state. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of a human-faced tree. Ice crystal human-faced tree guardian, race, human-faced tree, level 28, tier 3 elite creature HP. 22,150/22,150, attack power. 1130 to 1178, skills, strong branches, frigid touch, frigid dance, same attributes as above, blood-sucking vines, extends multiple vines to bind the enemy for 120 seconds, and absorbs 1% of the enemy's HP per second through the vines, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Talent, longevity, talent, vitality, bond, human-faced tree, 20 activated. An elite level human-faced tree. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. No wonder this human-faced tree looks much taller, and its branches look thicker and tougher. An elite level human-faced tree should be able to drop more advanced items, right? Thinking of this, Cao Xing became excited. Then he gave the order directly, kill it. Following the order, Cao Xing's 8 generals and a mammoth all rushed forward. He himself entered the demon transformation state. He kept throwing out balls of evil fire and then began to bombard. Bang, bang, -554, -532, -517. After the defense of these human-faced trees was reduced, it still caused considerable damage. When his mental strength was insufficient, Cao Xing directly took out a drop of tree sap and drank it. The cool taste instantly rushed to his head, making him full of energy again. And every time those branches tried to attack Cao Xing, they were either stopped by Liu Muxue, or they were blocked by the holy shield on Cao Xing's body, and they were not hurt at all. A few minutes later, the dozen human-faced trees here were all killed by Cao Xing and his men. Cao Xing exited the demon transformation state. He couldn't wait to come under the elite human-faced tree, and collected all the things on the ground. obtained. Elite human face tree heart, blue, asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtained. Elite human face tree bark, blue, asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtained. Intermediate sap, blue, asterisk 7 right square bracket, obtained. Intermediate element crystal asterisk 3 right square bracket, obtained. Medium book of strength asterisk 1 right square bracket. Haha. As expected, the materials dropped by the elite level human face tree are also higher level. Cao Xing did not rush to check. Instead, he first collected all the ice phoenix flowers on the ground. As he shoveled down the ice phoenix flowers one by one along with the surrounding frozen soil, he put them all into his backpack. Obtained ice phoenix flowers, blue, asterisk 13. Cao Xing clapped his hands. He looked at his backpack and saw that the number of ice phoenix flowers in it had reached 27. This time the harvest was quite good. Then, Cao Xing asked Sam and others to cut down the vines of this elite human face tree first. Compared with ordinary human face trees, the vines of elite human face trees are indeed more resilient. Sam even needed to use 2 or 3 swords to cut off a vine. After a moment, hundreds of vines fell to the ground. He walked forward and collected them all. Obtained. Strong human face tree vines. Blue, asterisk 87. Not bad. These vines are thicker and longer. 87 vines, more than 1,000 meters long. Then, he began to check the properties of the materials he had just obtained. Elite human face tree heart, blue, a tree heart that contains a lot of vitality. Effect 1. After taking it, it can increase the upper limit of life by 500 points, and it can take effect once at most. Effect 2. It can accelerate the growth time of some magical plants or special creatures. Ranging from 1 to 3 years. Elite human face tree bark, blue, a tough material that also contains some of the life breath of the human face tree, can be used to make excellent quality leather armor or other items, and there is a chance that special effects will be added. Medium quality tree sap, blue, leaves that contain a little magic power and taste more clear. After taking it, you can restore a moderate amount of mental power. Tough human face tree vine, blue, a tougher vine with a hint of vitality. This vine contains the life breath of the human face tree and can slowly recover after being injured. After reading the properties of these materials, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This human face tree heart can actually increase the growth cycle by 1 to 3 years, which is almost comparable to the heart of a snow demon. According to Juliet, the same item can be effective 3 times. If I bring back a few more human face tree hearts this time, maybe I can directly grow the pale tree. Not only that, other materials have different effects. What surprised Cao Xing was that the blue vine actually had the function of self-healing, which was amazing. At this moment, Dabe looked at the pale human face tree heart in Cao Xing's hand, and a look of desire appeared in his eyes. Then, it came over and gently rubbed Cao Xing's arm with its head. Cao Xing was stunned. Dabe, do you want to eat this? Woo. Dabe nodded. Cao Xing grabbed the heart and fell into thought. Because according to the system's introduction, this kind of human face tree heart can be used for plants and special creatures. Does this special creature refer to creatures like Dabe? You know, although Dabe is now 5 meters tall, it is still in its growth period. An adult mammoth can be more than 10 meters long. So Cao Xing directly threw the blue quality heart in his hand to Dabe. Dabe swallowed it in one gulp. The powerful vitality contained in the human face tree heart took effect in Dabe's body. After a while, Cao Xing could feel that the mammoth had grown in size again. From the original body length of more than 5 meters, it has grown to almost 6 meters. The height has also increased slightly by more than 10 centimeters. The system prompt appears. Your pet Dabe has grown to a new stage. HP increased by 10%. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Oh my god. Growing to a new stage actually increases HP. This is too fierce. Including other people, they were also surprised to see the changes in Dabe. Andrew said devoutly, the child of nature has grown up. Dabe himself seemed very happy and made a low sound of woohoo. At this time, Cao Xing looked at his backpack. There were no blue grade human face tree hearts, but there were still many green grade ones. When he took out the green grade human face tree hearts, Dabe didn't seem to be interested in it. Cao Xing nodded and said, only blue grade human face tree hearts can make a beast like Dabe also gain growth effects. This also gave Cao Xing new inspiration. Because in his territory, there is still a little bear cub in the growth period. And as long as Cao Xing brings more blue grade human face tree hearts back, Valiba will soon have combat effectiveness. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Today's mission is nothing else. Just killing these human face trees will bring a huge improvement. They began to search in this vast witch forest. After advancing about 5 or 6 kilometers, they encountered 3 waves of ice crystal human face trees again. There was also an attack by a wolf pack during this period. The beasts in this forest seemed to have gradually noticed Cao Xing's group of intruders. Among these 3 waves of ice crystal human face trees, 2 were elite level human face trees. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the monsters inside. However, for them, as long as they did not encounter 4th level creatures, they could deal with them casually. Then Cao Xing walked over and picked up all the materials dropped by the elite human face tree on the ground. Obtained. Strong man face tree vine, blue, *91, obtained. Elite man face tree heart, blue, *1, obtained. Elite man face tree bark, blue, *1, obtained. Medium quality tree sap, blue. *6, obtained. Medium sized book of strength *1. Looking at the man face tree heart in Cao Xing's hand, Dabe's eyes showed a look of desire again. Cao Xing was also generous and fed the second man face tree heart to him. Dabe swallowed it directly like a snack. Gurgle, gurgle. The vitality contained in the man face tree heart began to work in Dabe's body. The mammoth's body grew about half a meter again. The system prompt appeared. Your mammoth has grown to a new stage, and the maximum health value has increased by 5%. Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This time, only 5% of the health value was added. It's just like what Juliet said. The same thing has the best effect the first time it is used. Will it gradually weaken later? Will it have no effect at all after the 4th time? However, Cao Xing did not feel sorry. After all, the elite level human face tree heart is ineffective, but aren't there still leader level and chief level human face tree hearts? This forest is so big, and so far, they have only been wandering around the periphery. So, Cao Xing gave the 3rd blue grade human face tree heart to Dabe as well. Cao Xing is never stingy with his own people. After a while, the system prompt appeared again. Your mammoth has grown to a new stage, with a maximum health value of plus 3%. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. The 3 human face tree hearts added up to increase Dabe's maximum health value by 18%. He looked at Dabe's current health value. Health value 41,480 / 41,480 haha. It actually broke 40,000. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Thanks to the book friend. 100 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 2022100911483551 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 201703190717547694 for monthly tickets. Thanks to a little confused calligraphy and painting for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Chaos Zioyal for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Fengai Lydian AA for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Duxika for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for the recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Chaos Zioyal for 588 points of reward. PS. After the witch forest plot is over, Little Wally can also have combat power. Chapter 159 Kill the demonic boar and summon the warriors of the mysterious tribe. The mammoth's health exceeded 40,000, which surprised Cao Xing. Although Dabe's height did not increase much at this time, his body size was obviously much bigger. The broad back could be directly laid on to sleep. Dabe also seemed very happy, constantly rubbing his head against Cao Xing. He also took the initiative to stretch out his trunk, wrapped around Cao Xing's waist, and put him on his back. Not bad, not bad. What a good boy. Cao Xing touched its head and then said, "Dabe, take us forward." After hearing the order, Dabe stepped on his elephant hooves and went deep into the jungle. Boom. Boom. All kinds of branches and vines encountered along the way, as well as weeds and traps on the ground, were all crushed by Dabe. Even some innocent small trees were rubbed by Dabe's huge body and then collapsed. I don't know if it was because of their huge momentum. Along the way, they did not encounter any attacks from other jungle beasts. As they walked, they had almost penetrated more than 10 kilometers. At this time, Irina's eyes showed a vigilant look. "Lord, please be careful. We seem to have come to the territory of a group of ferocious beasts." Ferocious beasts? Irina nodded. "Yes, I smell something unusual here." As soon as the voice fell, Cao Xing saw a pair of red eyes appeared in the surrounding woods. Gray hair like steel needles, curved fangs, and a body that is 2 or 3 meters long. This is a group of forest wild boars. However, this group of wild boars seems a little strange, and there is a terrible black air around them. Oh my god, so many pigs. The wild boars made a threatening sound when they saw Cao Xing and others. However, they also realized the strength of Cao Xing and others, and did not approach rashly. While the two sides were confronting each other, Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of these wild boars. Forest boar corrupted by dark aura, level, LV29, level 3 ordinary creature, HP 16,550/16,550, attack power 73-27-75, skills, charge. Forest boar charges the enemy, increasing its speed by 150%, while running and causing 177% knockback damage to the enemy, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Tusk pick. Forest boar uses its sharp tusks to penetrate the enemy's body and pick it up high, causing 188% damage, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Talent. Cold resistance, bond, pig herd. When the number of forest boars acting at the same time reaches 5, vitality plus 20%. 10, armor plus 20%. 20, running speed plus 20%. Activated. Introduction. A group of powerful boars, originally the guardians of a mysterious tribe in this forest, but because they have been infected with a certain dark aura, they have become unconscious and increasingly manic. The forest boar leader attacked by the dark aura, level, LV29, 3rd order leader level creature, HP 45,180/45,180, attack power 2374-2421, skills, charge, fang assault, same attributes as above. Guardian's wrath. The forest boar enters an angry state. Attack power increased by 50%. Movement speed increased by 30%. Each attack has a 10% blood-sucking effect. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Talent. Cold resistance. Talent. Leader of the pig herd. For each forest boar led. Maximum HP plus 1%. Up to 50%. Bond. Pig herd. When the number of forest boars acting at the same time reaches 5, vitality plus 20%, 10, armor plus 20%, 20, running speed plus 20%, activated. Wow. A group of 3rd order wild boars, among which there are 3 elites, plus a powerful boar leader. Cao Xing's eyes lit up. He was not surprised at the strength of these wild boars. Instead, he was thinking, if all these wild boars were killed, how much meat could be decomposed? In addition, can the meat of this leader level wild boar increase its attributes? You know, even the elite level snowstorm bear and bomb rabbit add a lot of attributes. This leader level beast was also the first time he encountered it. Cao Xing was looking forward to it. At this moment, the wild boar leader seemed to have lost his patience. It made a pig cry. The next moment, it rushed towards the crowd like a small hill. The other elite wild boars and ordinary wild boars also rushed towards Cao Xing and others frantically. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly condensed and ordered, "Go, kill these wild boars." Assam and others immediately obeyed the order, waving their weapons directly to attack all the forest wild boars that rushed over. Assam's long sword collided with the tusks of an elite wild boar, and a spark burst out. Clang. A dull collision sound appeared. But the next moment, Assam showed the power of a third order leader level creature. With a loud shout, Assam swept the long sword in his hand, and in an instant, 2 or 3 wild boars were swept away, and Andrew transformed into a giant bear, directly grabbed the tusks of an elite wild boar with his bare paw, and pressed his opponent firmly in place. Braum raised his shield, like a rock, and faced the impact of these wild boars head on. Bang, bang, everyone started fighting with the pigs. As for the leader level wild boar, it was directly stopped by Dabe, and started a one-on-one confrontation. At the same time, Cao Xing also directly entered the demon transformation state. He found that this state was really useful, but it consumed too much mental energy. However, after having sap and middle grade sap, Cao Xing could use it unscrupulously. Bang, bang, groups of evil fire exploded. -642, -674, -593 HMPH. The wild boars were blown up and kept making pig noises, especially the blood poison of Hilda, which made the wild boars feel the pain that penetrated their bones. This level of battle did not require Cao Xing to command. He only needed to stand in the center and continue to output. Sarah in the shadows kept sending out shadow blades, causing terrible damage. -2754, -2633, -4416. The blood volume of the pigs was suppressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, several wild boars screamed and fell down. Your territory member, Assam, killed the demonized forest boar LV-28 and gained experience points. 560. Combatants gained experience points. 280. Your territory member, Andrew, killed the demonized forest boar LV-29 and gained experience points. 580. Combatants gained experience points. 290. Your killing information kept appearing. With the significant improvement of everyone's attributes, these third level monsters are no longer their opponents. The only thing worth paying attention to is the battle between Dabe and the wild boar leader. Moo, hum hum. 2 giant beasts as big as a hill are fighting in the most primitive way. Clang, clang. The wild bull leader's fangs collided with Dabe's fangs, making a series of collision sounds. The next moment, the wild bull leader was knocked away by Dabe and rolled more than 10 meters away. Although this wild boar is several levels higher than Dabe, but it is obvious that Dabe is still more powerful. Dabe, who has a powerful buff, is able to fight against the third level leader alone. Boom. Boom. The mammoth took advantage of the victory and pursued. The wild bull leader also quickly stood up and began to collide face to face. Crack. Crack. The battle between the 2 giant beasts broke more than a dozen giant trees around, with an amazing momentum. Dabe kept using his tusks to poke blood holes in the wild boar leader, and he used his trunk to slap the opponent again and again. Soon, the health of this wild bull leader was suppressed by Dabe to less than half. Cao Xing took a look. The battle of the pigs here was almost over. So he said, Sarah, go help Dabe, end the battle quickly. Sarah in the shadows quickly jumped to the side of the wild boar leader. With Saras joining, the wild bull leader could only passively take the beating. The health was reduced sharply. Then, Sarah slashed a damage of up to 5,000 with one knife. HMPH. The forest boar leader uttered a mournful cry and then fell to the ground. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the forest boar leader LV-29 and gained experience points. 2900. Combatants gained experience points. 1450. At the same time, a white light rose from Cao Xing's body. Your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 19. Attributes improved during this upgrade. Strength +3, agility +4, spirit +6, constitution +5. Upgraded again. These dozens of wild boars contributed a lot of experience, allowing Cao Xing to upgrade again. Then, he couldn't wait to come to the corpses of these forest boars and collect all the spoils that exploded on the ground. Obtained. Demonic Wild Bull Leader Soul *1 right square bracket. Obtained. Intermediate Power Heart *1 right square bracket. Obtained. Tier 3 Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll *3 right square bracket. Obtained. Tier 3 Elite Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll * 1 right square bracket obtained. Intermediate Element Crystal * 7 right square bracket obtained. Medium Power Book * 5 right square bracket obtained. Large Power Book * 1 right square bracket. Haha, another leader level soul and a medium sized power heart. This wave of harvest is not bad. Cao Xing did not check it immediately, but put these things into his backpack first, preparing to look at them later. Then, he looked at the dozens of wild boar corpses on the ground, which were emitting black air. Looking at the black aura emanating from the corpses, Cao Xing's eyes showed a little worry. Liu Muxue asked softly, "Xing, what's wrong?" Cao Xing replied, "These wild boars seem to be invaded by a dark aura. I don't know if their meat can still be eaten." Liu Muxue was stunned, and then she also thought of this problem. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Never mind, let's decompose it first." Then, he came to the corpse of an ordinary wild boar and decomposed it. After the system prompted that the decomposition was successful, a pile of bright red flesh and bones, a pair of fangs, and a wild boar leather suddenly appeared on the ground. Damaged boar hide, green, * 1 right square bracket. Tough boar hide can be made into green armor or tanned into leather. Wild boar meat invaded by darkness, green, * 112, beast meat that contains a little bit of power. When eaten for the first time, it can increase strength by 2 points and agility by 1 point. However, it has been eroded by darkness and can no longer be eaten. If you find a boar tribe in the forest, you may be able to use the power of the beast god statue to purify the dark aura on it. Wild boar bones, green, * 52. Hard bones can be made into 3rd tier light armor or used to make soup. Wild boar tusks, green, * 2 right square bracket, sharp. Tusks can be sharpened and made into daggers or daggers. Seeing the system prompt on the wild boar meat, Cao Xing's eyes sank. Is it really impossible to eat it? But fortunately, the system prompt gave me some hope. As long as we find the wild boar tribe, we can use the beast god statue to purify the dark aura on the wild boar meat. Cao Xing put aside the disappointment in his heart. Then, he decomposed all the dozens of wild boar carcasses left on the ground. Among them were 3 elite wild boars and 1 leader level wild boar. Cao Xing looked at the pile of meat and bones on the ground and collected them all. Obtain. Forest boar meat, green, * 4883. Obtain. Elite boar meat, blue, * 817. This is meat with weak power. When eaten for the first time, it can increase 3 points of power and 2 points of agility. It has been corroded by the aura of darkness and can no longer be eaten. Obtain. Leader level boar meat, purple, * 383. This is meat with some power. When eaten for the first time, it can increase 5 points of power and 3 points of agility. It has been corroded by the aura of darkness and can no longer be eaten. Oh my god. This purple level meat is really powerful. It can increase so many attributes at once. If this thing appears on the market, it will probably cause a rush among those power professions. Cao Xing's face showed joy. Because in this way, even if the improved version of the secret medicine of life is not produced in a short time, Cao Xing will have other things to trade with the survivors. Although as the levels of others increase, some survivors have also exploded meat with added attributes, and the price has become a little lower. But Cao Xing's quantity is large. Moreover, this is purple grade meat that has never appeared in the trading channel. It will definitely be able to exchange for a lot of supplies. But unfortunately, we need to find the beast statue to purify the dark aura on it. But soon, Cao Xing's regret was diluted by other gains. Obtained. Wild boar bones, green, * 1663. Obtained. Elite wild boar bones, blue, * 275. Obtained. Leader wild boar bones, purple, * 112. Obtained. Damaged wild boar hide, green, * 32. Obtained. Damaged elite wild boar hide, blue, * 3. Obtained. Damaged strong wild boar hide, purple, * 1. obtained. Wild boar tusk, green, *63, obtained. Sharp wild boar tusk, blue, *5, obtained. Large wild boar tusk, purple, *2, a large wave of harvest. There are also a large number of blue and purple bones, leather, and tusks. These are all good raw materials that can be used to make a large number of weapons and armor. Cao Xing said happily. It seems that Harold will be busy this time when he returns. Haha. Then, he continued to check the properties of the new items. Demonized wild boar leader soul. Contains chaotic soul fluctuations. Can be used on an elite follower of level 3 or below, making it evolve into a leader level creature, with a success rate of 15%, 30%. Note, after purifying it, the success rate can be increased. Cao Xing thought to himself, is this another item that needs to be purified? Shaking his head, Cao Xing put the soul into his backpack. Then he took out 4 yellowed recruitment scrolls. Although the probability of recruiting scrolls has been greatly reduced due to the system update. But Cao Xing killed so many wild boars, and with his luck value plus 10 attribute, he still got a lot of recruitment scrolls. Among them, there was even an elite level recruitment scroll. Cao Xing looked at the attributes. Level 3 Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll. This scroll can be used to recruit an ordinary Wild Boar Warrior with level 3 strength. Level 3 Elite Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll. This scroll can be used to recruit an Elite Wild Boar Warrior with level 3 strength. There is one Wild Boar Warrior in Cao Xing's territory. Its attributes are pretty good. Cao Xing thought, next, I will continue to fight in the forest. The wild boars that appear in these level 3 recruitment scrolls are all above level 20. I can summon them first to increase the combat power of my team. So he directly clicked on these 4 scrolls to use them. The next moment, the scrolls disappeared and turned into 4 blue hexagram magic circles in front of Cao Xing. But, as the magic circle burst into light, 4 figures holding double swords and wearing feather crowns on their heads gradually emerged. We are the descendants of the beast god and the most powerful jungle warriors. In the name of the beast god. Tribal guardian, Raphael/Laska/Rabino/Lab, reporting to you. Cao Xing was happy to hear the names of the 4 wild boar warriors. They all had their hair tied up, which was easy to remember. At this moment, the 4 wild boar warriors knelt on one knee. Cao Xing took a look at their outfits. They were the same as the wild boar warrior Blaze. They were wearing grey and white feather clothes, and I don't know what kind of feathers they were from birds. They looked very heavy, but they were actually very light. 3 of the wild boar warriors wore white feather crowns on their heads. The other elite wild boar warrior wore a red feather crown on his head, and his figure was also taller. The weapons of the wild boar warriors were all double swords, which looked full of lethality. Cao Xing nodded and said, welcome to join us. Let us build a powerful territory together. The 4 wild boar warriors looked at each other and smiled honestly. One of the wild boar warriors, Raphael, said, Lord, your men are so powerful. I feel like any one of them can easily kill us. Cao Xing smiled and nodded. Of course, they have such a powerful aura, because they have accepted my blessing. Only my subjects can enjoy this blessing. The elite wild boar warrior next to him, Lab, was immediately excited and said, oh, there is actually such a magical blessing. Lord, can you also bless us with this blessing? Lab likes this feeling of being strong. Cao Xing smiled, of course. After that, he called Liu Muxue and called Hilda and Blot over. A lot of buffs fell on the 4 wild boar warriors. They were surprised. Oh, I feel so strong. Great. Yes, great. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful lord just after coming out of the summoning space. Haha. I like to fight for such a lord. The group of wild boar warriors discussed excitedly. The next moment, 4 system prompts appeared. Because you helped the territory member, Raphael, to improve his strength, his loyalty has been improved, and his current loyalty is 74. Because you helped the territory member, Lab, to improve his strength, his loyalty has been improved, and his current loyalty is 73. Because of you, the loyalty of the 4 wild boar warriors has reached above 70. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then he checked their attributes. Boar Tribe Warrior, Raphael, Race, Human, Level 21 7213/12000, Level 3 Ordinary Creature, HP 90 to 20/90 to 20, Attack Power 78-48-11, Skills, Dual Blade, Boar Rush, Talent, Beast Bloodline, Extra HP plus 10%, Bond, Boar Warrior, when 10 Boar Warriors act at the same time, Attack Speed plus 15%. Movement Speed plus 15% at 20, Strength and Agility plus 20% at 50, Skill activated at 100, Special Blood-Sucking Blade, Satisfaction 65 Loyalty 74 Introduction, a warrior from a mysterious tribe with good combat ability. Boar Tribe Warrior, Race, Human, Level 22 1162/14000, Level 3 Elite Creature, HP 12,340/12340, Attack Power 1124-1147, Skills, Dual Blade Flow, Big Rush Dual Blade Wheel Dance, the two blades merge and start to rotate at high speed, causing continuous cutting damage to all enemies in front, lasting 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes, Talent. Beast Bloodline, Bond, Wild Boar Warrior Satisfaction 63 Loyalty 73 Introduction, a warrior from a mysterious tribe with good combat ability. The quality of this group of newcomers is good. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Let's go, let's keep moving forward. After that, they began to go deeper into the jungle. Not long after, they were attacked by a group of ice crystal human-faced trees again, among which there were also 2 elite human-faced trees. Huolala. The branches all over the sky began to attack them crazily. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue jumped off Dabe slowly. Then, Dabe rushed up directly. In the surprised eyes of the 4 wild boar warriors, Dabe was like a raging beast, instantly crashing into the face of a human-faced tree. Bang! After a dull sound of flesh, the face of the human-faced tree caved in, and then it let out a scream. Ah! Dabe didn't bother to pay attention to its screams, and directly poked it with its fangs, causing terrible damage. Minus 2374. Not only that, Sam, Andrew and others were also constantly swinging their swords, or performing moonfire and starfire spells. Swish. Bang. Minus 1577. Minus 1743. Minus 1584. Minus 1899. Horrible injuries appeared one after another. Cao Xing's men began to crush the group of human-faced trees head-on. God of beasts. These new companions have such powerful strength. The elite wild boar warrior said, no, it's still the Lord's blessing, that is so magical, which has directly increased their combat power by a large margin. But now we also have this magical blessing. Brothers, follow me. With the addition of 4 third-level wild boar warriors, the health of those human-faced trees decreased faster. Their sharp double swords swung out after images, constantly chopping the trunks of the human-faced trees, causing damage one by one. Minus 754, minus 781, minus 812, minus 1145. The damage of the 4 third-level wild boar warriors is not bad. Coupled with their attack speed, the health of the ice crystal human-faced trees dropped rapidly. Not long after, the battle came to an end. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the Frost Man-faced tree LV30, a third-level elite creature, and gained experience points. 2000. Combatants gained experience points. 1000. Your pet, Dabe killed the Frost Man-faced tree LV30, a third-level elite creature, and gained experience points. 2000. Combatants gained experience points. 1000. Cao Xing also walked over again, and harvested 2 blue quality man-faced tree hearts. Not bad, not bad. These 2 man-faced tree hearts should be enough for the pale tree to grow out. I just don't know if I can encounter a leader level man-faced tree, or a leader? Cao Xing thought with hope. Of course, if I really encounter a leader level man-faced tree, Cao Xing is not sure if he can deal with it. After all, at this point, the level of these man-faced trees has reached level 30. If you go deeper, it is estimated that there is a high probability that a 4th level man-faced tree will appear. At that time, if you encounter a 4th level leader, without using your trump card, Cao Xing may not be the opponent of the opponent. Shaking his head, he collected all the fallen vines on the ground. Then he said, let's go, keep moving forward. Dang. Dang dang. The team continued to go deeper into the deep and mysterious witch forest. On the way, Cao Xing couldn't help thinking. It's called the witch forest, but I haven't seen any information about witches, nor have I met the legendary witches. Moreover, Cao Xing still remembered that Lieutenant Declan said that the white-robed high priest among the hunters also led people into the witch forest. But Cao Xing didn't meet any hunters. After thinking about it, it was probably because they were now in the outer area of the witch forest, and the high priest of the hunters was probably in a deeper place. At this time, Lab suddenly looked forward and said, my strong lord, I seem to have seen the totem belonging to our tribe. Oh. Cao Xing looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, he saw a strange tree stump with 2 feathers and a fang stuck on it. Labu, what does this totem represent? Labu said, my lord, if there is a tribal totem here, it means that there may be a wild boar warrior tribe in this forest. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 160, Treasure Chest Wrapped in Vines, Discovering a Primitive Tribe. Cao Xing suddenly became excited, because the several tons of wild boar meat in his backpack were invaded by the dark aura. The system notes that it is necessary to find the wild boar warrior tribe, and then find the beast god statue, to purify the dark aura on it. These beast meats can be eaten safely, and can also be traded with other survivors. Lab, do you know how to find your tribe? Lab nodded and said, it should be possible. According to our custom, we will leave some hidden signposts on these totems, to guide other tribesmen back to the tribe. Very good. Then you will take us to find the wild boar warrior tribe in this forest now. Lab nodded and said, yes, my powerful lord. After that, Lab came to the totem, and began to wander around, as if looking for some information. After a while, he said excitedly, I have found the direction. Please follow me, my powerful lord. Cao Xing nodded, and then led the team to follow Lab. It was winding all the way. Along the way, Cao Xing also found 6 ice phoenix flowers. Cao Xing walked over and collected them all. He glanced at his backpack. Ice Luin flower, blue, asterisk 33, not bad. These ice Luin flowers are enough to make more than 100 bottles of intermediate life secret medicine. And I can also let Juliet plant them and use the green great human faced tree heart to accelerate the growth process. Plus, the pale tree is about to grow, which can accelerate the growth of those plants in the territory again. It won't be long before I can have more Ice Luin flowers and realize the freedom of Ice Luin petals. Cao Xing thought happily. And at this time, Rab stopped in a dense jungle. There were dense vines here, completely filling the area in front. Even Sarah couldn't force her way into the vines. It was like a wall blocking everyone's way. In front of this area, Cao Xing saw a series of strange buildings built with huge stones. Some looked like stone towers, and some looked like huge stone totems. There were strange symbols engraved on each stone. A system prompt appeared. You have discovered a special place, Wild Boar Tribe. Oh, found it? Cao Xing had a happy look on his face, and then asked, Labo, is this the Wild Boar Tribe? Labo nodded, yes, powerful lord, but this is not the tribe we used to live in. We wild boar warriors are all descendants of the beast god. We can be found in many primitive jungles. The tribesmen of this wild boar tribe seem to have left. Cao Xing's eyes lit up after hearing this. Left? Labo nodded and said, yes, this is a good feeling. Cao Xing was going to purify the wild boar meat, and he thought he would have to deal with the natives of this tribe. Now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. Cao Xing continued to ask, then where is the beast god statue of this tribe? Do you know? Labo thought for a moment and said, to reply to the powerful lord, our beast god statues are usually inside the tribe, and you need to go in to find them. Then Labo pointed to the area in front that was completely filled with vines and said, this should be the interior of the wild boar tribe. We need to find the entrance to enter. Cao Xing nodded again after hearing this. Very good, let's go and look for it. After that, Assam and others began to act, including the 4 wild boar warriors. They also searched around this area covered with various vines. At this time, the 4 wild boar warriors whispered, "Lab, although there is no one in this tribe, the interior of the tribe is our forbidden area, and only we wild boar warriors can enter. Isn't it not good to bring some outsiders now?" Lab shook his head and said, "What do you know? We wild boar warriors are descendants of the beast god, and believe in powerful forces. The patriarch of our tribe also agreed to allow several powerful human knights to enter the tribe. And this lord is obviously very powerful. With the power he possesses, he is fully qualified to enter our tribe." Hearing this, the other 3 wild boar warriors showed a look of realization in their clear eyes. Then they nodded one after another, and began to look for it. Cao Xing was also wandering around. In addition to the giant stone statues and totems, there are also some small rooms made of stones. He walked into one of the rooms, and took a look. It was covered with moss, and there were even vines growing on the walls. But because of the extremely low temperature, the moss here was covered with a layer of frost. In the corner of the small room, Cao Xing also saw a treasure chest entangled by vines. There is a treasure chest. Cao Xing walked over quickly, and a system prompt appeared in front of him. Bronze treasure chest entangled by vines. It can only be opened after the vines are untangled. Do you want to remove the vines? That's quite simple. Cao Xing called Liu Muxue over and asked her to cut the vines with the fighter's dagger in a few seconds. Then the treasure chest became openable. Cao Xing clicked to open it. Opened successfully. Obtained. Primary stone house construction blueprint. Obtained. Second level boar warrior recruitment scroll asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Winter pumpkin seeds. Green. Asterisk 12. Obtained. Refined iron asterisk 5 right square bracket obtained. Small resource packs asterisk 2 right square bracket. Oh. Another recruitment scroll. And a blueprint for the stone house. As usual, he checked the properties of these new things. Basic stone house construction blueprint armor. 200 durability. 3000 floor area. 82 square meters. Construction time. 7 hours and 32 minutes. Materials required for construction. Stone asterisk 200. Wood asterisk 20. Iron asterisk 10. Drawing description. The stone house built entirely of stone has higher durability. When the boar warrior rests in it, it recovers 0.05% of its health per second. Winter squash seeds. Green. Magic plant. It can grow in some extreme environments and can absorb sunlight and moonlight. It emits bright white light at night. It can also be picked and made into winter squash soup, which has a crisp and sweet taste. Cao Xing was happy to see the introduction of these 2 new materials. This winter squash is just a light bulb, right? But it can also be used as an ingredient, which is quite good. After putting these things into the backpack, Cao Xing continued to search in other stone houses. There were a total of 5 stone houses nearby, and Cao Xing opened one of them. 2 of the stone houses were empty, and the other 2 stone houses each contained a bronze treasure chest. Cao Xing walked over and opened all of them. Opened successfully. Obtained. Stone staircase construction drawings. Obtained. Winter pumpkin seeds. Green. Asterisk 15. Obtained. Copper ingots asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained. Small resource packs asterisk 2 right square bracket. Opened successfully. Obtained. Second level boar warrior recruitment scroll asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Mutated wild raspberry seeds. Green. Asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. Refined iron asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. Small resource packs asterisk 2 right square bracket. Another boar warrior recruitment scroll. Not bad. However, the level of an ordinary second order wild boar warrior is a bit low. The monsters in this forest are all of higher level. Cao Xing was afraid that they would be killed instantly after being summoned, so he decided to wait until he returned to the territory to summon them. He checked the 2 new things he had acquired. Stone staircase construction drawings area. 1 meter long asterisk 30 centimeters wide asterisk 20 centimeter thick durability. 500 materials required for construction. Stone asterisk 4. Production time. 17 minutes. Drawing introduction. This drawing can be used to create a stone staircase, which can be built next to a building, or next to a city wall. Mutated wild raspberry seeds. Magical plants. Mutated wild raspberries have a sweeter taste and a faster growth cycle. Not bad, not bad. So far, all the stone houses covered with moss and vines outside have been looted by Cao Xing. At the same time, Lab shouted from the side, "My lord, we found the gate." Hearing the voice, Cao Xing walked out. Then he saw Lab stopped in front of a vine. Cao Xing asked in confusion, "Is this the gate?" Lab nodded, "Yes, powerful lord, behind this vine, there is a gate leading to the tribe." Cao Xing nodded, and then asked Liu Muxue next to him to cut off the vines. Swish, swish, as Liu Muxue drew her sword. However, the sword edge, which was always effective, seemed to be cut on steel at this time, making a dull sound. Liu Muxue chopped several times in a row, leaving only a few white marks on these vines. She said a little frustrated, "Xing, I can't cut it." Cao Xing comforted her, and then asked a Sam next to him to try it, and the result was the same. At this moment, Cao Xing was stunned. This vine is so hard. Even a third level leader level knight can't cut it? Lab explained with a smile. "Lord, this is a giant vine of our tribe, and every tribe has it. It can protect our tribal territory from harm, and ordinary attacks can't hurt it. It requires a spell specific to our tribe, and it will shrink back." Cao Xing nodded suddenly, and then said speechlessly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, if you knew it?" Lab laughed innocently. Then, he stuck to it, muttering something. All the vines retracted, revealing a stone door with white moss behind. Light appeared in the eyes of the 4 wild boar warriors. It was the joy of going home. At the same time, as Lab continued to chant the spell, after a while, everyone felt a vibration under their feet. Boom. Then, the stone door in front of them began to rise gradually. As expected, the dim scene inside did not appear. Instead, a ray of light appeared, and even bursts of warm air came. With a curious look, Cao Xing led everyone in. And the moment they entered the stone door, it was as if they had broken into another green world. Everything here is completely different from the witch forest. All the vegetation outside is pale white covered with frost. And inside, it is actually vibrant green. There are all kinds of plants and flowers everywhere. The entire tribe was surrounded by a 5-meter high stone wall, which was similar to Cao Xing's territory, but larger. The diameter was estimated to be 4 or 5 kilometers. The wall was covered with dense giant vines, extending to more than 10 meters high, so it was equivalent to having 2 layers of protection. In addition, Cao Xing and his friends heard the sound of gurgling water, as well as the chirping of insects and birds. It was so warm that it felt like returning to the forest on Blue Star. Cao Xing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 4 hours and 17 minutes. Current temperature. 12. Oh my god, it's actually a positive temperature. Rano, is the tribe you live in like this? Rano nodded proudly and said, "Yes, powerful lord, our territory has always been warm. Why is it different from the outside?" Cao Xing was a little confused. Rano replied, "Specifically, I don't know much. Our tribe leader said that the wild boar warriors are a race protected by the beast god. But according to my guess, it may be related to the giant vine in our tribe. The giant vine protects our territory and also creates a comfortable temperature for us." Cao Xing nodded and felt that Lab's speculation made sense. At the same time, he thought to himself, this giant vine is a good thing. It can not only protect an entire tribe, but also change the ecological environment inside. It is estimated that the quality is no less than that of an epic plant. It would be great if I could get one in my territory. So Cao Xing asked directly, "Lab, can this giant vine be found? Or, can I take it away?" Lab shook his head and said, "My powerful lord, the giant vine cannot be taken away. It is a guardian given to us by the beast god. Even our wild boar tribe warriors choose the address to create a tribe based on the location where the vine grows. And every time we migrate, we have to find a new forest where the giant vine grows." Cao Xing nodded again, and at the same time, felt a little regretful. "Forget it, let's move on." They began to move forward. Passing through a small forest, the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. A moss-covered open-air square appeared in front of them. This square was located under the ground. It was like it was dug out of thin air, and it was 7 or 8 meters deep. It was similar to the Colosseum in Rome, but the square in front was bigger and deeper. There were several bluestone stairs leading down around the square. In the center, there stood a 5 or 6 meter high stone statue. This was a wild male statue. He held a huge axe in one hand and wore an animal skin skirt, like a hunter ready to slaughter a wild beast, full of primitive style. And around the square, there were stone gates embedded in the soil. Rab said excitedly, "We are here, powerful lord. This is the square where our wild boar tribe usually holds various ceremonies. The one in the middle is the beast god statue you are looking for." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up immediately. "Good fellow, this is the statue of the beast god. It was so easy to find it." Lab smiled innocently. "It's easy because we are here. If it's an outsider, it's impossible to enter our wild boar tribe unless he has a stronger force than the giant vines," Lab said confidently. At this time, Liu Muxue pointed to an area in the distance, which was opposite the square, and said, "Axing, do you see a gap there?" Hearing this, Cao Xing also looked over. Then, he saw a gap with a diameter of at least more than 3 meters. The wall in that place had collapsed, and the giant vine seemed to be broken by some terrifying creature, leaving a big gap. The cold air from the outside world drilled in, freezing the plants in that area into white frost. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 4 wild boar warriors shrank suddenly. Oh my god. They actually broke through the giant vines. These vines, even the 4th level creatures can't tear them apart. How strong is this intruder? At this point, Lab's eyes flashed with a look of sudden realization. I seem to understand why there is no one in this wild boar tribe. They were targeted by this powerful invader, and the invader entered the tribe. They had no choice but to leave here. Hearing this, Cao Xing's expression changed. Because according to Lab, this invader is definitely a 4th level or even higher level strength. At this time, Sarai appeared silently in the darkness. "Lord, I didn't feel any danger here. This invader may have left." Hearing this, Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's gone. If he is, it will inevitably be another fierce battle. Then, Cao Xing said, "Lab, the invader is not here. Take us down." "Okay, powerful lord." Lab held the 2 swords and went down the stairs. Dang. Dang dang. Dabe also followed him down, and its thick elephant hooves made a heavy sound every time it stepped on the bluestone stairs. Soon, the group came to the open-air square below. The architectural style here is the same as that of the wild boar tribe. The whole thing was made of huge stones, and the ground was covered with moss. Only on the statue, there was no moss growing. Even dust could not be seen. It was as if the statue really had some kind of divine power. Cao Xing led everyone to the statue of the beast god, and then asked, "Lab, I have a batch of things that are invaded by the dark aura, and I need to use the power of the altar to purify the dark aura. How to do it?" After listening, Lab turned around and said, "Lord, if you want to use the power of the beast god statue, you need to offer a sacrifice first." "Sacrifice? What sacrifice?" "Fresh beast meat. The stronger the beast meat, the better. Lord Beast God will like it." Cao Xing fell into thought after hearing this. Then, he took out a piece of snowstorm bear meat and asked, "Is this kind of beast meat okay?" After sensing the power contained in the violent bear meat, Lab nodded excitedly and said, "Yes, Lord. Only 10 pieces of this level of beast meat are enough to activate the power of the beast god statue once." Cao Xing's face showed joy. There are still more than 100 pieces of bear meat left in his backpack. Great. This way, all the wild boar meat can be purified. Thanks to Book Friends, Mirror for 2 monthly tickets a day. Thanks to Squatting in the Wall for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Brissa for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to At for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,230,507,581 DD for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202212072216347771 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 201709030844381084 for monthly tickets. Thanks to fireworks and caressing for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Jiangxilo for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to breeze blowing summer. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of Shan, 1 monthly ticket of Rothschild D, 4 monthly tickets of Ina and Shao, 4 monthly tickets of Yuan Dang Huo, 1 monthly ticket of Hummingbird playing in the water, 1 monthly ticket of King Shan Shan, 1 monthly ticket of Shuao 150,426,012,001,319, 2 monthly tickets of 21 years old empty years, 2 monthly tickets of Shuao 20190201180051851853, 2 monthly tickets of Uxj Jeju, 1 monthly ticket of Ali Point CD, 2 monthly tickets of what. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks, book friend 201808051933467764 for the 100-point reward. Chapter 161 Search the tribe's resource room and open the golden treasure chest. Cao Xing showed joy on his face. In this way, the wild boar meat can be purified. And Lab added again, because the beast god statue lacks divinity, it is not omnipotent. Some powerful dark auras or other negative states cannot be purified. Cao Xing didn't think much after hearing this. After all, it was just a statue, and he couldn't expect it to have too much power. Then, he took out 10 pieces of snowstorm bear meat from his backpack and looked at Lab. Lab replied, "Now please put it in front of the altar, Lord. I will chant the spell and activate the purification function of the beast god statue." Cao Xing did as he was told, and 10 pieces of snowstorm bear meat were placed at the foot of the statue. At the same time, Lab and the other 3 wild boar warriors knelt on the ground together. Then, they began to perform some ancient gestures while chanting. As the ceremony progressed, the beast god statue emitted a faint white light, and it looked more energetic, as if it was really alive. At the same time, the bear meat on the ground gradually disappeared, as if it had really been eaten. Rab said, "Lord, the beast statue has been activated successfully. Please take out the things that need to be purified." Cao Xing nodded. He first took out a large pile of green, blue, and purple wild boar meat from his backpack. He put them all on the ground. The wild boar meat was emitting bursts of black gas. Just one look at it showed that this thing was not edible. Then, the statue emitted white light, which gradually covered the tons of wild boar meat. The white light emitted by the statue and the black gas emitted by the wild boar meat offset each other. Then the black gas gradually disappeared. After a while, the light on the statue also dimmed a little. Cao Xing looked at the pork on the ground and saw a different hint. Fresh forest boar meat, green. This is the meat with weak power. After purification, the power has been slightly improved. When eaten for the first time, it can increase 3 points of strength and 1 point of agility. Fresh elite boar meat, blue. This is the meat with power. After purification, the power has been slightly improved. When eaten for the first time, it can increase 5 points of strength and 2 points of agility. Fresh leader level boar meat, purple. This is the meat with some power. After purification, the power has been slightly improved. When eaten for the first time, it can increase 7 points of strength and 3 points of agility. Seeing the above information, Cao Xing showed a strong joy on his face. Haha. Not only was the purification successful, but the improved attributes were also greatly improved. This is equivalent to the green grade meat having the effect of blue grade meat. And the blue grade meat even has the effect of purple grade meat. This is too cool. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Because in this way, he could sell it at a higher price in the trading market. Without hesitation, he put all the wild boar meat on the ground into his backpack, so as to avoid being sacrificed by the statue. Then, Cao Xing took out the soul of the invaded wild boar leader. The sacred light swept over again, and the black aura on the soul disappeared. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes. Soul of the forest wild boar leader can allow a 3rd level elite creature or below to advance to a leader level creature with a success rate of 50%, 70%. Very good. This one was also purified successfully, and the success rate of breakthrough has been greatly improved. Although it was expected, it made Cao Xing very excited. At the same time, after being purified twice, the beast god statue seemed to have exhausted its divine power and dimmed again. Lab turned around and said, "Lord, the power of the statue has been exhausted. If you want to use it again, it will probably take some time." "Okay, I know. Anyway, everything in his backpack has been purified. So much beast meat is enough for him to make a fortune in the trading market." At the same time, Cao Xing held the chief level wild boar soul, and his eyes lingered on Putana and Rab. On the field, only the two of them were at the elite level and met the conditions for using this soul. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing decided to give this soul to Rab. Although Putana came first, it was Rab who led them to find this wild boar tribe, and it was also Rab and his team who activated the beast statue. Cao Xing said, "Putana, I will let you break through next time." The 2-meter-tall woman said nonchalantly, "Lord, you don't have to worry about me. The blessing you bestowed on me has made me strong enough." Cao Xing said nothing more, and then handed the soul to Rab. After Lab took it, he said excitedly, "Oh, I feel it. This is something that can make me stronger. You are such a generous and powerful lord. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Lab has been improved. Current loyalty 83. Cao Xing said, "Lab, use it. I look forward to you becoming a stronger wild boar warrior." "Yes, Lord." After Lab finished speaking, he slapped the soul into his body without hesitation. The 3 wild boar warriors next to him looked at Lab with envy. I guess they never thought that Lab would get stronger power as soon as he came out of the summoning space. About a minute later, a fierce breath burst out from Lab's body. It was like a sharp knife out of its sheath, full of aggression. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rab, has successfully advanced to a boss level creature, with basic attributes increased by 30%, and a new skill, Blood-Sucking Blade. Blood-Sucking Blade. After activating this skill, it increases the attack speed by 30%, reduces armor by 30%, and makes the next attack have a 30% blood-sucking effect. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Seeing this new skill, Cao Xing's pupils shrank. It's actually a status skill, and it also has a 30% blood-sucking effect. If this is combined with permanent ice healing, jumping into the monster group and slashing randomly, wouldn't it be impossible to die, even if you want to? The most important thing is that the wild boar warrior has a fetter, and when it reaches 100 people, a legion skill will be activated. Super Blood-Sucking Blade. The attribute of this skill is, when all wild boar warriors attack, they will have an additional 20% blood-sucking effect. Combined with the blood-sucking blade, it is a full 50% blood-sucking. Cao Xing didn't expect that after the wild boar warriors advanced to the boss, they could actually obtain such a powerful skill. It can be called a qualitative change. Too fierce. Cao Xing was delighted. It seems that after returning today, I have to check the trading channel to see if I can get more wild boar warrior recruitment scrolls. Either level 1 or 2 will do. When the time comes, we can directly form a wild boar warrior legion to cooperate with the Ascalon Legion, and our strength will increase dramatically. And Lab also looked at his bulging muscles with satisfaction and said excitedly, "Oh, I have become so strong. This feeling is great." Then he held the double swords and knelt on one knee. "Thank you, powerful lord." Lab will use the double swords in his hands to cut off all thorns for you. Cao Xing nodded slightly. "Yes, Lab, perform well. Follow me. The leader level will not be your end, including other wild boar warriors. As long as you work hard for me, you will get the opportunity to become stronger." Hearing this, the 4 wild boar warriors showed desire in their clear eyes. Having more powerful strength is an irresistible temptation for the wild boar warriors, a branch of the army that advocates strength. Rab said directly, "My strong lord, I have something to report." Cao Xing was stunned, then nodded and said, "Rab, you go ahead." Rab said solemnly, "All the wild boar warriors in this tribe have left. As far as I know, each wild boar warrior tribe has a resource room. It will store weapons and some supplies. And the treasure chests we found in the forest near the tribe will also be thrown into the resource room. The natives of this world can see the existence of treasure chests, but these treasure chests, whether bronze or silver, they cannot open. Even if those strong men use brute force to destroy them, the things in the treasure chests will be shattered due to the destruction of the space structure. At the beginning, the natives also felt very strange. But after so many years, the natives of this world have become accustomed to this kind of treasure chest. Although it is still inexplicable, it is the power of the gods. Now they understand that these treasure chests are left for Cao Xing and other lords from other worlds to open. Hearing the news of the treasure chest, Cao Xing suddenly became excited. Is there such a place? Lab replied, yes, Lord. I don't know if they took away the supplies in this tribe before they left, but I can take you to open this resource room and have a look. Okay, take me there. Cao Xing became excited. This leader level soul is worth it. After Lab's loyalty was raised, he directly sold all the resource room of this tribe. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the other 3 wild boar warriors. Do you know what special places in the tribe? I will reward you, like I rewarded Lab. Cao Xing took out the elite souls that exploded from the 3 hunters in his backpack. Although the success rate is not very high, it is just right to give it to the 3 wild boar warriors as a reward. Seeing the soul in Cao Xing's hand, Raphael and others immediately became excited. I sensed that this is something that can make us stronger. Beast God. Lord, you still have so many. They quickly recalled it in their minds. Rasby was the first to say, Lord, I can take you to open the room of the tribe leader. The other 2 wild boar warriors also responded quickly. I can open the restroom of other wild boar warriors in the tribe. I can open the food storage area of the tribe. Hearing their reports one after another, Cao Xing couldn't help laughing in his heart. This group of wild boar warriors are really honest. A few elite souls have exposed the tribe's secrets. Okay. Cao Xing did not break his promise and directly threw 3 elite souls to them. The 3 wild boar warriors took them excitedly. After carefully sensing them, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Oh, it's really something that can make us stronger. You are really a generous and rich lord. That's right, even such a magical thing can be taken out so much at once. You are worthy of being a lord recognized by me, Rabino. At this time, 3 loyalty increase system prompts appeared. The loyalty of these 3 wild boar warriors all increased to more than 80. Then, they slapped the elite souls into their bodies without hesitation. At this time, Cao Xing looked at Lab next to him. Lab, take me to open the resource room. Yes, Lord. Lab, who had become a leader level creature, quickly took Cao Xing to the side of the square, in front of one of the largest stone doors. Then, as before, he stuck to the stone door and chanted something. However, this spell was different from the spell that opened the tribe's gate before. As he chanted, the stone door in front of him began to vibrate slightly. Boom. The stone door opened again. A huge stone passage was revealed. Lord, it's open. The resource room of this tribe is different from the one I'm in. You need to go in to see the layout inside. Cao Xing nodded and then stepped into the huge stone passage together. The passage was not deep. After advancing more than 10 meters, everyone came to a spacious stone chamber. There were many collapsed cargo racks, opened storage boxes, and a lot of blackened wheat and unknown plants. Under the erosion of time, they have all rotted. There was some regret in Cao Xing's eyes. It seems that the warriors of this tribe tuck away most of the supplies before leaving. Looking at the messy stone chamber, Cao Xing ordered, search everyone and see if you can find anything useful. After hearing the order, everyone started to act and searched in every corner. Cao Xing also searched along the wall of the stone chamber. The walls here were also covered with various vines and mosses and looked very damp. At this time, Cao Xing saw that there seemed to be several green boxes in the corner. The boxes were covered with moss. He walked over quickly and a system prompt appeared. Moss covered silver treasure chest asterisk 1 right square bracket. Moss covered bronze treasure chest asterisk 2 right square bracket. Do you want to open it? Oh. There are actually 2 bronze and 1 silver treasure chests. Cao Xing directly clicked to open it. Open successfully. Obtained. Horned eagle bow. Purple. Asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Firepower amplification skill book asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Primary sentry tower construction blueprint asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Small resource pack asterisk 4 right square bracket obtained. Medium resource pack asterisk 1 right square bracket obtained. Refined iron asterisk 14 obtained. Mithril asterisk 3 right square bracket. A purple longbow and a skill book appeared. This wave of luck is not bad. The harvest from the 3 treasure chests exceeded expectations. I was very satisfied. Then, I took a look at the properties of the 2 new things. Horned Eagle Longbow LV20, purple, quality, rare, requirement to wear, level 20 and above, attack power 25 42 78, attached special effect, agility plus 15, strength plus 5, attached special effect, continuous shooting. When attacking, there is a 25% chance of shooting 2 arrows in succession. Attached special effect, summon Horned Eagle. Summon a Horned Eagle with level 20 elite strength to assist in combat. The Horned Eagle has the ability to fly. The effect lasts for 10 minutes and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Equipment introduction. Did you see it? That Horned Eagle is so big. Oh my god. There seems to be a figure on its back. Explorer. Visor is Peck. Mechanical improvement skill book. Exclusive skill book for cold iron mechanic. Skill effect. Improve a friendly mechanical creature. Increase its armor value and attack power by SBR asterisk 0.8 and increase its movement speed by 20%. The duration is 6 minutes and the cooldown is 1 minute. Cao Xing praised. This mechanic has good skills, long duration, short cooldown time, and it will exist forever with the power of eternity. It just so happens that Chachu's level has also been upgraded. I can teach her when I go back. This is also one of the characteristics of the mechanic. In the middle stage, the survivors' territories are almost all developed. At this time, some survivors will point out the technology factory and mass produce some war robots. It is very important to have a cold iron mechanic in the team. He can not only amplify all robots, but also has functions such as rapid repair and improved machinery. In addition, there are some exclusive powerful mechanical life and drawings, which require cold iron mechanics to create. As for the other Horned Eagle Longbow, the attributes are even more powerful. Not only does it have more than 200 attack power, but it also has a special effect of summoning a Horned Eagle. Cao Xing looked at Rinus. Rinus, show me your current weapon. After hearing this, the archer handed the weapon in his hand to Cao Xing without any hesitation. Look at the attributes. Ascalon Captain's Bow, blue. It was just a level 15 blue weapon, and its attack power was much lower than that of the Horned Eagle Longbow. So Cao Xing gave the new weapon directly to Rinus. You will use this in the future. At this moment, Rinus held the Horned Eagle Longbow, and the white wings on both sides of the bow looked like an eagle spreading its wings. Coupled with the patterned bow and the tight bowstring, it was full of power and beauty. She could feel that this longbow could make her attack more lethal. Rinus clenched her right fist on her chest, and then said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord. I will always follow your glory and move forward." Cao Xing smiled. Next, he continued to search in this resource room. In the end, he did not find other treasure chests. Including other people, there was nothing to gain. When the wild boar warriors evacuated, they took away a lot of supplies. Some of the remaining food and other resources also rotted and deteriorated due to the passage of time. Just as he was about to leave, Sarah suddenly cut off several vines on the wall. Then she said, "Lord, there seems to be a treasure chest here too." Cao Xing walked over quickly after hearing this. Under a pile of blackened debris in front of him, a treasure chest covered with moss and lost its original luster appeared. It was unclear what grade it was. When he got closer, a system prompt appeared. Moss-covered golden treasure chest. Open it. It's actually a golden treasure chest. Cao Xing was immediately shocked, and excitement appeared in his eyes. Even Liu Muxue next to him was a little excited. "That's great, Xing." Cao Xing was also very excited. A golden treasure chest. This is the 3rd golden treasure chest he has encountered. The previous 2 golden treasure chests both opened up good things. Cao Xing was also looking forward to what could be opened here. At this moment, he directly clicked to open it. Open successfully. Obtained. Ice Blossom Skill Book. Gold. Obtained. Intermediate elemental arrow tower construction blueprint. Obtained. Magic pattern stone asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. Advanced magic crystal asterisk 6 right square bracket. Haha. A gold skill book and an intermediate elemental arrow tower construction blueprint. And this skill book seems to be for my own use. Cao Xing suddenly became even more excited. Then he couldn't wait to check the properties of this skill book. Ice Blossom, Gold, Frost Mage exclusive skill book, skill effect, condensing the power of ice, summoning an ice elemental magic circle, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the magic circle by 50%. The magic circle will randomly burst out 12 ice pillars. Each ice cone will cause 112% damage to the enemy hit, and finally detonate all ice pillars, causing 227% explosion damage to the enemy. Cooling time. 3 minutes. Chapter 162 Black Snake Invasion, the Pet of the Forest Witch. Seeing the skill effect of Ice Blossom, Cao Xing's pupils shrank suddenly. So powerful. This skill combines group attack, group control, and a very terrifying damage coefficient. 12 ice pillars attack, plus detonation damage. If a wave is detonated in a group of monsters, I'm afraid it will take the lives of a large number of monsters on the spot. Cao Xing clapped his hands and clicked to learn directly. Skill successfully learned. Ice Blossom. Then, he checked the properties of the blueprint again. Intermediate element arrow tower blueprint. You can upgrade the primary element arrow tower in your territory to an intermediate element arrow tower. Attack power 54-15-69 with a 25% chance of adding 110 elemental damage. Attack interval 2 seconds/1 time. Maximum range 1200 meters. Armor 100 points. Durability 4500/4500. Site area 20 square meters. Building height 18 meters. Materials required for construction. Primary element arrow tower. Wood asterisk 500. Stone asterisk 300. Iron asterisk 100. Mithril asterisk 5. Intermediate element crystal asterisk 5. Right square bracket. Seeing the properties of the intermediate arrow tower, Cao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Compared with the primary arrow tower, the damage and maximum range of the intermediate arrow tower have been greatly improved. Especially the range, which has doubled. With the current area of Cao Xing's territory, as long as he does not continue to expand, an intermediate arrow tower can carry out all-round strikes. Not bad, not bad. This time the harvest is really good. Cao Xing put all these things into his backpack with satisfaction. Then, he led everyone out of the resource room. After coming outside, the 3 wild boar warriors were already in the final stage of advancement, and their auras were constantly growing. After a moment, the auras of 2 of them stopped abruptly. Only one person's aura continued to rise. A system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rabino, successfully advanced to an elite creature and learned a new skill, double blade wheel dance. Rabino was the one who successfully broke through. The other 2 looked frustrated. Cao Xing encouraged them. Don't be discouraged. One failure is nothing. Follow me. Each of you will get a chance to improve again. Hearing Cao Xing's encouragement, the other 2 wild boar warriors' eyes reappeared with light. Raphael took the lead and said, Lord, I will take you to open the restroom of the other wild boar warriors. After that, he came to one of the stone doors and began to recite a strange spell. At this time, Cao Xing couldn't help asking, does everyone have a different spell? Rab replied embarrassedly, Lord, these passwords are only known by the clan leader. We know because we overheard them. I overheard the password to the resource room, and Rabino and the others overheard the passwords to other places. Hearing this, Cao Xing rolled his eyes. Oh my god, that's how it is. At the same time, Raphael's door had also been opened. Boom. Like the resource room, there is also a huge stone passage here. Cao Xing, who had tasted the sweetness, was a little excited. He followed Raphael in and searched. There were lounges inside. However, apart from some blackened quilts and other sundries due to moisture, there was no other harvest. Cao Xing didn't think much and walked out directly. Rasby also went over to open the door of the food storage room. As expected, the remaining food inside had all deteriorated and rotted. It can be said that nothing was gained again. At this time, there was only one wild boar warrior left, and the chief's room that Rabino mentioned was not opened. After 2 consecutive areas without any gains, Rabino himself was a little nervous. Cao Xing encouraged him. Rabino breathed a sigh of relief and then went over to open the stone door of the chief's room. Behind the stone door was a huge stone passage as usual. Passing through the passage, Cao Xing saw a fully furnished room. Stone bed, stone table, stone bench. In the corner, Cao Xing saw a storage box. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he walked over quickly. The storage box of a chief of the wild boar tribe, Blue, was found. Do you want to open it? Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's face showed joy again. Finally, there is another harvest. He directly clicked on open. Opened successfully. Obtain. Second level boar warrior recruitment scroll *12 obtain. Second level elite boar warrior recruitment scroll *1 obtain. Winter pumpkin seeds, green, *27 obtain. Amethyst fragment, blue, *4 obtain. Peridot fragment, blue, *2 obtain. Patriarch's crown, purple, obtain. Book Song of Blood red Thorgil. Haha. 12 boar warrior recruitment scrolls, and 1 elite recruitment scroll. This wave of blood profit. Cao Xing was delighted. The things in this storage box are very valuable. I took a look at the properties of these newly obtained things. Amethyst fragment, blue, can be embedded in weapons or equipment. Increase 5 points of constitution, 10 points of magic attack power. Precious amethyst fragment, contains clear power fluctuations, and requires intermediate forging technology to be inlaid. Olivine fragment, blue, can be inlaid in weapons or equipment, increasing physical attack power by 10 points and magic attack power by 10 points. Rare olivine fragment, contains balanced fluctuations, and requires intermediate forging technology to be inlaid. Not bad. I found 3 kinds of stone fragments in treasure chests before, and they are of the same type as this one. Cao Xing continued to check. Chief's crown, purple, special equipment, quality, rare, requirements for wearing, chief of the boar tribe, attributes, strength +15, agility +15. Note, the chief's crown can only be worn after being recognized by the giant vines and becoming the chief of the tribe. Book The Song of Blood red Thorgil. Item attributes. After reading, you can get the attribute improvement of strength +10 and spirit +10. Reading time required 47 hours and 54 minutes. Cumulative. Click to read. Not bad, not bad. This chief's crown can actually increase strength and agility so much, but it's a pity that you have to become the chief of the boar tribe to wear it. And this book is also the one that adds the most attributes after reading it. Of course, it also takes the most accumulated reading time. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After checking the attributes of these props, he walked out of the chief's room with satisfaction. This trip to the witch forest was really fruitful. Not only did it greatly increase his strength, but he also got some special props. Moreover, they have not even explored 1/10 of the forest yet. It is conceivable how many opportunities are contained in this huge forest. After a while, Cao Xing led everyone to gather in the central square. He announced, "It is more than 3 hours before dark. Let's continue to explore the forest for a while, and then return to the camp before dark." Assam and others replied, "Yes, Lord." The 4 wild boar warriors also said excitedly, "Oh, wild boar warriors like to explore the jungle." Just as they were about to leave, Sarah in the darkness suddenly felt something was wrong. She quickly emerged and appeared beside Cao Xing, and said with a vigilant face, "Lord, be careful, I feel an evil breath approaching us quickly." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes became serious. The creature that can make Sarah alert must be at least a leader level creature of the same level. Everyone be alert. With Cao Xing's order, everyone instantly prepared for battle. The next moment, Cao Xing saw that a huge black figure quickly drilled into the gap outside the wild boar tribe. The black shadow was covered with shimmering black scales, and it exuded a black aura. Wherever it passed, the plants and giant trees more than 10 meters high were all broken by its body. It gave people a feeling of a flood and a beast. Then, Cao Xing and others saw a huge snake head. A black snake's head. Its head was at least 3 or 4 meters long, and its body was even more than 40 or 50 meters. Such a big snake? Cao Xing was surprised. At the same time, the faces of others changed instantly. Hiss. The black snake raised its head, spit out a scarlet and black tongue, and stared at everyone. In the dark green snake's eyes, there was a look of staring at prey. Cao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of the giant snake. Forest Witch's pet, BB, race, beast, level 38, 4th order leader level creature, HP. 148310/148310, attack power. 5123-5331 armor. 970 to 1015, skills, black scale armor, the whole body is covered with hard scales, with an additional plus 400 armor, deadly poison, use the huge mouth to bite the enemy, and inject deadly poison into it, causing damage of attack power asterisk 150% per second until death, with a cooldown of 40 seconds. Venom spray, open the huge mouth and use the fangs to spray 2 streams of venom, causing poison attacks to the enemy, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Swift assault, instantly burst out the power in the body, pounce on the enemy or escape at an extremely fast speed, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Giant snake frenzy, enters frenzy state, attack speed and movement speed increase by 50%, defense value decreases by 30%, effect lasts for 3 minutes, after use, it will fall into a weak state for 60 seconds. All attributes are reduced by 30%, cooling time is 5 minutes, dark body, special skill, after activating this skill, the black snake's life recovery speed is accelerated by 50%. The damage received is reduced by 30%. The attack speed and movement speed increase by 100%. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. Cooling time is 24 hours. Talent. Cold resistance talent. Behemoth. Breaks through the limit and becomes a behemoth with strong vitality, with an additional 50% increase in health. Introduction. The pet of this forest witch has become extremely manic and aggressive because of the dark aura. Please be careful. Good guy. A level 38 leader level black snake. Yes, this guy is a snake, not a python. It also has toxic attacks. A level 38 leader level monster. This is much more terrifying than that soul-eating demon. Lab felt the terrifying aura of the black snake and swallowed his saliva. Lord, I think I understand why the warriors of the wild boar tribe left. Cao Xing also nodded. Obviously, the wild boar warriors of this tribe were targeted by the black snake and had to migrate. At this moment, the black snake glanced at Cao Xing and others. The next moment, its body arched like an arrow ready to be launched. Then, it pounced on them. Boom. It is hard to imagine that such a huge body of the snake can have such a terrifying burst speed. Cao Xing instantly ordered, "Everyone, listen to my command and get ready for battle. Brom, block it." Brom rushed up instantly and shouted, "Indestructible." He was going to block the attack of this level 38 snake with the strength of level 20. Moreover, Brom was 2 levels lower than the black snake, and the attribute gap between them reached an extremely terrifying level. The head of the snake was about to touch Brom's shield. The terrifying might rushed towards him. Bang! The first wave of contact between the two sides. The holy shield on Brom was broken, followed by the second layer, and then the third layer. The 3 layers of holy shield did not even stop the black snake for a second. And just before Brom was about to be knocked out, he shouted, "The darker the night, the brighter the stars." Glacier crack. At this moment, Brom directly smashed the giant shield in his hand on the ground. A terrifying cold air burst out from the ground. A glacial crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and this crack was still spreading at an extremely terrifying speed. Crack, crack. The terrifying cold air instantly climbed up the black snake's scales, and then covered with a layer of frost. And on the black snake's head, -477, damage quickly appeared. However, the damage was not the main thing. The main thing was that the black snake's momentum was stopped. Not only that, the frost on the snake's body became more and more, and even completely covered its dozens of meters long body. The next moment, Brom flew backwards. A terrifying damage of -3374, also appeared on his head. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. If it weren't for Braum's frost shield to reduce damage, coupled with the weakening of the 3 layers of holy shield, I'm afraid this blow would be able to kill a 3rd level elite on the spot. Although Cao Xing's eyes were solemn, he did not panic. Instead, he quickly issued a series of orders. Assam, rush up and reduce its defense. Dabe, after Assam's holy shield is broken, you immediately rush up and use mammoth trampling. Rinus, use storm arrow rain directly to add a disabled state to it. Zilda, be ready to use the net and soul scream at any time. Others, follow me and output with all your strength. The incident changed too quickly, and the pressure of this black snake was too terrifying. But fortunately, with Cao Xing's command, everyone seemed to have found the backbone. They executed Cao Xing's orders at the first time. Andrew entered the owl beast form and began to bombard. Rinus directly threw a wave of storm arrow rain. Assam directly transformed into a sword energy that was more than 10 meters long and slashed it down 4 times in a row, including Hilda, Serap, Putana, as well as the 4 wild boar warriors and Abe, all rushed forward. The head of the black snake suddenly burst into dense damage. -215, -247, -1754, -441. -330, -257, -334. The armor of this big snake is too high. If Assam's sword of justice had not cut its armor by 40%, the damage would have been even lower. However, despite this wave of concentrated fire from everyone also directly took away more than 4000 HP of the big snake. Compared with its HP of nearly 150,000, it may not be worth mentioning, but it gave Cao Xing hope of victory. At the same time, the frost on the big snake's body began to crack. It was slow, but in fact, it took less than 2 seconds from Braum being slapped away and everyone launching the first wave of attacks. The control effect caused by Braum was almost over. The skill, Glacier Fissure, can control for 1 to 5 seconds. Obviously, this big snake is too strong, and the control time has been greatly reduced. Cao Xing's eyes focused and ordered, don't retreat, continue the second round of output. Crash. Everyone's attacks continued to pour down. The big snake's health dropped by 5000 again. However, at this time, the control state on it has ended. Snap. Snap. Hiss. The frost all over its body shattered, and the big snake screamed to the sky. It seemed that everyone's attacks had made it feel angry. The next moment, it was about to launch an attack. At this time, Cao Xing directly ordered, Dabe, use mammoth trample. Hearing Cao Xing's order, the mammoth executed it without hesitation. It rammed into the big snake, and then raised its front hooves high. Boom. -1023. The next moment, a stun mark appeared on the black snake's head, and the attack action stopped abruptly. Seeing this scene, the 4 wild boar warriors who were slashing wildly beside the big snake, as well as Putana and others, all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they trusted Cao Xing, they were still a little scared, because it was the first time they dealt with such a powerful creature. Now it seems that their new lord is very experienced in dealing with it. Before they could think about it, Cao Xing's voice appeared. Attack with all your strength. As soon as the words fell, everyone's attacks hit like a storm, and Cao Xing himself raised his staff and condensed various spells. Big ice spears, ice cones, continuously released. Everyone was doing their best to cause damage to this black snake. It is estimated that the black snake itself did not expect that it had rushed over aggressively and thought it could kill. As a result, as soon as it met, it was controlled by this group of people with various strange moves. 3 seconds later, the black snake's blood volume has dropped by 20,000. At this time, it finally broke free from the dizzy state. Hiss. The black snake seemed even more angry. It hissed and swung its huge tail violently. Although Cao Xing did not force control, he still did not ask others to retreat. He directly ordered, ignore the black snake's attack. Continue to output. Sarah, throw the dagger of obstruction. Blot, black smoke storm. At the same time, Cao Xing himself instantly condensed a group of ice arrows. The black snake raised its tail and was about to sweep away the group of insects nearby. With its attack power, a random blow can severely damage these 3rd level wild boar warriors. However, because of Cao Xing's order, these wild boar warriors and Putana were all biting the bullet to cause damage to the black snake. Only Asam's face did not change at all because he believed in Cao Xing's command. The huge tail swept across. A strong sound of wind came to my ears. Thanks to book friend Cao Xing for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20220206013203115 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zans for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 20230515171318445 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20230529142243985 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yuan Huaho for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Reader 1810900715533836288 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to AAA Baozi for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Buhuagu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Gemini Battleship S 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to What Doing What 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 20230608164926718 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 20130318112046431 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Love Eating Fruit for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to 7 Killings Legion for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 20220112141409020 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Wimmer for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 20170804222641207 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Shangguan Yuju for 18 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendations and subscriptions. Thanks to Zantesi for his 500 points again. The author would like to express his gratitude here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Fierce Battle with the Black Snake. The High Priest of Light appears. The huge tail of the black snake swept across, and a strong wind sound came to my ears. At this moment, with a burst of shattering sounds, everyone was not hurt, but a layer of the holy shield on their bodies was broken. Seeing this scene, all the newcomers breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but admire Cao Xing again. At the same time, Sarah had thrown out the dagger of obstacles and hit the black snake, greatly reducing its ability to move. Blot's black smoke storm also began to sweep, including Cao Xing's ice arrow rain. Various group attacks kept falling. At this moment, the black snake was enveloped by 2 group attacks, plus various negative states on its body. Although it can still move, it is like being stuck in a quagmire. Cao Xing said, "Keep attacking." Seeing this scene, the wild boar warriors looked surprised. "Wow. I'd chop. Lord Beast God, please give me strength." The 4 wild boar warriors screamed while waving their double knives and slashing wildly. Dense attacks began to fall. Andrew's hands were almost leaving after images, and he used moonfire and starfire to bombard. -251, -283, -338, -365, -2744, -853, -257. And this wave of group control directly controlled the black snake for 4 seconds. When the black smoke storm and ice arrow rain dissipated, the black snake's health dropped to 120,000. From the beginning of the battle to now, less than 15 seconds have passed. It has lost nearly 30,000 health. This output ability is really terrifying. At this time, the black snake was once again released from the controlled state, and it had fallen into an extremely angry state. Its pupils gradually covered with blood, and it wished to swallow all the ants on the field. However, its anger had no effect. Because Cao Xing still had control skills. Zeta, spider web plus soul scream. Zeta also executed it instantly. A huge spider web stuck half of the snake's body to the ground. Hiss, hiss. The black snake began to struggle hard, and the spider web began to break. Obviously, a control skill could not control such a powerful creature. Cao Xing was neither slow nor hurried. He raised his staff, and began to chant a spell. The flower of the abyss freezes time. All things in the world are stained with the fierce color of ice and snow. Poor guy, rest in frozen memories. It sounds very second rate, but this is the spell of extreme ice bloom. At the same time, as Cao Xing finished chanting, under the body of the black snake, a huge hexagram magic circle appeared. This magic circle exuded an astonishing cold air. Then, the first ice column rushed out suddenly. Puff. -244. The damage was not high, but it covered the black snake's scales with a layer of frost. Then the second section of the ice column rushed out. A layer of frost appeared on the black snake's scales again. Puff. Puff puff puff. The ice columns rushed out one after another, and the big snake's ability to move was once again reduced to the lowest. It was controlled in place again. The other men were all dumbfounded. From the beginning of the battle, this big snake came with great force. It even gave people a feeling of being unable to resist. However, under Cao Xing's command, they pressed it to the ground and beat it like a sandbag for nearly 20 seconds. Assam and others were fine. The 4 newly joined wild boar warriors, including Putana, were already dumbfounded, because they knew that monsters of this level could easily devour them. But now, they can attack each other recklessly like hitting wooden stakes. What a terrible lord. They even use the word terrible to describe Cao Xing. After the initial surprise, they also became excited. Lab shouted loudly, "Big black snake, look at me, avenge those tribal warriors you swallowed." Double knife wheel dance. The handles of the 2 long knives were docked, and then held in Lab's hands, spinning like a windmill. Swish, swish, swish. Cutting on the scales of the black snake, making a ding 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 sound. At the same time, Cao Xing's ice bloom was also released to the final stage. An ice crystal flower made of 12 ice pillars appeared. Then, this ice crystal flower exploded instantly. Bang. -577. At this moment, the black snake's health has been suppressed by them to less than 100,000. This is Cao Xing's explosive power. As long as the various control skills are well connected, it can control the 4th level leader for more than 20 seconds. At this moment, the black snake directly entered the giant snake rage state. The black aura on its body rose up and was almost condensed into substance. The terrifying sense of deterrence came over. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing directly ordered, "All melee, all retreat." Assam's sword was halfway swung. After hearing this, he gave up the attack and controlled the frost wolf under his feet without hesitation, turning around and running. And the wild boar warriors and Putana, after the previous battle, also completely believed in Cao Xing. They turned around and ran wildly. At the same time, the black snake went completely crazy. The huge snake twisted its body and began to attack the creatures around it indiscriminately. A snake tail swept over continuously. Bang, bang. A series of dull noises continued to come from the empty wild boar tribe. Even the stairs and stone doors next to it were blown up by its tail. Gravel flew everywhere. However, its attack did not have the expected effect, because Assam and others had already evacuated far away. The big snake stared at Andrew and others, twisted its body, and rushed over frantically. Cao Xing ordered, "Andrew, switch to giant bear form and block this black snake." Assam, go over and help Andrew. The 2 3rd level leader level creatures executed without hesitation. Roar. A big white bear rushed up. Assam jumped off the back of the frost wolf and swept a sword directly. The black snake also launched a crazy attack on the 2. Bang, bang. The huge tail swung on them, but did not cause any damage to them. It just knocked off several layers of holy shields on the 2. This made it furious. The big snake opened its huge mouth and sprayed venom towards where Hilda was. Hiss. Hilda's blood poison had reached 10 layers. Damage numbers kept popping up on the black snake's head, and the blood poison made it feel extremely painful. That's why the black snake suddenly attacked Hilda. However, Hilda also gave up the attack and turned to run away. Swish! The ball of snake venom fell on Hilda and melted a layer of holy shield. Seeing this scene, the black snake was furious again, and it was about to rush over to chase. Braum, whose health had been restored, stood in front of the black snake again. "Hey, little snake, let's do it again." The black snake looked at Braum, still with a look in his eyes, like looking at a bug, and bit him directly. However, this bite hit Braum's shield. At the same time, the attacks of Sarah, Hilda, Andrew and others had already come instantly. Not only that, Dabe also slammed into the black snake's head like a violent beast. Bang! -1044. Black snake's huge body was even knocked off balance by Dabe. Then Dabe and Braum held black snake together, and the others began to attack crazily. The big snake also kept attacking Dabe and Braum. Time, 30 seconds passed again. Braum's health was a bit dangerous, and he was attacked by the big snake until only 2000 points were left. Liu Muxue next to him raised her hand and cast a holy healing technique. +1042 +258. This mouthful of milk directly pulled Braum's health back. Not only that, because 60 seconds had passed, Braum refreshed 3 layers of holy shield again. Black Snake saw that the enemy in front of him began to weaken and thought he could finally kill him. But he put on 3 layers of holy shield again. And Liu Muxue behind him was holding a holy shield skill in her hand, ready to refresh the holy shield for Braum at any time. Hiss. Hiss. Black Snake was almost furious. Cao Xing, who was commanding from the back, had a smile on his face. The skill of Holy Shield is really useful, especially for dealing with monsters with strong attack power. As long as it is used well, everyone can be a meat shield. After more than a minute, the health of the black snake has dropped below 70,000. At this moment, the holy shield above everyone's head has been refreshed again. Not only that, the cooling time of Hilda's spider web and Sarah's dagger of obstruction has also ended. Cao Xing's eyes showed joy. It is true that there is strength in numbers. It seems that I have to find a few more subordinates with control skills in the future to deal with this big boss and control it to death. Of course, Cao Xing is just thinking about it. The same type of control skills, used multiple times in the same battle, will increase the opponent's resistance. For example, if you control the opponent for 3 seconds the first time, you may only be able to control it for 1 second the second time, and the third time may not cause any effect. At this time, the big snake is in a violent state, and all aspects of the attributes are skyrocketing. And because there is no control skill, the big snake is rampaging in the tribe, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Cao Xing can only command, while paying attention to avoiding the big snake's attack, and the damage efficiency is greatly reduced. In those close combats, except for Braum and Sarah, no one else could even get close. Without the protection of the holy shield, they would be blown away in an instant. After more than a minute of stalemate, Cao Xing had reduced the health of the snake to less than 60,000. Its body was covered with various bloodstains. Several of the glowing snake scales were knocked off. As time passed, the snake's violent state had only 1 minute left. Very good. As long as we hold on for another minute, the snake will fall into a weak state. Then, it will be time for me to focus fire and kill it in seconds. Cao Xing had a happy look on his face. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to calculate in his mind. This snake is so huge, the meat on its body is at least 10 tons. And it's a leader level beast. This is the first time I've encountered it. I guess it will add more attributes. The scales on its body are also good things. I estimate that the grade is no less than purple, and a large number of scales can be made. As long as we kill it, we will really make a fortune this time. But we still have to be careful of its last skill, the dark body. This skill is a bit scary. Cao Xing had a look of joy on his face, and he was even thinking about the gains after killing this big snake. At this moment, the big snake seemed to feel the danger. It knew that its rage was about to end, and when it was weak, it would definitely not be a match for these people. So, the black snake hissed to the sky, turned its head directly, and rushed towards the gap behind it. Cao Xing realized something in an instant and shouted, "Bron, Dabe, stop it." Just as they rushed over and were about to stop the black snake, Cao Xing suddenly noticed that more than a dozen figures quickly got into the gap in the tribe. The group of people held swords in their hands and wore vortex masks on their faces. There was also a guy wearing a white robe and holding a staff in his hand. The white-robed priest raised his staff, and a terrifying light element gathered towards him. He chanted, "In the name of the god of light, lower the chains of bondage. Fix it for me." The next moment, a thick chain of light suddenly fell from the air. Then it suddenly penetrated the black scales of the big snake and locked it to the ground. Bang. -4413. A terrifying damage number appeared. Hiss. The big snake screamed again. At the same time, two archers in the group of hunters shot arrows. One shot at the mammoth, and the other shot at Cao Xing. "Lord, please be careful." Sarah appeared next to Cao Xing in an instant. At the moment, when the arrow flew over, Sarah saw the opportunity and slashed it directly with a knife. Ding. The arrow was cut off directly, and the big white next to him was hit by an arrow. -2133. Such high damage. Cao Xing instantly felt the threat of these hunters, and at the same time realized something. This group of guys are the hunters who entered the witch forest, and the one in white robes is the white-robed high priest among the hunters. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Cao Xing's mind. So many people appeared at once. Could it be that these hunters have been eyeing us for a long time? This black snake, could it be that these hunters have been driving it to deal with us? Now that the black snake is no match for me, I'm ready to attack it. At this moment, the white-robed high priest said with interest. It actually stopped Minte's attack, which is quite interesting. Then, he took a look at the struggling black snake and ordered, "Kill these people, don't let them leak the news. Bino, you follow me, and kill this black snake." More than a dozen hunters replied at the same time, "Yes, Master Priest." The next moment, these people rushed towards Cao Xing. The white-robed priest and the two black-robed priests faced the black snake. Fuck. Cao Xing cursed inwardly. He also understood the purpose of these hunters. They were not coming for him, but seemed to be coming for the black snake. This group of hunters had been staying outside the tribe, observing the battle inside. When they saw the black snake was about to run away, they were ready to take action. Cao Xing directly entered the demon transformation state and then ordered, "Don't worry about the black snake. Kill these hunters." As soon as the words fell, Assam and others stopped moving. At the same time, 6 hunter killers and another 8 hunter warriors rushed towards them. Those brought to the witch forest by the white-robed high priest were all elites among the hunters. Cao Xing glanced at them casually. Hunter elite warrior level 33, level 4 elite, HP 37,640/37,640, attack power 2137-2189, skills, intermediate sword mastery, sword of faith, swift pursuit, talent, none, well-trained elite killer level 34, level 4 elite, HP 36,520/36,520, attack power 2274-2298, skills, intermediate stealth, killer step, backstab, talent, none. Wow, they are all level 4 elites. Cao Xing was shocked. There are more than a dozen level 4 elites here, plus the 2 black-robed priests next to the white-robed priest. In other words, this group of hunters has at least 2 leaders, more than a dozen elites, and a more powerful high priest this time. What a powerful Ledup. However, although the opponent is very powerful, Cao Xing is not a pushover. Damn it, you're the monster that stole my weapons and dared to attack me. Today I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. After saying that, he activated Soul Decay, and the black flames enveloped the dozen elites. -574, -544, -553, -871. In an instant, more than a dozen densely packed injurers floated up. The group of hunters all felt a terrifying burning sensation in their bodies. Ah, what kind of flame is this? Damn it. I feel like my soul is about to be burned. The severe pain from the depths of their souls made them scream, and their charge stopped instantly. Then, they noticed the changes in Cao Xing. It's that otherworldly lord. Go and kill him. At this time, Cao Xing directly ordered, Dabe, use mammoth trampling, leave them for me. Assam, Bron, stop the group of hunter killers. Everyone else, kill all the hunters. After hearing Cao Xing's order, Dabe swung his trunk and rushed over. Then he used a mammoth trample. Boom. The 5 hunter warriors were stunned instantly. Assam and Brom raised their weapons and rushed to the group of hunter killers to engage in a head-on confrontation. Taking this opportunity, the others began to attack with all their strength. Moonfire, Storm Arrow Rain, Double Blade Dance, -1184, -1654, -2733, -1328. -678, -1054. Although they were at a lower level than these 4th level hunters, compared to the Black Snake, the damage was much more objective. At the first encounter, the 8 hunter warriors stopped charging, and their formation collapsed instantly. At the back of the team, the 6 hunter killers saw this scene, and gasped at the same time. Damn, these people are so strong. Go help Frederick and the others. Seeing that the group of hunter killers tried to break through Assam and Brom and rushed over, and at this moment, a shadow blade flashed with cold light. Arc flash. Instantly, a terrifying damage appeared on the heads of the 4 hunter killers. -3854, -2873, -2653, -2731 hiss. The terrifying damage made the group of hunter killers gasp. This dark elf assassin is so strong. Just now outside, didn't we see her being suppressed by the giant snake? How could such a terrifying power burst out all of a sudden? They completely underestimated Serap's fighting ability. Just now, when they were watching the battle outside, they only saw the giant snake going crazy and preventing Seraph from getting close. However, they didn't think about what level of creature the giant snake was and what level of creature they were. Chapter 164 Summon the Undead Army and Crush Everything. These hunters didn't even think about what level of creatures the big snake was and what level of creatures they were. At this time, Cao Xing directly ordered, Lab, lead the other wild boar warriors to assist Serap in killing these hunter killers. Renus, the archers over there are left to you. Others, kill these hunter warriors as quickly as possible. The 4 wild boar warriors listened to the order and rushed up with double knives. They are all 3rd level creatures, which is a big gap from these 4th level elites. However, because of their powerful buff, they are not at all inferior to such a powerful killer at this moment. Swish, swish. 7 or 8 machetes chopped wildly without saying anything. This group of hunter killers were suddenly besieged by 4 wild boar warriors and Serap and others, and the pressure suddenly increased. The battlefields in several other places also stabilized. This also means that this wave of attacks by the hunters was resolved by them. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the white-robed priest didn't come. Otherwise, this guy would have at least the strength of a 4th tier leader, and he's also a mage, so his lethality would be too terrifying. At this moment, the white-robed high priest was waving his staff, constantly causing damage to the black snake. Huge balls of light fell one after another, hitting the black snake and causing it to hiss continuously. -3751, -3364, -3571. Terrifying damage numbers appeared one after another. The white-robed high priest was at least the strength of a 4th tier leader, and his damage was very terrifying. With the addition of 2 black-robed priests at the leader level, the black snake's health had been suppressed to less than 40,000 at this moment. The white-robed high priest also saw the scene below. The dozen or so 4th tier elites he sent out were actually suppressed. At this moment, the white-robed high priest took a deep look at this group of people. Through watching the battle outside just now, he had already highly regarded the strength of these people, otherwise he would not have sent out so many 4th tier elites at once. However, the opponent's strength still exceeded its expectations. At this moment, the black snake seemed to know that, if it continued like this, it would die in the hands of these humans. It raised its head high and hissed. Hiss. The next moment, an astonishing black gas suddenly burst out from it. And, recovery numbers appeared from its head. +1173 +1173. It was the special skill of the black snake, Dark Body. Seeing this scene, the white-robed high priest felt nervous. Damn it. This black snake has activated the dark power in its body again. Interrupt it. After hearing this, the two black-robed priests rushed up with their weapons. However, under the skill of Dark Body, the state of the big snake has reached its peak at this moment. When fighting with Cao Xing before, it was not forced to use this method. Now that its blood volume has dropped to a dangerous level, it has to use it. It repeatedly slapped the two black-robed priests in front of it, and even wanted to rush towards the white-robed priest. At the same time, the elite hunters below were also calling for help. High Priest, these guys are so strong, we are no match. Accidents occurred on the battlefields on both sides at the same time. The white-robed High Priest's eyes sank instantly. He didn't expect that he wanted to be the last one to escape, but he found that the strength of both the mantis and the cicada in front of him exceeded his expectations. The white-robed priest looked at the door, and there seemed to be a flash of entanglement in his eyes. Should we send everyone in now to besiege this black snake? After thinking for a moment, the white-robed priest immediately shook his head. No, the black snake that uses the power of darkness is very powerful. We can't stop it with our strength. And the people outside are the means are left to prevent the black snake from escaping. This black snake is the key to the plan, and it must not be lost. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision and went ahead with the original plan. He said in a serious tone, I order you to stop this group of humans at all costs. The church will remember your contribution. At this moment, he no longer cared about the life and death of the group of hunters below, but focused on dealing with the black snake. The staff was raised, and a series of light magic hit the black snake, causing terrible damage. In the blink of an eye, the black snake's health had dropped below 30,000. Black snakes, a 4th order leader level creature, already have spirituality and extraordinary intelligence. It knows that, if it stays here, it will really die here. At this time, the black snake suddenly swung its tail violently. Bang, bang, a huge force came, and the two black-robed priests were directly blown away. It ran directly towards the gap in the tribe. Rumble. The momentum of the black snake's escape was amazing. The high priest was about to catch up. At this moment, a figure appeared near them. Cao Xing didn't know when, and touched a few hundred meters next to him. This position happened to be Cao Xing's maximum attack distance. Cao Xing said with a smile on his face, you bastard robbed me, right? If I can't get it, you can't get it either. He raised his staff directly, and released the skill, Extreme Ice Bloom again. In an instant, a 6-pointed star staff emitting cold air appeared, covering the white-robed high priest and the two black-robed high priests. Their ability to move has been greatly reduced. At this moment, the white-robed high priest could only watch the black snake drill out of the gap in the tribe. Then, he turned his head and looked at Cao Xing with a sinister look. Boy, do you know how long we have been preparing to deal with this black snake? If you let this black snake run away, I will make you live a life worse than death. Cao Xing fought back mercilessly. Old bastard, are you arrogant? You want to be the Oriole, but you don't have the ability, and you are still here in a rage. The white-robed high priest chuckled after hearing this and said, do you think that this will destroy and prevent us from killing the black snake? You think too much. In order to deal with this black snake, we have prepared a lot of backup plans. The power of the Church of Light is far beyond your imagination. At the same time, there was a fierce battle outside the tribe. It seemed that another team was fighting the black snake. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing frowned. But the white-robed high priest had a playful look in his eyes. Bino, go over there and kill this ignorant brat. I'll go outside and kill the black snake. The two black-robed priests obeyed the order and rushed over with their weapons. He himself rushed straight outside. Cao Xing's eyes widened. Want to leave? Sarah, stop him. The dark elf appeared in the darkness and threw a dagger of obstruction. Puff. -2367. The white-robed priest's ability to move was greatly reduced in an instant. He limped and turned his head to look at Cao Xing angrily. You are looking for death. Cao Xing was even more amused when he saw his angry look. Sarah, keep holding him back and make this old man angry to death. Assam, Muxue, come and protect me. Sarah obeyed the order and appeared beside the white-robed priest, launching a fierce attack on him. At the same time, the two knights heard Cao Xing's voice and rushed over quickly. With the blessing of the Queen's will, they moved very fast. Cao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of the two black-robed priests and the white-robed priest. Hunter black-robed priest LV33, level, 4th level boss level creature HP. 44,337/56,230, attack power. 3251 3372, skills, intermediate sword mastery, bleeding, rigidity, swift pursuit, sword dance. Talent, none. Hunter black-robed priest LV35, level, 4th level boss level creature HP. 42,731/58,310, attack power. 3388 3491, skills, intermediate battle axe mastery, great axe slam, parry, slash, raging axe. Talent, none. White robe priest, Alfonso Rocarel V34 level, 4th order boss level creature HP. 73,323/97,690 attack power. 4274 4576 armor. 533576 skills, sunlight ray, concentrates the power of light to shoot a focused beam, causing damage to enemies in a straight line by 80k * 143% and restoring the same HP to allies. Cooldown time 40 seconds. Judgment sphere, condenses a ball of light, causing damage to enemies within the range by 80k * 156% and temporarily blinding them. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Chain of light, concentrates the power of light to send out a powerful chain of light to attack the enemy and bind it. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Shining arc, shoots a jumping shining arc forward, causing one layer of light mark to the enemy hit, increasing the light attribute damage received by 20%. Lasts for 100 seconds. Cooldown time 150 seconds. Judgment of light, give the power of faith, summon the incarnation of light, and cause 455% judgment attack to all enemies within 500 meters, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Talent, light element affinity, stronger perception of light element. Introduction. Alfonso was favored by the Church of Light because of his keen perception of light element since childhood, and then a lot of resources were spent on training. In just over 10 years, he became a 4th level leader. Good fellow, this white-robed priest is quite fierce. Cao Xing immediately raised his vigilance. The power of a 4th level leader level mage is enough to cause heavy damage to them. Cao Xing was not afraid of him, not to mention the trump card in his hand, Book of the Dead of Ascalon. It's not like he hasn't done it before with 4th level leaders. Didn't he almost kill that big snake? A 4th level leader is not worth using the Book of the Dead once. At this moment, the white-robed priest was dragged by Sarah, and the two black-robed priests were also stopped by Cao Xing's two knights. The fighting outside was getting louder and louder, and the white-robed priest seemed more and more anxious. This was not the original plan. They had already figured out the strength of the snake, and knew that the other party would have several violent stages. This other world lord beat the snake's first violent stage. It made the white-robed high priest feel that he had a sure win. So he decided to separate some elites to kill this group of humans. Then he led people to intercept the snake and beat it for the second time. Even if the snake escaped, there were still a large number of hunters left outside who could hold back the violent snake for a while. Then he would go out and kill the snake himself. However, this damn other world lord stopped him. In this way, with the power outside, it is absolutely impossible to stop the violent snake. At this moment, the white-robed priest hated Cao Xing in his heart while fighting with Sarah, and Cao Xing hated this guy too. It was not easy to beat the black snake to a residual blood state, and this group of hunters came out halfway and robbed his monster. In this case, then forget it. At the same time, there was a violent tremor outside the tribe. Cao Xing vaguely heard a few exclamations. After a while, the noise outside subsided. Everyone saw that a large number of hunters came in from the gap. There were more than 100 people one after another. Among them were two black-robed priests. Cao Xing immediately exclaimed, "Wow, how many people did the Church of Light bring in this time? This is almost as many as a squadron. Sarah, come here quickly." Cao Crossing didn't want Sarah to be besieged by so many people. Assam, Muxue, let's run. After saying that, Cao Crossing threw an ice wall on the spot. They directly gave up the enemy in front of them and ran towards the back of the battlefield. After the group of hunters came in, they quickly came to the side of the white-robed priest. One of the black-robed priests said in frustration, "High Priest, we failed. The black snake was in such a frenzy that we delayed for a long time, but you didn't come out. So we didn't stop it." Hearing this, the high priest became even more angry. "Damn it, it's all because of this brat. Since the operation failed, let's kill these people first, then go to the forest to chase this black snake." Hearing the order, the more than 100 hunters on the field looked at Bron and others who were fighting in the distance. Fierce eyes appeared in their eyes. Then, more than 100 figures rushed towards Cao Crossing and his group. At this moment, everyone felt a pressure. At this moment, the high priest looked at Cao Crossing, who ran to the back of the team. He said angrily, "Brat, are you scared now? Don't think that you can be safe by hiding behind. I will make you pagans pay a heavy price. Then when I catch you, I will let you know what it means to be worse than death." After hearing this, the solemnity on Cao Crossing's face disappeared, and he suddenly laughed. "You old man, do you really think you can beat me? Just wait. Isn't it just more people?" After saying that, Cao Crossing took out a book emitting blue undead light from his backpack. "This is the Book of the Dead of Ascalon. I didn't want to use this white-robed high priest, but now there are too many people on the other side, and the attack power of this old guy is too high. If you are not careful, there may be casualties." So Cao Crossing decided to summon the undead directly and kill all these pagans. As he turned the first page of the book, everyone felt that a strong blue undead power emerged from Cao Crossing's body. This undead power made his hair start to fly wildly. Then, Cao Crossing turned the pages of the book while chanting a spell. Get up, warriors of Ascalon. Thrust forward with your spears and block with your shields. Raise your swords and fight. Stain the earth with blood. Huolala." The Book of the Dead in Cao Crossing's hand was turning pages frantically. The entire wild boar tribe, as he chanted, began to be filled with the breath of the dead. The temperature began to drop sharply, and the surroundings turned into a bleak blue. The isolated environment here was instantly covered with frost at this moment. The white-robed high priest suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis and said in horror, "What are you doing? Don't worry about those people. Go and interrupt this lord of another world." However, how could Bron and others let them interrupt Cao Crossing's chanting? They all rushed up and intercepted the more than 100 hunters. The white-robed high priest's face became more and more anxious. He raised his staff and began to quickly condense the power of light. And Cao Crossing still chanted calmly, "Charge now. Charge now. For the glory of the past, go forward bravely. Fight until the end of the world." At this moment, the spell was chanted. The entire battlefield suddenly stopped. The group of hunters were horrified to find that behind Cao Crossing, more than 1,000 undead floating in the air appeared. They were wearing armor, holding swords and shields, standing in place in a uniform manner. Moreover, every undead here gave them a strong sense of threat. Duke Paladin, wearing heavy armor and holding a sharp sword, stood at the front of the team. He looked at the situation in front and noticed the hunters and white-robed priests behind him. Paladin looked at Cao Crossing and chuckled. "Lord Cao Crossing, it seems that you are in trouble." Cao Crossing nodded and said, "Yes, Duke Paladin. This group of crazy cultists seems to be carrying out some evil plan, but I accidentally discovered it. So they are furious and want to use the number of people to surround and kill me. Now, impose sanctions on these crazy cultists. The summoning of the Book of the Dead only lasts 60 seconds. So Cao Crossing has no time to reminisce with the Duke." After hearing this, Duke Paladin chuckled again. "As you wish, Lord Cao Crossing." Then, he drew the long sword at his waist. "Ascalon warriors, follow me to charge. Kill all enemies." After the words fell, the other undead made cold voices full of murderous intent. "Kill, kill, kill." Then, the Duke of Paladin rushed out first. Boom. Like thousands of troops galloping, the blue army of undead rushed over like a tsunami, so fast that it was unimaginable. Seeing this scene, the high priest's eyes showed fear. He shouted, "Run! Run. He knew how terrifying this group of undead was. Among them, he even saw several existences that were no less than himself. In particular, the undead wearing heavy armor and holding a sword gave him a fatal sense of crisis. Hearing the voice of the high priest, the group of crazy hunters directly gave up the battle in front of them and began to run wildly towards the gap in the back. However, how could their speed be comparable to the undead army of Ascalon? The ghost's battle blade passed silently. When the first hunter was submerged, hundreds of injuries appeared on his head instantly. Minus 2754, minus 2273, minus 3321, minus 3251, minus 2315, minus 2523, minus 6321. The hunter was chopped to pieces without even a bone left, as if half of it had evaporated. The next moment, more and more hunters were drowned by Ascalon's undead army in a short period of time. Boom. Every drowned hunter would instantly have hundreds of wounds on his head. Ah. What kind of monsters are these? Save me, Master Priest, God of Light. Please save us. The screams were endless. However, their cries for help were soon drowned out. Even those elite hunter killers, the black-robed priests at the leader level, after being drowned by the undead army, they could only struggle for a few seconds before being killed on the spot. 15 seconds. Really 15 seconds. This 4th level hunter squadron of hundreds of people was directly destroyed. Even their bodies disappeared directly. A dazzling array of props appeared on the ground. They were the souls, hearts of power, and various equipment that exploded after the death of the group of hunters. Hiss. At this moment, everyone on the field took a breath of cold air. Too fierce. It was really too fierce. What does it mean to be invincible? What does it mean to be unstoppable? This is the strength of the undead army. On the field, only the last hunter, the white-robed priest, was left. As a 4th order leader, he could barely resist. However, it was only a resistance. His various magics were easily cracked by the Duke of Paladin. At this moment, Cao Xing realized how terrifying the Duke of Paladin was. At least a 4th order leader. The white-robed high priest kept screaming. Ah. You damn undead. The God of Light will punish you. You guys, just wait. The new seed of light has appeared. It won't be long before we will welcome the new son of light. By then, all of you pagans will be punished. The voice stopped abruptly. The white-robed priest was killed on the spot. From the launch of the charge to the end of the battle, the whole process took only 20 seconds. Cao Xing sighed again. This group of undead was too fierce. It was even a bit of a waste to use it to deal with this 4th order leader. This is a terrifying force that can turn a large-scale war around. At this time, the Duke of Palatine, who had finished the battle, had returned to Cao Xing. Lord Cao Xing, I'm fortunate to have fulfilled my mission. Thanks to the book friend, Gemini Battleship for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, book friend 201709150248190444 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Ultraman Fights, 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Kyoshozishi for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, book friend 201708042226412007 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, GFSDFF for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, Fenki Wutang Shuai for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Reader 1666669499046018560 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to, I Want to Fly for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Lengbekings 1 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Sukingai for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Sunkitha for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to, bookfriend 202212072216347771 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to, Liiii for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 165, Huge Harvest, The Staff of Light of Dawn. Lord Cao Xing, I have fulfilled my mission. Duke Paladin chuckled. Cao Xing also smiled and replied, Sir Paladin, the power of the Ascalon undead is truly amazing. Duke Paladin nodded. Yes, the enemy's purgatory cursed us, and at the same time, gave us great power. But even so, we still lost the war. Cao Xing heard the loneliness in his tone and was about to say a few words of comfort. At this time, Duke Palatine suddenly said, "Lord Cao Xing, in our time, we have never heard of the organization of the Church of Light. However, the person just said that the new seed of light has been born. I suggest you pay attention to it." Well, why? Because there may be the power of gods behind it. Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this. The power of gods? Duke Palatine nodded and said, "Yes, the seed of gods is the SSS-level of gods walking in the world. Back then, we in Ascalon met a SSS-level for gods, and through his dialogue with gods, we obtained the ancient sword Magdal. If what he said is true, then it means that there may be a SSS-level for gods behind the Church of Light who supports it." Cao Xing frowned and asked, "Is this SSS-level for gods very strong?" Duke Palatine shook his head. "No, the SSS-level for gods do not have that much power. Their only function is to be able to communicate with gods. However, no one knows whether the existence that talks to them is a real god or some unknown existence." Cao Xing fell into deep thought after hearing this. No wonder the hunters developed so fast. It turned out that there was a SSS-level for the gods helping them. However, this so-called SSS-level is not sure whether it is true or not. Perhaps the gods behind it are also some kind of evil existence. After all, Cao Xing has a task prop, which is marked with the fallen mountain god. He nodded and said, "Thank you for reminding me, Your Excellency the Duke." The Duke of Palatine smiled, without the coldness of the undead at all. "By the way, Lord Cao Xing, there is a hidden assassin over there. Do you need me to kill him? Or do you handle it yourself?" Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then looked over. There was a sudden movement in the bushes in the distance. At this moment, Cao Xing was surprised. He really didn't realize that there was a hidden assassin nearby, and the people inside seemed to realize that they were discovered. From the bushes, a masked figure quickly jumped out. He was about to run away. The Duke of Palatine directly swung out a sword and slashed it across several kilometers. Minus 11,377. After the scream, a terrifying damage number appeared. Cao Xing saw this and quickly ordered, "Hilda, Sarah, go and control this guy." The two leaders rushed over quickly and controlled the hunter killer. Cao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the Duke of Paladin with gratitude. If it weren't for his reminder, I'm afraid the killer would really slip away from under their noses. By then, the other party witnessed everything and reported it to the Church of Light, and Cao Xing would be exposed. The Duke of Paladin nodded and said, "Lord Cao Xing, the power of space is no longer enough. We have to go back to the underground palace. Although I don't know how you are here, I feel that this jungle is not simple. I can feel that there is a power no less powerful than mine in the depths of the jungle. You'd better be careful. If you encounter an enemy you can't fight, remember to summon us at any time." Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned again, and then thanked. "Thank you for your reminder and concern, Duke. This is the benefit of reaching intimacy." Duke Paladin has already regarded Cao Xing as his own, and even takes the initiative to worry about his safety. After a moment, the group of undead gradually dissipated. Cao Xing fell into thought. Is it no less powerful than the Duke? That is, at least the 4th level leader, or the legendary 5th level strongman, or the commander. Whatever it is, I can't defeat it at this stage. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's eyes appeared solemn again. As the Duke said, this forest is not simple. Even the Church of Light has sent so many people here, which shows how much they value this place. And their goal seems to be to kill this big snake, which seems to be related to some kind of plan. And through the name of this big snake, Cao Xing knew that it was the pet of the witch in this forest. This means that the legendary witch exists. It's getting more and more complicated. Cao Xing shook his head and put these thoughts aside. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by a large pile of things that fell on the platform below. Cao Xing saw equipment, souls, and various materials all over the ground. These were the things that exploded after the hunters died. Yes, although Cao Xing would not get any experience from the group of undead killing the hunters. However, the equipment on them still exploded. Cao Xing even saw that the staff used by the white-robed priest also fell to the ground. He was instantly excited. At this moment, he threw all the plans of the Church of Light and the Forest Witch behind his mind. Cao Xing directly ordered, Assam, take people to clean up the battlefield. Assam obeyed the order and quickly began to pick up the spoils that fell on the ground. Cao Xing himself came to the side of Hilda and Sarah. At this moment, the hunter-killer still had an angry look in his eyes. His neck and chest were all cut by Sarah, and the wounds were festering, which was the effect of Irina's permanent snake venom. In addition, he was bound by a spider web, so it can be said that he couldn't escape. After seeing Cao Xing coming, the hunter still had a look of resentment in his eyes. Through the last experience, Cao Xing already knew that these cultists were brainwashed. How stubborn. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, this guy has fallen into his hands. Just take him back to the camp and interrogate him slowly. Moreover, this guy did not commit suicide immediately after being caught, which shows that he is still afraid of death. This gave Cao Xing an opportunity. He took a look at the opponent's blood volume, health value, 13,331/36,440. Cao Xing said directly, Sarah, give him 2 more knives and cut him to the near death state. Sarah did it directly. Swish, swish, -4763, -5213. These 2 knives were both vital attacks, and the killer fell into a semi-comatose state. After the system is updated, it will no longer be like before. Even if there is only 1 drop of blood left, it can still be full of energy. Instead, after the blood volume drops to a certain level, it will become like the group of soldiers in the dungeon, dying, weak, and without any resistance. Seeing this, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. However, although this guy has temporarily lost his ability to resist, but how to control these strong men is also a problem. After all, these guys have strong physiques and have the ability to recover on their own, so the best way is to control their actions. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. In his backpack, there are thousands of strong vines. Among them, there are quite a few blue quality vines. Just can be used to control this guy. So, he took out strong vines, blue, from his backpack, and then asked Sarah to tie him up into a knot. His hands and feet were also tied separately. After doing this, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Zilda, keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. TSK. Zilda's face was full of disgust, and then she threw another spider web. At the same time, Assam and the others had also cleaned up the battlefield. They came over and handed all the things dropped by these hunters to Cao Xing. Looking at the pile of trophies in front of him, Cao Xing's eyes couldn't help but shine. He put them all into his backpack in one go, and a bunch of system prompts appeared. First, there was a wave of equipment. Obtained. Dawnlight Staff, gold. Obtained. Hunter High Priest Mask, gold. Obtained. Ruva Skull Crusher, purple. Obtained. Guardian Sword, purple. Obtained. Gladiator Spear, purple. Obtained. Hunter Priest Mask, purple. Asterisk 3 right square bracket, obtained. Boulder Hammer, blue. Asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtained. Deadwood Longbow, blue. Asterisk 2 right square bracket, obtained. Crystal Dagger, blue. Asterisk 5 right square bracket, obtained. Standard Longsword, bow and arrow, war knife. Green. Asterisk 75. Then, there was a wave of prompts for souls and other things. Obtain. Holy Light Priest Recruitment Scroll, gold. Asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtain. High Priest Leader Soul, gold. Asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtain. Black Robe Priest Leader Soul asterisk 2 right square bracket, obtain. Hunter Elite Killer Soul asterisk 4 right square bracket, obtain. High Level Power Heart asterisk 1 right square bracket, obtain. Intermediate Power Heart asterisk 2 right square bracket, obtain. Primary Power Heart asterisk 5 right square bracket, obtain. Arrows, white, asterisk 372, obtain. Shadow Cloak, Special Equipment, asterisk 95, obtain. Coins asterisk 17,331. Fuck. Holy Light Priest Recruitment Scroll, Leader Soul, and 2 gold equipment. At this moment, Cao Xing was amazed. This wave of harvest was too fierce. Killed a leader, 4 leaders, and a large group of hunter elites and ordinary hunters. Too many things were exploded. Especially the white-robed high priest. He directly contributed 4 gold props to Cao Xing. 2 gold equipment, 2 gold props. Cao Xing couldn't wait to check the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment. Dawnlight staff, gold, quality, rare, requirement to wear, level 20 or above, attack power. 375394, additional special effect, spirit plus 30, constitution plus 20, additional special effect, blessing of light, when launching light magic attacks, increase attack power by 20%, additional. Special effect, redemption of light, when launching buff skills, increase the buff effect by an additional 20%, additional special effect, light of dawn, when launching magic, there is a 30% chance to reset the CD time of this magic, and the triggering interval of this special effect is 3 minutes. Equipment introduction, a staff with a strong breath of light, a weapon given to Alfonso by the Bishop of Light himself. What a powerful property. Cao Xing was amazed. Every special effect of this Dawnlight staff, except the second one, can bring him great help. Especially the third special effect, Redemption of Light. Combined with the blessing of the Sea of the Kingdom Holy Ring, it can increase the healing effect by an additional 70%. With Cao Xing's current mental strength, plus these 2 golden equipment, the recovery of ice healing can reach 363 per second. And this gain is more comprehensive. Even the armor of ice armor can be greatly enhanced. But unfortunately, the second special effect is not suitable for him. He is a frost mage, not a light mage. Cao Xing looked at his level. Level 19, 57%. Not bad, not bad. Just the last level. I will go back to brush another wave of ice nests in the evening, and I will almost be able to reach level 20. Thinking of this, Cao Xing put it in his backpack. Then he looked at another golden mask. Church of Light, High Priest mask, gold, attribute, special equipment, equipment attributes. All attributes increase by 15 points. Note, the High Priest is already a high-ranking member of the Church of Light. Each High Priest is a key focus. If you are discovered, you will be hunted down by the Kingdom Knights. Please wear it with caution. Although this thing is very powerful, it will be hunted down, so it can only be used when performing skills. Then, Cao Xing continued to look at the properties of the other 2 golden items. Holy Light Priest Recruitment Scroll, gold. After use, you can recruit a powerful Holy Light Priest with a strength of a 3rd level leader. High Priest's leader level soul, gold. Can make a 4th level or lower leader level creature advance to the leader level, with a success rate of 45%, 65%. It's actually a 3rd level leader level recruitment scroll. From the name, it seems to be a holy light system. There is also a leader level soul. If this leader level soul can successfully break through, I can have 2 more leader level creatures at once. Thinking of this, Cao Xing was shocked, and then he couldn't hide his ecstasy. It's really powerful. I didn't expect that killing the white-robed high priest would give me so many things. This made Cao Xing want to kill a few more high priests of the Church of Light. This is simply a treasure boy. Cao Xing didn't rush to use it, but continued to check other things. Then, there were 3 purple weapons. Ruwa Skull Crusher, purple, quality, rare, requirement to wear, level 20 or above, attack power. 31-23-27, attached special effect, strength plus 30, agility minus 15, hit rate minus 15%, attached special effect, primary strength amplification, at the moment of launching an attack. There is a 20% chance to increase strength by 50 points, attached special effect, Skull Crusher. When the attack hits the enemy's head, the critical hit rate is increased by an additional 50%. Equipment introduction. This axe has chopped the heads of many poor ghosts. Executioner, Morris Willie. Guardian Sword, purple, quality, rare, requirement to wear, level 20 or above, attack power. 28-72-93, attached special effect, spirit plus 15, constitution plus 20, hit rate minus 10%, attached special effect, guardian, in shield stance, additional 50 points of armor. Additional special effect, attack and defense switching. At the moment of attacking, there is a 50% probability of converting 50 points of spirit into strength. Equipment introduction. A strong knight must have both absolute defense and strong offensive capabilities. Unknown knight. Gladiator spear. Purple. Quality. Rare. Wearing requirements. Level 20 and above. Attack power. 27-12-85. Additional special effect. Agility plus 10. Strength plus 10. Attack speed plus 10%. Additional special effect. Spear mastery. When holding the spear in battle, the attack speed is increased by an additional 30%. Additional special effect. Retractable. The spear has a retractable function and can be freely switched between 4 meters and 1 meter. Equipment introduction. Are you cheating by saying that my spear can be retracted? No, no, no. This is the new technology of the dwarves. Gladiator. Eckhart Bergman. The attributes of the 3 purple equipment are all good. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Especially the spear. The function of free extension is quite unique. But unfortunately, Cao Xing has no spear type soldiers. As for some other blue equipment and green equipment, Cao Xing was too lazy to look at them. Then, there are the other 6 souls. The effects are similar. I looked at the success rate. The boss level is 50%, 70% and the elite level is 55%, 75%. In addition, there is 1 high level power heart, 2 intermediate power hearts, and 4 primary power hearts. If all these things are digested, Cao Xing's strength will increase again. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Cao Xing has exploded a high level power heart. I looked at the attributes. High level power heart can only be exploded in some powerful creatures above level 4. Item effect. It can allow survivors or territory members who have reached level 30 to advance to level 4 creatures, and all attributes will be improved by 100% after advancement. Advanced success rate. 65%, 75%. Cao Xing thought to himself, does the high level heart of power also have a chance of failure? But it doesn't matter. After all, the chance of success is higher. He put the heart of power into his backpack. Now, it's time to distribute these spoils. Cao Xing first gave the Guardian Sword and Ruva Skull Crusher to Liu Muxue and Putana respectively. Then he gave a leader level soul to Putana. Cao Xing also gave an elite level soul to each of the other 2 wild boar warriors who had not advanced. Then there were 2 intermediate hearts of power, which Cao Xing gave to Blot and Rinus. The last leader level soul was also one of the biggest gains this time. Cao Xing thought for a moment and gave it to Andrew. Now Andrew is the second output in their team. Cao Xing is looking forward to his transformation after becoming the leader. So far, almost all the gains this time have been distributed. Cao Xing still had 1 leader level soul, 2 elite level souls, and a holy light priest recruitment scroll. At this moment, everyone looked at Cao Xing with excitement. The other 2 wild boar warriors said excitedly, "Last B. It's hard to believe that the Lord actually gave us his second chance to become stronger." That's right, Rabino, this is just like a dream. And Putana next to him was a little embarrassed holding the Ruva Skull Crusher and leader level soul in her hands. She certainly knew the value of these 2 things. Putana had been a mercenary in the snowstorm for so many years, and her family could only buy 1 purple weapon. But now, Cao Xing gave it to her directly. Not to mention, there is also an even more valuable leader level soul. With her carefree personality, she didn't know what to say for a while. Chapter 166 Recruiting Holy Light Priests, The Grudge Between 2 Women. After a moment, Putana squeezed out 2 words, "Thank you." Cao Xing waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to care. Including Andrew, Rinus, and Blot all looked at Cao Xing with gratitude. A long list of system prompts appeared. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Rasby has been increased, and the current loyalty is 88. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Rabino has been increased, and the current loyalty is 85. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Putana Carson has been increased, and the current loyalty is 89 due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Blots Offer Stone has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and now the other party will obey your orders unconditionally. Very good. Another subordinate with full loyalty. Cao Xing was very satisfied. Then he said, now, use the things you have to make a breakthrough. We'll continue to explore the forest. After hearing Cao Xing's order, everyone replied solemnly, yes, Lord. Then, they slapped their souls into their bodies, or crushed their hearts of power. Most of the people on the field began to transform. Cao Xing glanced at the countdown above his head. Due to nightfall. 3:24. Current temperature, -53. There are only 3 hours left before dark. It will take at least an hour and a half to return to the camp, and the weather forecast says that there will be a moderate snowfall today, so we have to go back a little earlier. That means I only have about an hour left to explore. Although with their current strength, staying outside for a night is nothing. But now is the period of the Dragon Resurrection expansion pack, and ice nests will descend near the territory every once in a while. So Cao Xing decided not to stay outside. This witch forest hides a lot of secrets. Even the Church of Light values this place so much. It must be something extraordinary. But with my current strength, I can't explore all the secrets of this forest. But anyway, I've gained enough this time. Not only did I pick the Ice Luin flower, but I also got a lot of beast meat. When I go back at night, I can use the heart of the human-faced tree to accelerate the growth of Valibra in the pale tree. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't wait to return to the camp. Just as he was thinking about this, the auras of the 2 boar warriors rose at the same time. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Rabino/Rasby has successfully advanced to an elite creature and learned a new skill, double blade wheel dance. Cao Xing was delighted. Very good. After a failed breakthrough, they can be considered successful. Now the 4 boar warriors are all above the elite level. When my entire boar warrior army comes out, I will let them command as squad leaders. But it was a pity that the aura from Putana stopped abruptly. She failed to break through to the leader level. At this moment, the tall woman looked at Cao Xing with an apologetic face. Cao Xing waved his hand and said, it's okay, don't worry about it. Although he still had a leader level soul in his hand, Cao Xing had other candidates. So Putana had to be put aside. At the same time, the system prompt appeared again. Your territory member, Renis Hawkey successfully advanced to the 3rd level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Blots Offer Stone successfully advanced to the 3rd level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Cao Xing's eyes showed joy again. Okay, add 2 more 3rd level generals. He looked at their attributes. Ascalon Archer, Renis Hawkey, race, human, level 20/10000, level 3 boss, detailed attributes, click to view. Black Smoke Shaman, Blot Brimstone, race, chair, level 20/10000, level 3 boss, detailed attributes, click to view. Not bad. They all have over 1500 attack power. Now Renis can deal at least 2000 damage with a critical hit. From level 2 to level 3 is also an important transformation. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction again. Now, we just have to wait for news from Andrew. This also made Cao Xing a little nervous. After all, it is still difficult to encounter a boss level creature, let alone a soul. He prayed in his heart, don't fail, don't fail. However, it was a pity that the breath on Andrew stopped abruptly. At this moment, Cao Xing was immediately furious. Damn it. A leader soul and a leader soul both failed. Andrew came over with an apologetic look on his face, knelt on one knee in front of Cao Xing and said, Lord, Andrew failed and wasted such a precious breakthrough opportunity. Cao Xing patted his shoulder and said, it's okay, Andrew, it's not your fault. He also knew that the leader soul only had a 45% success rate, so the probability of failure was greater than the probability of success. It was not easy to break through to the leader. However, although Andrew failed to break through, it did not prevent Cao Xing from having other props. So he took out the Holy Light Priest recruitment scroll, gold, from his backpack. This was the second leader level recruitment scroll he had obtained after the ranking reward. The scroll alone was filled with a strong holy light, giving people a strong sense of sacredness. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to use the Holy Light Priest recruitment scroll? Yes. The next moment, the recruitment scroll in Cao Xing's hand disappeared. At the same time, light came from the sky. A beam of holy light, as if from the top of the sky, shot in front of Cao Xing. The entire wild boar warrior tribe was illuminated with an incomparable sacredness. Even the beast god statue next to it began to shine again. This beam of light attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, Cao Xing saw white wings falling from the top of his head, and solemn singing echoed in his ears. Oh my god. Such a grand ceremony? This also made him look forward to it. The next moment, a tall and well-proportioned woman in a white dress floated down from the beam of light. Above her slender and white legs was a waist belt wrapped with a flower crown. Her upper body was covered with a light veil, and her waves were surging. Looking up, everyone saw a face that was so beautiful that it was beyond description. Her eyes were as bright as yellow gemstones and were piercing. The light yellow eyeshadow and the delicate facial features were full of exotic style. She also held a staff in her hand. An ethereal voice sounded. The blood of darkness once twisted my soul and made me fall into the abyss of sin. Until she came, she put her hand on my head and began to sing, giving me a sacred blessing. Under the bath of holy light, I was completely purified. Follow the guidance of holy light. Holy light priest, Isabel gospel, greetings to you. The beauty of this holy light priest stunned everyone on the scene. She is as beautiful as Liu Muxue. In addition, the holy light that emanates from her body is so sacred that people can't look directly at it. However, at this moment, the blood spider queen Zirda said beside her, that glowing woman, restrain your breath. You are dazzling this queen's eyes. Hearing this, the holy light priest looked at Zirda next to him, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, blood spider clan. You have a strong smell of blood. It seems that you have committed a lot of murders in the past. Zirda glanced at her lightly, as if she didn't even bother to reply. The holy light priest looked at Hilda, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I seem to know your identity. In the invasion war 10,000 years ago, there was a blood spider queen who was a disaster in the Gandhara war zone. She destroyed 6 giant cities in a month, slaughtered all the creatures of the 2 principalities, and turned that area into a paradise for blood spiders. Because of the killing you committed, it even attracted the attention of our church. Later, when I rushed there, I found that you had been killed by those invaders. After hearing this, Hilda sneered, TSK. If those guys hadn't besieged this queen and called a necromancer to target my self-destructing blood spiders. Otherwise, this queen could have directly devoured all these guys. After hearing this, the holy light priest raised his staff. Humph. Blood spider queen, don't think that this matter is over. The sins of 10,000 years ago still need to be repaid even now. Then now, let the holy light wash away your sins. After the words fell, the holy light priest raised his staff, and the rich power of the holy light breath gathered towards her. Zirda on the side also instantly entered the battle state. The 2 women, both leaders, became tense. Cao Xing didn't know what was going on with the 2 women. What invasion war? What destroyed 6 huge cities? What Gandhara war zone? Cao Xing didn't understand at all. But as the lord of the 2, he quickly stopped them and said, Zirda, Isabel, you are all my subjects, and our attacks can only be directed at outsiders. Now, I order you to lay down your weapons. Hearing Cao Xing's serious tone, the 2 women confronted each other for a while. Then, they turned their heads at the same time. Humph. TSK. Cao Xing was slightly relieved to see that they were no longer fighting each other. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, I, as a lord, still have some face. And at this moment, a system prompt appeared. Due to the disharmony between the people, the loyalty of your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss to you has been reduced by 5 points. Due to the disharmony between the people, the loyalty of your territory member, Isabella Gospel to you has been reduced by 5 points. Fuck. Cao Xing cursed inwardly, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel indignant in his heart. Damn it, what does the disharmony between you 2 have to do with me? I finally managed to cultivate Hilda's loyalty to more than 80. At this moment, Cao Xing took a deep breath. Then he told himself to stay calm. He kept smiling and said, "Welcome, Isabel, let us build a territory full of holiness, full of salvation." Isabel turned around and put on a gentle smile on her face again. "Thank you, Lord, for giving me the opportunity to be reborn again. May the holy light guide you." Cao Xing nodded and then began to check her attributes. Holy Light Priest, Isabel Gospel, Race, Human, Level 23 10054/16000, Level 3 Leader Level Creature, HP 22760/22760, Attack Power 2340 to 2451 Armor 344367, Attributes, Strength 551, Agility 602, Spirit 750, Constitution 663, Skills, Advanced Holy Light Control, Mastering the Power of Holy Light. You can freely transform it into various forms of attack. Confession, activate the power of the mind, to make the target feel remorse for their sins. For targets whose spirits are not strong enough, control their minds for 15 seconds. Note, if the target's will is on the verge of collapse, there is a chance that it will enter a deep control state. The opponent's thoughts and actions will be controlled by Isabel for 560 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Chain of Holy Light, concentrate the power of light to shoot a chain of holy light, linking 5 targets along the way, causing 154% damage to the enemy, and restoring the health of friendly targets by Spirit *2.5. The cooling time is 60 seconds. Holy Light Cinder Shield, concentrate the power of holy light to summon a light shield with a durability of Spirit *5 in front, and can move forward quickly to push the enemy, and then cause 214% explosive damage to all enemies in the range. The cooling time is 2 minutes. Holy Lock Ring, concentrate the power of holy light to create a diameter light lock ring in front. The lock ring will shrink rapidly, binding all enemies in the range for 15 seconds. The cooling time is 2 minutes. New song, with itself as the center, it creates a large recovery array with a diameter of 20 meters, restoring Isabella's health by 5 of Spirit *5 every second, lasting for 10 seconds. After the array ends, the recovery effect disappears. The cooling time is 10 minutes. Talent, Holy Heart. Only those who have experienced the deepest darkness and still maintain hope can awaken this talent. When attacked by mental attacks, damage is reduced by 50%. Satisfaction. 77 Loyalty. 63. Character Introduction. Isabel was once just a villager in an unknown village. One day, the dark cult came to her village and captured all the girls as sacrifices. They killed all their relatives in front of the girls and crushed their bodies. Then they used the blood mixed with their relatives' body tissues to smear on the girls. The dark cult admired the fear on the girls' faces and admired their pain and groans as hymns. Isabel watched the girls around her being tortured to death one by one and then sacrificed as sacrifices. When she was most desperate, she heard a voice in her ear for the first time in her life. It was the voice of the devil. The devil told her that, as long as she gave her soul, she could have powerful power and the power to destroy everything. On that day, she became a witch of revenge and killed all the people and livestock in the dark cult in the village. After that, Isabel was completely consumed by the flames of revenge in her heart and started her killing journey. However, as Isabel continued to kill the dark cult, she felt more and more that she had lost herself. She could now easily kill all the people and animals in a village or even a city. Even because of her revenge, countless civilians died. Isabel felt lost and painful, but the desire to kill in her heart drove her to kill more lives. When she was in the most pain, she heard a voice in her ear for the second time in her life. It was a beautiful song. The voice asked her if she was willing to join the church, use her power to benefit the world and wash away her sins. Isabel accepted it. At this moment, the blood and wounds on her body disappeared. Since then, there is one less witch of revenge in the world, and one more. Isabel Gospel. I'll go. Looking at the long character introduction, Cao Xing was shocked for a long time. This new leader level holy light priest has a surprising background and a rich and tortuous life experience. This also created the current Holy Light Priest who hated evil as much as she hated evil. Her skills were so powerful that they were terrifying. The most terrifying one was her new hymn skill. What does it mean to restore 5 health points of spirit every second? With Isabel's current attributes, it is equivalent to more than 3000 recovery data per second. In other words, within these 10 seconds, Cao Xing and his men were almost immortal. However, except for the strange effect of confession, which was similar to the mind control of the devil, Isabel's other skills were not weak at all. The Holy Light Cinder Shield could resist attacks, then push monsters, and cause explosion damage. The Holy Lock Ring could control the group and gather monsters. Too powerful. Cao Xing was very excited. Moreover, he could make her even more powerful. Then, he suppressed his excitement and said solemnly, "Isabel, you have a powerful holy light power. Now, let me bless you." There was a puzzled look in Isabel's beautiful eyes. Cao Xing did not explain much, but pulled Liu Muxue and Blot to impose a series of states on Isabel, including Hilda. Under Cao Xing's order, she reluctantly cast the Queen's Will on Isabel. Like everyone else, Isabel was surprised at first, and after feeling that those powers remained in her body forever, a strong shock appeared in her eyes. Even though she had a rich personal experience, she had never seen such a strange power. Isabel exclaimed, "You are really a magical lord. I have never seen such a magical power even in the Holy See. If the Holy See has your help, the holy light will soon spread throughout the world." You helped Isabel Gospel improve her strength, and her loyalty has been improved. The current loyalty is 71. Not bad. This wave increased 8 points of loyalty. It can be regarded as making up for the lost 5 points of loyalty. At this time, Isabel whispered, "Lord, are you interested in joining the church?" The church. Isabel nodded her head and whispered, "The church is an extremely ancient organization. Our members are spread across 4 continents, even the permafrost sea. From kings to nobles, from knights to civilians, there are members of our church." Hearing this, Cao Xing hadn't answered yet, and Hilda next to him whispered, "TSK. That was 10,000 years ago. It's not certain whether the church exists now." Isabel smiled and looked at Hilda. "Blood Spider Queen, you don't understand the church, and you can't understand how powerful the church is. It's one of the oldest organizations in the world. I can feel that the holy light is still guiding me, and it will also impose sanctions on evil creatures like you." Hilda still had disdain in her eyes. Seeing that the 2 women were about to quarrel again, Cao Xing hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Thanks to Bookfriend, Bao Zhao for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kang Cheng Sui Her Heart for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Sunkiffer for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 111,095,034,479 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Devil v Blood Angel for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Sanchez Book Fans House for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Want a Beautiful Girl to Get Married for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Ziada Long who likes reading books for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20190201180051853853 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zaji King Kong L for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Azu Xiao Xiao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Puppet Youge for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zaji King Kong L for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Smart Superman for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to CPMDS for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Zuan Shang, 1 monthly ticket from Taoak, 2 monthly tickets from Lian Shimeng Shi, 1 monthly ticket from Bookfriend 20240521080157361. 1 monthly ticket from I Love Eating Fruit. 1 monthly ticket from Bookfriend 20,230,203,918 ED. 2 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 202210172115316663. 8 monthly tickets from Distant Fireworks. Thanks to Bookfriends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Bookfriend 202405210801573661 for his 100-point reward. Chapter 167. The Elder of the Human-Faced Tree, the powerful holy light priest. Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel again, Cao Xing hurried forward to stop them. Okay, don't talk here. After hearing Cao Xing's order, the two women snorted again, turned their heads, and turned their backs to each other, and no one looked at each other. Cao Xing was speechless, and then said, Isabel, show me your weapon. Hearing this, Isabel hesitated a little, as if the weapon in her hand was very important to her. Of course, this is also related to her loyalty of only 71 points. If it was Sarah and the others, they would have given the weapon to Cao Xing without hesitation at this time. However, when Isabel thought of the powerful blessing Cao Xing had bestowed on her, she still gave him the weapon in her hand. Obtained. Holy Light Heart Forging Staff. Gold. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Another golden weapon. As expected, for leader level creatures, golden weapons are almost standard. Cao Xing took a look at the attributes, which was a little stronger than the Dawnlight Staff in his hand, and it seemed to have the blessing of the church. Cao Xing thought to himself, I originally thought that this Dawnlight Staff was more suitable for light mages, so I could exchange it with Isabel, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. So Cao Xing returned the staff to Isabel. Then, he looked at his backpack, and was attracted by a golden warblade. It was a King's Warblade. Damn. I almost forgot that I still have a level 20 golden weapon in my backpack. I put it aside because it was not of high enough level before, but now it is almost there. Cao Xing quickly checked the properties of the King's Warblade. King's Blade, Gold, Quality, Rare, Equipment Requirements, Level 20 and above, Attack Power 347, 368, Additional Special Effect, Strength plus 40, Constitution plus 40, Hit Rate minus 10%, HP plus 20%, Additional Special Effect, Intermediate Strength Amplification, at the moment of attack, there is a 50% chance of converting 100 points of spirit into strength. Additional special effect, Glittering Gold Gem, concentrate the power of the Glittering Gold Gem. In the next 60 seconds, the weapon will have an additional 2 meter long sword energy effect, and the attack distance will increase by 2 meters. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Additional special effect, Earth Gem, unleash the power of the Earth Gem. Insert the King's Blade into the ground to cause violent vibrations, causing all enemies within 100 meters around to enter a 10 to 30 second disability effect. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Equipment introduction. There are 2 precious gems on the gorgeous sword. Perhaps you can find a high-level blacksmith to remove them and inlay them on a new weapon. Cao Xing showed a look of joy on his face, and then he raised the golden warblade in his hand and handed it to Assam. Obviously, this weapon suits him very well, especially the third special effect, which increases the attack distance. In this way, when Assam uses the Sword of Justice to sweep, he can attack more targets. Assam took it with some confusion and said a little nervously, Dear Lord, this powerful weapon was once only qualified to be equipped by the leader of our knights. Cao Xing waved his hand and said, No need to say more, Knight Assam, you have proved your strength. Now, use this warblade to clear all obstacles for me. After hearing this, Assam was immediately excited and said, Yes, Lord. Assam will defend your honor with his life. Cao Xing silently glanced at Assam's attributes. After equipping the King's Warblade, his attack power increased by nearly 200 again, and his health points increased by more than 3000, which was very powerful. After confirming that there was nothing missing around, Cao Xing said, Let's go out now. Then, he led the people to leave the wild boar tribe directly. As for the hunter-killer who was already in a dying state, Cao Xing asked Assam to tie him to the big white back. The team began to move forward. This time, Cao Xing led people to leave the wild boar tribe through the gap where the big snake escaped. As expected, the forest outside was in a mess. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place, and many of the giant frost trees next to it had collapsed. Not only that, there was a deep gully on the ground leading to the depths of the jungle. Following this gully, the location of the big snake should be tracked. However, Cao Xing did not continue to track. Not to mention how terrifying the movement speed of the big snake was. If it escaped to the depths of the jungle, there would be more powerful creatures in it, and even Cao Xing would not be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Cao Xing changed his direction to explore. Everyone hurried and walked through this huge jungle. After about half an hour, they continued to move forward 3 or 4 kilometers. On the way, they encountered 2 waves of attacks from the ice crystal human-faced trees again. There even appeared a 4th level elite human-faced tree. After a wave of battles, Cao Xing thought to himself, sure enough, the deeper we go, the higher the level of the monsters in the forest. He glanced at the small map. They have now penetrated into the witch forest for nearly 20 kilometers. However, along the way, their strength has also been greatly improved, and they are not inferior to these monsters at all. After continuing to go deeper for about 3 kilometers, Sarah suddenly appeared silently, and then pointed to the front and said, "Lord, there is something wrong with the big tree in front." Cao Xing listened and fixed his eyes on it. The big tree in front was ordinary, covered with frost, and looked no different from an ordinary big tree. However, it was thicker than any big tree they had seen before. The diameter of the trunk even exceeded 5 or 6 meters. It was a truly towering tree. Cao Xing looked at Irina next to him. "Irina, shoot an arrow and see." After hearing this, the heroic archer pulled the horned eagle longbow without hesitation. The bowstring instantly tightened, making a creak sound. After breaking through to the 3rd level boss, every move of Irina's was full of the beauty of power. Swoosh! An arrow was shot out instantly. After hitting the tree trunk, it made an empty thump sound. But Cao Xing saw a big damage number appear. -2031. Cao Xing's eyes focused. Sure enough, there is a problem. At the same time, after being attacked, the giant tree quickly began to turn around. Crash! Branches fell all over the sky. Under the soil, it seemed that thousands of roots were moving. On the field, at least more than 30 human-faced trees turned around at the same time. Cao Xing quickly glanced at the properties of these human-faced trees. Ice crystal human-faced tree elder, race, human-faced tree, level 32, 4th tier boss level creature HP. 53,119/55,150, attack power. 2572-2598, skills, strong branches, frost touch, frost dance, blood-sucking vines, same attributes as above, life drain. When the health of the tree elder drops to 30%, it will switch to a defensive stance. At the same time, all roots absorb energy and restore life, restoring 1% of life per second, until the health is restored to more than 80%. This state is lifted. Cooldown time: 30 minutes. Talent, longevity, talent, vitality, bond, human-faced tree, 20 activated. Ice crystal human-faced tree guardian, race, human-faced tree, level 31. 4th tier elite level creature HP. 41,210/41,210, attack power. 1988-2051, skills, strong branches, frost touch, frost dance, blood-sucking vines. Ice crystal human-faced tree guardian, race, human-faced tree, level 33, level 4 elite creature HP. 42,780/42,780, attack power. 2044-2079, skills, same as above. Wow, a level 4 leader and 2 level 4 elites. Cao Xing was not surprised by the strength of these human-faced trees. He was excited. Finally, I encountered a leader level human-faced tree elder. Ha ha ha. Now we can get a higher grade human-faced tree heart. Then, Cao Xing directly ordered, "Go. Kill these human-faced trees." As soon as he finished speaking, a salmon Brawn had already rushed out. Brawn took the lead and rushed towards the human-faced tree elder. He also shouted, "Brawn, attack." Not only was he more than a dozen levels behind the human-faced tree elder, there were also 2 large levels between them. But he still dared to rush forward and fight this powerful creature with his 3 layers of holy shield. However, as a 4th level leader, the human-faced tree elder's attack speed was also terrifyingly fast. In an instant, more than a dozen branches came over. Bang, bang, The 3 layers of holy shields on Braum were directly blown up. Seeing this, Braum's eyes showed a look of shock. Then, the remaining branches hit his shield. Snap. -1564, -1533, even through the shield, it caused terrible damage to Braum. He only felt a huge force coming from his hands holding the shield, and then he was directly pulled away. While Braum was flying backwards, the human-faced tree elder stretched out its branches, as if he wanted to kill Braum in one wave. Seeing this, Cao Xing immediately ordered, Assam, block the attack of these branches. Assam, who was standing next to him, swung the golden sword in his hand. At the same time, the power of the shining gold gem was activated. A 2-meter golden sword energy suddenly burst out from the sword. Then, Assam slashed out. Several branches of the elder of the human-faced tree were instantly blown away. At this time, there were still a few branches left to whip towards Braum. The critical moment. Isabel raised her staff, and a holy ember shield with a diameter of more than 1 meter and a height of about 3 meters instantly appeared in front of Braum. Bang, bang, those branches hit the holy ember shield. The holy shield was broken, but it also successfully blocked the remaining attacks of the elder of the human-faced tree. Braum breathed a sigh of relief after landing. Then he looked at the holy light priest next to him and said, Sister Isabel, thank you for saving Braum. Isabel chuckled, you're welcome, the holy light will guide you. Then, Braum looked at Cao Xing embarrassedly and said, Lord, Braum was blown away again. My strength is too weak. He seemed a little frustrated. Cao Xing comforted him, it's okay. The gap between you and this human-faced tree is too big. It's normal to be blown away. When you break through to the 3rd level, you can withstand the attack of the 4th level human-faced tree. Now, go deal with the elite human-faced tree next to you. Braum's current level is 18th level 31%. It's not long before he reaches level 20 and breaks through the 3rd level. After receiving Cao Xing's order, Braum jumped up. Then he rushed out excitedly. At the same time, Cao Xing continued to order, Muzu, cast a holy healing spell on Braum. Isabel, release the holy light link. After hearing the order, the 2 women acted at the same time. In an instant, 3 healing data appeared above Braum's head. Plus 1042 plus 257 plus 1875 his health was restored by a large amount. At the same time, the elder of the human-faced tree was twitching its branches frantically, attacking Assam and Andrew, and the 2 could not get close. Seeing this, Cao Xing ordered, Isabel, release the sacred ring. Isabel raised her staff, and a round golden ring descended instantly, covering the huge body of the elder of the human-faced tree. Not only that, the ring began to tighten rapidly, directly binding all the branches of the human-faced tree. Seeing this, Cao Xing was happy. There is such an effect. I have to say that this skill of Isabel is really useful, which is equivalent to another kind of strong control. Then, he shouted, continue to output with all your strength. Assam, Andrew, you guys hold back the elder of the human-faced tree first. Others, kill those ordinary human-faced trees and elite human-faced trees first. At the same time, after the advancement, Irina directly raised the horned eagle longbow and used the special effects above. The next moment, a hexagram teleportation array appeared in front of her. Then, a giant bat with a body length of 3 meters and covered with grey-brown wings appeared. Its front half was similar to that of an ordinary eagle, but its back half was as strong and powerful as a wild beast. Its curved and sharp eagle claws could even stand upright, and they were covered with grey storm scales. This was the horned eagle, a magical creature from ancient times. In fact, the horned eagle was not suitable for fighting in the jungle, as it was a high-altitude soldier. But now, it was not bad to have a 3rd level elite monster to help with output. Following Irina's order, the horned eagle's sharp eyes locked onto an elite human-faced tree not far away. Its huge wings raised a strong wind, and then it rushed over in an instant. Swish! The horned eagle's claws scratched the tough bark of the human-faced tree. -732, -757. The damage was not high, but as a summoned creature, it was already good. Irina was also shooting arrows continuously. Even Blot, who had broken through to the 3rd level, was also condensing black smoke to attack, causing high damage one after another. minus 1754, minus 2476, minus 1672, minus 1798, minus 5575. After the previous battle, everyone's damage has undergone a qualitative change. The health of those human-faced trees has dropped sharply. Since the elder of the human-faced tree was held back by Sam, Andrew, and Isabel, the battles of the others were basically stress-free. After a while, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Lab, killed the human-faced tree LV-33 and gained experience points. 990. The combatant gained experience points. 495. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, killed the human-faced tree LV-32 and gained experience points. 960. The combatant gained experience points. 480. Cao Xing showed joy on his face. These 4th level monsters still give a lot of experience points. However, they now need more experience points to upgrade to the next level. From level 19 to level 20, 100,000 experience points are required. After a while, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member Zirda Bloodkiss has been upgraded to a level of 19. Cao Xing glanced at the Blood Spider Queen, who was attacking from a distance. She was fighting intently. This Blood Spider Queen actually had a lot of combat experience, but because her power was greatly weakened before entering the summoning space, she could not exert her due combat power. Cao Xing thought to himself, there is only one level left, and Zirda can also advance to a 3rd level creature. After a moment, under the fierce attack of everyone, the health of the 2 elite human-faced tree guards also ran out. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Ice Crystal human-faced tree guard LV-32 and gained experience points. 3200. Combatants gained experience points. 1600. Your territory member, Renis Hawkey, killed the Ice Crystal human-faced tree guard LV-33 and gained experience points. 3300. Combatants gained experience points. 1650. Now, there is only one leader level human-faced tree elder left on the field, and its health points, under the siege of everyone, plummeted. I looked at the health points of the human-faced tree elder. Health points: 23,012/55,150. Only the last 23,000 are left. At this moment, this human-faced tree still wants to use the extreme cold dance skill. Hundreds of thick branches began to wave wildly. Crash, crash. The sound of breaking through the air continued to come. It whipped everyone, and many damage numbers appeared. Their health points began to drop piece by piece. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing gave the order directly. Isabel, use the Hymn of Rebirth. After receiving the order, Isabel raised her staff directly, and then a large recovery array with a diameter of more than 20 meters appeared. A large amount of life breath gushed out from the array. The next moment, above the Sam and others, terrifying recovery numbers of plus 3750, plus 3750 appeared one after another. From Cao Xing's perspective, what he saw was that Sam's health had just been hit down a bit, and then it was immediately restored to full, and then it was hit down again, and it was restored to full again. Repeatedly. The terrifying recovery ability is almost despairing. Cao Xing was delighted. This recovery efficiency is really fierce. Within 10 seconds, as long as you are not killed instantly by one blow, you are almost immortal. And more importantly, everyone here has a Holy Light Redemption applied by Liu Muxue. After being fatally attacked, you will be forced to retain a little life value, so there will be no instant kill at all. Cao Xing looked at Isabel next to him and praised, Isabel, your power is full of the breath of life. It's great. Isabel chuckled, the holy light protects me, Lord. If you join the church, you can also have this powerful power. Cao Xing's face was full of strangeness. This woman is good in every way, but she is too fanatical about faith. She always wants to pull herself into the church. And Zirda on the side sneered, the power that Lord has is unique in the world. Even if I have lived for so long, this is the first time I have seen such power. What do you want him to join the church for? To be your pope? Isabel said angrily, bold. Don't slander the pope. Zirda chuckled. Am I wrong? Does your church have power comparable to that of Lord? If not, you let Lord join the church and let him start as an ordinary clergyman. Thanks to bookfriend Zhao Jiangxin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Moyang Angluan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Reader 18109007155338362888 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to bookfriend 160,522,154,750,715 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to bookfriend 20210917001417273 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to *TAO for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 20230515171318445 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zuo Kang for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Paper Towel is Not King Feng for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, bookfriend 2021081519103689444 for monthly tickets. Thanks, bookfriend 110,303,213,044,260 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Blue Sea has become the sea for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Northwest Wolf for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, bookfriend 20221109090829752 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, I know for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, bookfriend 20221109090829752 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, bookfriend 20200501105812677 for 3 monthly tickets. Thank you bookfriends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Bo. Chapter 168, Big Snowstorm, Excited Citizens. Hearing this, Isabel bit her lower lip and looked at the Blood Spider Queen angrily, because she really couldn't refute it. Cao Xing looked at Hilda next to him and was immediately delighted. He didn't expect that this woman who had always been so arrogant would start to speak for him today. Although it was during the battle, Cao Xing couldn't help but secretly give Hilda a thumbs up. However, after seeing Cao Xing's gesture, the Blood Spider Queen made a disdainful TSK sound. She turned her head to the side again. Cao Xing didn't care. At this moment, the health of the Elder of the Human Face Tree had been cut to the lowest by Sarah. In the state of rebirth him, Sarah directly gave up all defenses and began to chop the human face tree crazily. Those damage numbers were shocking. The Elder of the Human Face Tree also knew that, if it continued like this, it would be chopped to death by the Dark Elf woman in front of it. At this moment, it took back all the notes, as if it wanted to enter the state of life absorption. Under this skill, the Elder of the Human Face Tree will recover 1% per second, which is more than 5,000. At this time, Braum rushed over directly. Then he raised his shield and slammed it on the ground. Glacial cracks. The terrifying frost spread and instantly covered the whole body of the Human Face Tree. And this also interrupted the Elder of the Human Face Tree's life drain skill. Cao Xing praised Braum. You did a good job. Braum touched his head embarrassedly. After 8 seconds, the newborn him has not ended. The health of the Elder of the Human Face Tree has been cleared. The system prompt appears. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed the Elder of the Human Face Tree LV32, a 4th level boss level creature, and gained experience points. 6,400. Combatants gained experience points. 3,200. At this moment, the branches of the Elder of the Human Face Tree also drooped down. Everyone withdrew from the combat state. And Cao Xing saw that at the root of the Elder of the Human Face Tree, a heart full of life appeared, as well as a bright soul. Cao Xing's heart suddenly moved, and then he ordered, Assam, as usual, cut down the branches of these human face trees first. Yes, Lord. Everyone began to do it. Cao Xing, on the other hand, couldn't wait to come to the side of the Elder of the Human Face Tree, and picked up all the things on the ground. Get heart of the Elder of the Human Face Tree, purple. Get bark of the Elder of the Human Face Tree, purple. Get top grade sap, Purple, asterisk 7 right square bracket, get, advanced element crystals asterisk 5 right square bracket get. Large book of agility asterisk 1 right square bracket. As expected, a more advanced heart of the human face tree has appeared. Haha. Cao Xing was very excited. Then he took a look at the properties of these materials. Heart of the Elder of the Human Face Tree, purple, a heart with great vitality, effect 1. After taking it, it can increase the upper limit of life by 1000 points, and it can take effect once at most, effect 2. It can accelerate the growth time of some magical plants or special creatures. Ranging from 3 to 5 years. Human Face Tree Elder Bark, purple, extremely tough material, with some life breath of the Human Face Tree Elder. Can be used to make rare leather armor or other items, with a greater chance of adding special effects. Superior tree sap, purple, tree sap containing magic power, with a clearer taste. After taking it, you can restore a lot of mental power. It can actually increase the growth time by at least 3 years. This is too powerful. This time, not only can the pale tree be accelerated, but it can also allow the pale tree to grow for a few more years. You know, after the pale tree grows out, there will be 2 blessing effects, which are very powerful, and the strength of the blessing will increase as the pale tree grows. At this moment, Dabe also feels very eager for the heart in Cao Xing's hand. Now the blue quality human face tree heart has no effect on Dabe, but this purple human face tree heart can allow Dabe to grow again. Cao Xing touched its nose and said, Dabe, don't worry yet. I still have a use for this heart. Next time you come to the witch forest, I'll find you a new leader heart. Do you understand? Woo. Dabe nodded gently, as if he understood Cao Xing's words. He suppressed the desire in his heart. At this time, Assam and the others had already cut down all the vines on the human face trees. However, they spent more time on this leader level human face tree. The toughness of these vines is too strong. Then, Cao Xing also collected all the materials on the ground. Get, tough vines, green, asterisk 782, get, strong vines, blue, asterisk 195, get, ancient vines, purple, asterisk 113, get, ice crystal human face tree guard heart, blue, asterisk 2. Get, ice crystal human face tree guard bark, blue, asterisk 2, get, medium quality tree sap, blue, asterisk 36 get. Cao Xing looked at his backpack. The total number of hearts of the human face tree of various grades exceeded 100. There were 102 green ones. There were 8 blue ones. There was 1 purple one. In addition, there were a lot of vines, bark, and sap. Cao Xing sighed again. Today's harvest is really a lot. He looked at the time above his head. Due to nightfall. 1:53. Current temperature, -56. Current weather, moderate snow. Has it started snowing? Cao Xing looked up at the sky. However, it seemed that, because the vegetation in the witch forest was too dense, the snowflakes could not float in. But the temperature was constantly dropping. Cao Xing thought for a moment and said, let's go, we are going to return to the camp. After saying that, he and Liu Muxue returned to Dabe's back. On Dabe's back, there was a hunter-killer tied up. Boom. Boom. The mammoth's pace was not too fast. Because the terrain in the forest was more complicated, and there were more obstacles. If the natives of this world didn't have a strong sense of direction, even a 3rd or 4th level warrior would probably get lost in the forest. But fortunately, Cao Xing had a small map that came with the system. With Cao Xing's guidance, they began to move forward, and in about half an hour, they rushed out of the witch forest. On the way, they also encountered attacks from some human face trees and wild beasts. But Cao Xing didn't want to waste time, so he didn't get entangled with them. The moment he stepped out of the witch forest, Cao Xing saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, and the cold wind blew towards him instantly. Not only that, goose feather-sized snowflakes kept falling, almost filling all the scenes in front. Cao Xing couldn't help but complain, oh my god. How can this be moderate snow? Is this a blizzard? Assam and others were also a little confused. The weather was fine when they entered the forest, but they encountered such a heavy snowstorm as soon as they came out. Moreover, such heavy snow is likely to cause some geological disasters. Cao Xing said, we need to speed up. The snow is getting heavier and heavier, which will slow down our movement. From now on, you follow me and move at full speed. After saying that, Cao Xing controlled Dabe and began to run out. The others followed behind the mammoth and hurried on. Boom. Boom. The mammoth stepped forward with its thick hooves, and each step made a deep snow pit. Cao Xing didn't know how long the snow had been falling, but it should not have been more than 3 hours. The snow on the ground had once again covered Dabe's ankles and was about 40 to 50 centimeters thick. The whistling cold wind blew in his ears, and the snowflakes all over the sky fascinated Cao Xing's eyes. After a while, a layer of snow appeared on everyone's head or body. Even Asam's armor had a little white frost. In such a heavy snowstorm, visibility is no more than 20 meters. Even if there is a small map, it will not tell you what obstacles or traps are ahead. There were several times when Cao Xing had no time to command Dabe because he rushed too fast and almost crashed into a boulder. In desperation, Cao Xing could only slow down Dabe's movement speed. The moderate snow greatly reduced their mobility. The heavy snow continued to fall until night fell. It took them nearly 2.5 hours to get to the vicinity of the territory. At this time, it was completely dark. Cao Xing glanced at the coordinates of the camp. It was still 30 kilometers away from their current location. Cao Xing said, it's almost there, about 20 minutes more. The temperature has dropped to -60 now. And there is another more troublesome thing. That is, as night falls, visibility decreases again. In other words, their forward speed will be hindered. The group ran wildly in the vast snowfield against the wind and snow. However, Isabel, who had just joined, and Hilda, who had just joined, did not know what they were doing. The two women, one in front and one behind, seemed to be competing to see who was moving faster. Cao Xing was speechless. When these two women were fighting, why did they have to compete in everything? As they ran, they even ran ahead of Cao Xing. At this moment, Isabel condensed a ball of holy light, turned it into the shape of a shuttle, and placed it under her feet. Then, she stepped on the light shuttle and moved forward quickly, as if sliding in the snow. When passing by Cao Xing, Isabel whispered, Lord, let me use the holy light to guide you on your way forward. Although Cao Xing was puzzled, he still nodded. At the same time, Isabel raised her staff, and the power of holy light gathered, like a bright light bulb, illuminating the road ahead. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing said happily, can this holy light be used like this? As a mage, Isabel's control of holy light has reached the level of perfection. At least, Cao Xing believes that he can't condense the power of holy light and use it as a skateboard. Even if he breaks through to the 3rd level, he can't do this. After thinking about it, this may be related to Isabel's skill, advanced holy light control. Ailey, the apprentice wizard in Cao Xing's territory, has the skill of primary flow coordination. When their understanding and application of element reach a new stage, they will become intermediate flow coordination and can master more advanced magic. Just like Asam's primary swordsmanship mastery. Through continuous practice, he practiced the primary swordsmanship to the intermediate level, and then to the advanced level. Every breakthrough will make his swordsmanship more exquisite. With Isabel's guidance, Cao Xing and others' progress was greatly accelerated. At this time, Cao Xing saw that Zirda had begun to fall behind. Because of the difference in level, Zirda was soon left behind by Isabel. At this moment, Isabel, who was as holy as a goddess, turned around and chuckled. However, this made Zirda feel humiliated. But she was powerless. She could only angrily say, damn stinky woman. When I regain my original strength, I will tear your skirt to pieces and hang you upside down on the pillar. Seeing her angry look, Cao Xing said, don't be angry. When you reach level 20, I will give you a mid-level heart of strength, and you will be able to catch up with her. Hearing this, Zirda moved her 8 legs and came to Cao Xing's side. Really? Lord? Cao Xing nodded. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? At this moment, this proud blood spider queen showed a touch of emotion for the first time. A system prompt appeared. Due to your promise, the loyalty of territory member Zeta Bloodkiss to you has increased, and the current loyalty is 80. Cao Xing was stunned. He didn't expect that this could increase loyalty. However, he finally raised the loyalty of this difficult blood spider queen to 80. At this moment, Zeta seemed to realize that her reaction was too excited. She tilted her head and snorted, TSK. Even without your heart of power, I would have overwhelmed that woman. Cao Xing was speechless. What a troublesome woman. Of course, this was just a small episode. Guided by Isabel's holy light, everyone continued on their way. 30 minutes later, they returned to the vicinity of the territory. Outside, it was snowing all over the sky. In front, inside a territory surrounded by a 3 or 4 meter high wall, it was warmer spring. The drifting snowflakes fell on the ground or buildings in the territory and were quickly melted by the temperature emitted by the furnace. So, except for the seemingly clean ground around the territory, the snow outside was almost piled up to 1 meter high. At the same time, there were many figures standing on the city wall. Most of the people in the territory came to the city wall, looking forward to it. After waiting for a while, the polar man Dazuan couldn't help but said worriedly, "Why hasn't the Lord come back today?" Sun Zuan next to him echoed, "Yes, the Lord has never come back so late." Others showed worried looks in their eyes. Zai Yani, who was standing next to her, also held Tong Chachu's hand. She saw the worry in her daughter's eyes and then comforted her softly. "Brother Cao Xing is so powerful, he will be fine. Don't worry, Chachu. And I also sent him a message. They should still be on their way back." Tong Chachu nodded vigorously. Yeah. Including the tree spirit sisters, Irina and others, they were all waiting silently. In this territory, Cao Xing has become the spiritual pillar of many people. At this time, Elisa, who was standing on the sentry tower, exclaimed, "Moon God, I saw a mammoth. It seems that there is also a glowing woman. It's the Lord who is back." Hearing this, everyone looked closely. It was found that it was indeed as Elisa said. A mammoth, with a group of figures, was running wildly in the snow and the wind and snow. And in front of the team was a woman stepping on a light shuttle, glowing all over. Seeing this scene, Dazuan immediately raised his hands excitedly. Haha. The Lord is finally back. Great. Everyone seemed very happy and excited. Outside the territory, the mammoths were running with amazing momentum. Even the snow, that was almost 1 meter deep, had no effect on the size of the mammoths. The gate had been opened in advance. After Cao Xing gave permission to the half-dead hunter-killer on his back, he led everyone directly into the territory. At this time, everyone saw Isabel bathing in the holy light, and they couldn't help but be amazed by her beauty. However, they soon focused their attention on Cao Xing. Just kidding. There are many beauties in this territory, and they usually see a lot of them. In comparison, the return of the Lord is more exciting. The polar man Dazuan held a hammer and said excitedly, "Lord, you are back." The tree spirits next to him also said happily, "Lord, welcome back." Elisa went straight to Cao Xing and said excitedly, "Lord, you worried me to death." Seeing this scene, Cao Xing smiled and said, "What's the situation? Why do I seem to be unable to come back?" Dazuan touched his head and said naively, "Lord has never come back so late, and it is snowing so heavily outside, so we are all very worried about you." The leader Cao Yi also chuckled. Yes, little Elisa was ready to assemble her team of archers and go out to find the Lord, but was stopped by Mr. Mel. Hearing this, Elisa on the side suddenly widened her eyes and waved her hands quickly. I didn't. I stayed in the territory honestly." After hearing this, Cao Xing looked over. Elisa immediately lowered her head and said aggrievedly, "I know I was wrong, Lord." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Cao Xing smiled. "Okay, I don't blame you. Don't do this next time, okay? Just stay in the territory." At this point, Cao Xing remembered something. "Also, didn't I leave a small communication device for you and Kanda? Why don't you use it to contact me?" Hearing this, Elisa and the centaur looked at each other and then suddenly realized something. "Wow, I actually forgot about this." The centaur next to him also touched his head and said, "Lord, we centaurs have never used this kind of thing, so we subconsciously ignored it." Cao Xing was speechless. At this moment, everyone laughed. The tree spirit sisters, as well as Xianyani and her daughter, all had gentle smiles on their faces. The 4 new wild boar warriors looked at this scene with some surprise. Oh, our powerful lord seems to be deeply loved by the people. Yes, lad, I feel that this is a very good territory. I see happy smiles on the faces of these people. The holy light priest next to him was thoughtful. Happiness? In such a cruel world, happiness is something that people want more than warmth. Even the church can't make people feel happy. She looked at Cao Xing's back, as if thinking about something. At this time, Cao Xing saw Cao Yi, a resident next to him, and said, Cao Yi, report today's work. The elderly Cao Yi walked over with a firm step and said solemnly, reply to the Lord. Today we sent a total of 40 people to collect at 5 resource points outside. A total of 7644 pieces of wood, 5324 stones, and 1455 pieces of coal were collected. Then there are some metal ores. After processing, a total of 894 pieces of iron and 532 pieces of copper were obtained. Cao Xing nodded. These are the basic resources of the territory, which are still quite important. If the basic resources were sufficient, Cao Xing would not need to go to the market to exchange these things, but instead focus on exchanging 4 things that would help improve his strength, such as the ice dragon seal, skill books, and blueprints. Cao Yi, continue. The chieftain Cao Yi said, after 2 days of mining, we have already collected all the wood from one of our small timber resource points. Kanda and Cantle warriors found a medium-sized forest 5 kilometers away. The wood in it should be enough for us to mine for 7 days. But they found footprints of jungle trolls in this forest, but they didn't go in, because it was getting dark. In addition to these, we also built half of the intermediate city wall, 7 primary elemental arrow towers, and 5 frost arrow towers. However, we stopped after the bonfire reached level 12, because it would take precious metals like mithril to reach level 13. Cao Xing thought for a moment, then looked at the furnace in the center of the territory. Furnace, level 12, furnace effect, can increase the temperature of an area with a diameter of 1500 meters by 2735 consumption. 60 minutes/240 wood or 60 minutes/60 coal. Materials required for the next level: stone asterisk 1000, wood 500, iron asterisk 300, copper asterisk 100, mithril asterisk 20, primary element crystal asterisk 10. Introduction: a furnace that can provide a large amount of heat source. With it, you have the ability to survive in this extremely cold world. After the furnace was upgraded to level 12, the heating range was increased by another 500 meters, and the temperature was slightly increased. However, Cao Xing has no intention of expanding the territory at present, as the current territory area is enough. It is indeed as Cao Yi said, when the furnace is upgraded from level 12 to level 13, it starts to need mithril. Cao Xing looked at the reserves of precious materials in his backpack. Primary element crystal asterisk 472, intermediate element crystal asterisk 87, mithril asterisk 519, eternal gold ingot asterisk 26, magic pattern stone asterisk 6, right square bracket. Cao Xing thought to himself, the mithril reserve is quite sufficient and can be used to build many things. And the eternal gold ingot and magic pattern stone are materials used to build the hero altar, so they are quite different. Thinking of this, he had already made a decision, and then ordered, Cao Yi, continue to upgrade the furnace from tomorrow, and stop after it reaches level 15. Then build our 10 primary element arrow towers to the intermediate level. Others, just like today, do your best to collect resources. Citizen Cao Yi said respectfully, yes, Lord. At this time, Old Mel also came over. Lord, I have good news. The Cloudyax mood has stabilized, and the first batch of hair can be collected tonight. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 169, Hope of Revival of the Pale Sacred Tree. Hearing the good news from Old Mel, Cao Xing also showed joy on his face. Okay, Mr. Mel, I'll go to the cowshed in a while. Mel had a gentle smile on his face, and then quietly retreated back to the crowd. Cao Xing looked up. At this time, the sky was still snowing heavily. After everyone stood there for a while, a layer of snow had already appeared on their heads. Although the snow will melt quickly due to the temperature emitted by the stove, it will still be very uncomfortable to get your hair wet in this weather. Cao Xing waved his hand and said, "Okay, there's nothing to do here, so go do what you need to do. Blot, Muxue, take our new members to their residence. Daha, prepare our dinner for today." After hearing this, everyone started to act. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the hunter killer who was tied up on Dabe's back. Then he ordered, "Assam, put the guy on the back of the white beast down and lock him up in the basement. Lab, you guys will take turns to guard this guy and then start the interrogation." Hearing this, the 4 wild boar warriors and Assam nodded at the same time. "Yes, Lord. We will pry open this guy's mouth." Then, Assam directly carried the hunter killer on the back of the white beast on his shoulders. After arranging these people, Cao Xing looked at the sisters of the tree spirit tribe. "Juliet, Neve, come with me." The 2 women with white skin looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. It seemed that they didn't know why Cao Xing called them. However, they walked to Cao Xing without hesitation. Cao Xing got straight to the point and said, "Take me to see where the pale seeds were planted." "Okay, Lord." Juliet nodded slightly, then took Neve's hand and led the way for Cao Xing in front. Soon, they came to the back of the Lord's hut. Cao Xing saw an area surrounded by a simple wooden fence. On the ground, there was a small hill made of ice crystal stones, which continued to emit cold air. Several moonflowers were growing quietly in it. On the ground next to it, there were small square wooden boxes. In each small wooden box, there were seeds of another plant, the spirit grass. It was snowing heavily outside, but it did not affect this area at all. Juliet said softly, "Lord, I originally wanted to plan this place as the back garden area of the territory." Back garden? Cao Xing touched his chin and imagined it. It seemed not bad. Juliet nodded lightly and said again, "However, because the pale tree has not grown out completely, it cannot provide shelter for these magic plants. After the pale tree grows out, the seeds of these magic plants will grow near it, and there is no need to worry, even if there is a bad blizzard weather." Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this. "The pale tree has this effect?" Little Nev on the side rushed to say, "Yes, Lord. The pale tree is amazing. Within the range of its roots, all magical plants are not affected by all kinds of bad weather. Even some magical plants that grow in different environments can survive under the same soil. In the holy forest of our northern continent, magical plants of various attributes grow. My sister and I can see all kinds of blooming flowers every day when we go out. They are so beautiful." At this point, little Nev seemed to remember something sad, and her expression suddenly became a little lonely. Cao Xing understood her psychology. "Nev, although the original pale tree has been destroyed, its seeds have sprouted again under this land. It won't be long before a new pale tree will grow here. With you 2 clever sisters, this territory will be full of all kinds of flowers and become a new holy land." Cao Xing's voice was very calm. With a favorability of 96, Nev almost trusted his words 100%. The girl's eyes showed a look of longing, and the loss in her heart was swept away. Neve said excitedly, "Yes, I believe in you, Lord. I will work hard with my sister to make our territory a new holy land as soon as possible." Juliet beside her also had a gentle smile on her face. As they talked, the 3 of them came to the center of the garden. On the ground, there was a pale seedling. Juliet said softly, "Lord, this is the seedling of the pale seed. Last time, after watering it with the vitality of the snow demon heart, it grew rapidly. I estimate that in another 1 or 2 years, the pale seed will enter the growth period, and then it can add a blessing effect to the territory." Cao Xing thought for a moment, and then took out the human face tree heart, green, from his backpack. According to Juliet, the pale tree seedling will only have 1 or 2 years to enter the growth period, and a green-grade human face tree heart can accelerate the growth time by about 1 year. Even if the effect will be weakened, 3 can almost make the pale tree grow completely. At this moment, Cao Xing held a green crystal-like object in his hand. This was the heart of the human face tree. It didn't look scary at all, but rather exuded pure vitality. Looking at the green crystal in Cao Xing's hand, Juliet, who always had a calm expression, showed a slight surprise in her eyes. Juliet whispered, "My lord, you may need 2 of these tree hearts to make the pale seed grow." After hearing this, Cao Xing took out 3 human-faced tree hearts. He had the most of these green quality human-faced tree hearts. There were more than 100 of them. Juliet's eyes were filled with surprise. Neve, who was standing by, also became excited. "That's great, sister. We can finally make the pale tree grow again." "Yeah." The 2 girls seemed very excited. Then, Juliet took all 3 human-faced tree hearts from Cao Xing's hand and gently smashed them. The pure vitality flowed into the soil along the branches of the pale tree. At this moment, Cao Xing felt it. The sapling was growing rapidly. There was a rustling sound under the soil, as if the roots were moving. The sapling was also growing taller, from half a meter to more than 1 meter in just a few seconds. The next moment, a strong vibration appeared. Boom. Cao Xing even felt that his feet were unstable. And this vibration was not felt in the area under their feet, but in the entire territory. Elisa carried her longbow and rushed to the city wall quickly, with a vigilant look on her face. She thought another ice nest had descended. Cao Xing also had a look of surprise in his eyes. Oh my god. A small sapling caused such a big commotion? At the same time, the transformation of the pale tree has also come to an end. Slender branches and snow-white tend leaves have grown on it, and the appearance is very beautiful. The system prompt appears. Special plants in your territory, pale seeds have grown, and have become pale trees. Growth stage, life blessing effect and effect. All territory members gain 10% more health and 10% more life recovery effect. Every year of growth, the blessing effect increases by 1%, with a maximum limit of 100%. Growth blessing effect and effect. All plants in the territory grow 5% faster. Every year of growth, the growth rate increases by 1, with a maximum limit of 50%. At this moment, Cao Xing clearly felt that a vitality descended into his body. His health increased by more than 200. There was also an effect of Pale Tree Blessing on the status bar. Moreover, this was not just him, but more than 200 people in the entire territory. They all felt that their health increased significantly, especially the Mammoth Tabe. Its health was about to break through 40,000. The centaurs and Ascalon warriors who were patrolling outside the territory looked at their changes in surprise. They instantly understood that this was the effect brought by the territory. Cao Xing said excitedly, "Great, great. It is indeed an epic magical plant. The effect is really strong." Juliet and Eve stood in front of the sapling, their eyes full of emotion. After a while, even crystal tears appeared. Because you helped the pale tree grow again, the loyalty of your territory member, Juliet, has been increased. Current loyalty 97. Because you helped the pale tree grow again, the loyalty of your territory member, Neve, has been increased. Current loyalty 99. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. The loyalty of the sisters was almost full. Juliet said gratefully, "Lord, thank you for letting the pale tree grow again on the earth." Little Neve next to her was also very happy. "Sister, the Lord is really the most powerful." Cao Xing chuckled and said, "Juliet, Neve, it's not over yet." Then, he took out 3 blue-grade human-faced tree hearts. Juliet and Neve opened their mouths slightly at the same time and exclaimed, "Oh my god, there's more." Cao Xing said, "Juliet, look at these 3 tree hearts. How many years can they increase the growth time of the pale tree?" After all, according to the description on the prop, 1 blue-grade life tree heart can increase the growth time by 1 to 3 years. But because the same type of props have a reduced effect after repeated use, Cao Xing is not sure. Juliet took it, and then thought for a moment and said, "Lord, these 3 tree hearts can probably increase the growth time by 4 to 6 years. Cao Xing was immediately delighted. After all, 4 to 6 years is already very good. In other words, it means at least a 4% maximum health bonus and life recovery effect. Very good. Then you can use it directly on the pale tree." Juliet nodded lightly. Then she smashed the 3 blue-grade life tree hearts in her hand. The pure life force was poured on the pale tree. Then, the pale tree once again grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the original 1 meter or so, it grew directly to more than 2 meters. More pale branches and young leaves grew on the trunk. The system prompt appeared again. Your territory plant, pale tree, has gained accelerated growth. This time the acceleration time is 6 years. Life blessing effect increased by 6%. Growth blessing effect increased by 6%. At the same time, Cao Xing once again felt that the vitality in his body was more intense, and his life value increased by a lot. Not bad, not bad. It directly accelerated by 6 years. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Just when Juliet thought it was over, Cao Xing took out a larger life tree heart. This life tree heart glowed with a faint green light, was the size of a head, and contained rich vitality. So big. Juliet opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed. Cao Xing was stunned, then smiled and shook his head and said, "Juliet, continue." "Okay, Lord." Then, Juliet smashed the life tree heart in her hand again. At this moment, the pale tree began to grow more violently than any previous time. Its trunk quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, it grew to 5 meters. Not only that, hundreds of branches grew from the trunk, and more small branches grew from the branches. The white tender leaves began to grow rapidly into complete leaves. Extending out, it looked like a fine work of art. Magnificent. The familiar vibration under my feet appeared again. Then the system prompt came. Your territory plant, pale tree, has gained accelerated growth, and the acceleration time this time is 5 years. Life blessing effect increased by 5%. Growth blessing effect accelerated by 5%. At this moment, Cao Xing used all 3 tree hearts obtained in the witch forest on the pale tree. The effect can be said to be very good. His health value increased by an additional 21%, and the recovery effect of ice healing was also increased by 21%. Now he can recover 297 health points per second, almost breaking through 300. And next, as long as he reaches level 20, equips the golden staff, and then breaks through the 3rd level, the healing amount of ice healing may reach a terrifying number. At this time, Juliet whispered, "My lord, you really exceed our imagination time and time again. It has only been a few days, and you have allowed the sacred pale tree to grow to such a height. With the power of my lord, one day in the future, it may even be possible for the pale tree to possess its former predictive power." There was shock in her tone. Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this. "You mean, this pale tree can have the same ability as the one in the northern continent?" Juliet nodded lightly. "In theory, it is possible. But this is very difficult. As an omniscient sacred tree, the pale tree also has a premonition of its own death. However, the power of the ancient dragons is even above the gods, and even the pale tree cannot rewrite the fate of destruction. However, although it cannot stop the power of the ancient dragons, it has left itself hope of resurrection. Before the destruction of the pale sacred tree, it placed its consciousness on 3 pale seeds, and these pale seeds will select a part of the tree spirits with special physiques, and place them on the tribesmen, waiting for the moment to take root again. In other words, these 3 pale seeds are all incarnations of the pale sacred tree, but they do not possess the corresponding divine power." Hearing this, Cao Xing had a look of surprise in his eyes. "You mean, Niv is one of the tree spirits chosen by the pale sacred tree?" Juliet nodded slightly. "Yes, these are the secrets of our tree spirit clan, and they are of great importance. If all the pale seeds are destroyed, the pale sacred tree will no longer have hope of reviving." Cao Xing was stunned. "Then why did you tell me such an important thing?" Juliet smiled. "Because we think that the Lord is a trustworthy person." Niv, who was standing by, also clenched her fist and said, "Yes, we all believe in the Lord." Cao Xing also smiled after hearing this. "Juliet, now tell me how to revive the pale sacred tree." To be honest, Cao Xing also expressed his expectation for this sacred plant. If the pale sacred tree can really be revived in his territory, it will definitely be a huge benefit. After all, the ability to predict is already a plug-in level existence. Juliet nodded. "There are 2 ways to revive the pale holy tree. The first is to provide it with a safe growth environment. After a few thousand years, the pale holy tree may regain consciousness. The other method is more direct, which is to find various items that can accelerate the growth of the pale tree, like the Lord. After a certain degree, it may be possible to stimulate the pale holy tree to regain consciousness. Cao Xing nodded suddenly. According to Juliet, it is indeed very difficult. In order to revive the pale holy tree, we must constantly look for various props that accelerate growth. But there is no specific number for how many, so this is equivalent to a bottomless pit. Unless, as Juliet said, we wait for thousands of years to let the pale holy tree in the territory grow slowly. Of course, Cao Xing will definitely not wait that long, and it is not certain whether he can live that long. Cao Xing said, okay, I know. Resurrecting the pale holy tree is not a matter of one day or one night. It can only be done slowly. The sisters of the tree spirit clan smiled at each other. They naturally knew the difficulty. At this time, Cao Xing continued, by the way, Juliet, I still have something to trouble you with. Juliet smiled. Please tell me, Lord. Juliet can do anything. Cao Xing looked a little strange, shook his head, and didn't think much. Then, he took out the winter pumpkin seeds, mutated raspberry seeds, and 41 Iceluin flowers from his backpack. Seeing so many magical plants, Juliet's gem-like eyes flashed. Cao Xing said, these Iceluin flowers are more important to me. I'm afraid they will all die after a long time. So you need to transplant them as soon as possible. These plant seeds next to them. Plant them according to the situation. Juliet nodded. Okay, Lord, I will take good care of them. Neve next to her also said excitedly, and I, Lord, I will help too. Okay, you two sisters, come on, tell me if you need anything. After giving these instructions, Cao Xing prepared to leave. The second chapter is under review. Book friends will wait tomorrow morning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Valiba's transformation. The student is better than the master. After giving these instructions, Cao Xing was ready to leave. At this moment, Juliet whispered, Lord, please wait a moment. In Cao Xing's puzzled eyes, Juliet and Eve came to his side together. Then the two beauties tiptoed gently, one on each side, and brushed the snow off his shoulders. After doing this, they also put their faces against Cao Xing's face. Two strange flower scents came from the tip of his nose, and there was a soft touch on his face. After a while, the two sisters of the tree spirit tribe took a half step back, lowered their heads, and blushed. Juliet whispered, This is a way for our tree spirit family to express gratitude. Cao Xing smiled. Then, he left. After Cao Xing left, the two women patted their chests, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at each other, and saw the secret joy in each other's eyes. In the territory, Cao Xing walked and thought. Very good. It seems that the effect of the human face tree and tree heart is still very good. Next, we have to go to Valiba, and see if we can make this little bear cub grow up quickly. Cao Xing went straight to the sewing shop. When he opened the door, he saw Xiaoyani and her daughter working inside. Xiaoyani sat on the sewing table, her long and plump legs constantly stepping on the pedals, and she looked very focused. Tongchachu was helping out beside her. Only Valiba was lying on a rabbit fur blanket, snoring. Seeing Cao Xing come in, Xiaoyani immediately stopped her work. She and Tongchachu both had happy expressions on their faces. Sir, big brother, you are here. Cao Xing nodded and said, well, I came to see Wally. After hearing this, Chachu trotted to the white bear next to him, and pushed its body. Hurry up, little Wally, big brother is here to see you. The big white bear lay lazily on a pile of leather, unaware of Chachu's voice. Not only that, it turned over, and fell asleep again. Tongchachu looked at the big white bear and pouted. Little Wally, hurry up and get up. However, no matter how Tongchachu called, Wally still lay on the ground. Cao Xing was also speechless. This little bear cub seemed to be getting lazier and lazier, because of Tongchachu's feeding. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing suddenly remembered something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he took out a human-faced tree heart from his backpack. At this time, Wally seemed to smell something. The curled up body moved, and his eyes widened instantly. Then Wally turned over, and saw the green crystal in Cao Xing's hand. A hungry look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Do you want to eat, little Wally?" This little bear cub was very human. He actually understood what Cao Xing said and nodded. "If you want to eat, get up quickly." After hearing this, the little white bear turned over and climbed out of the blanket and quickly came to Cao Xing's feet and pulled up his trouser legs. Seeing this scene, Tong Chachu behind him was speechless. Pouting her little mouth, she said angrily, "Damn little Wally, I tricked you when I saw food." Cao Xing smiled and looked at the little bear cub's eager eyes. Then he threw a tree heart of the human-faced tree directly into its mouth. Wally opened his mouth and swallowed it directly like Dabe, with a crisp sound of crunch. The tree heart of the human-faced tree was bitten into pieces by it, and then the pure vitality flowed in its body. After a while, it took effect. Wally's body began to grow taller, and his limbs gradually became thicker. After a while, Cao Xing saw that the little bear cub had obviously grown a bit bigger. From the original half-meter tall, it has grown to almost 1 meter. The growth rate of the little bear cub in its infancy is very amazing. Xiaoyani and Xiaochuchu were both looking at the changes of Valiber in surprise. Cao Xing waited for a moment, but did not see any system prompts. This meant that Valiber had to continue feeding. So he took out 2 more human-faced tree hearts and threw them all to the little white bear. Wally bit down. Then, its body began to grow rapidly again. It broke through 1 meter in height and was almost as tall as Xiaochuchu. Not only that, Wally's hair gradually became darker and sharp claws grew on his limbs. Tong Chachu said in surprise, "Little Wally, you've become so tall." She didn't seem to expect that the silly little bear cub would grow so big in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Cao Xing heard a system prompt. "Your pet, Valiber, has passed the infancy and has entered the growth period." The pet panel has been opened. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes lit up. Okay, it's finally done. He couldn't wait to check Valiber's attributes. Cao Xing's pet, Valiber, race, beast, level 3, first order elite creature, HP 432 over 432, attack power 3438, attributes, strength 17, agility 15, spirit 14, constitution 18, skills, swift rush, Valiber quickly pounces on the enemy and bites it. Creatures with lower strength than Valiber will be knocked down. Lightning claws, Valiber adds lightning power to his claws, causing an additional 10% lightning damage when attacking, which lasts for 180 seconds, and has a chance to paralyze the enemy for 13 seconds. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Thunderbolt, Valiber summons a lightning bolt at the specified location, dealing damage equal to 80k*84 and a 30% slowing effect to the enemy. If a friendly unit is within the range of the lightning landing point, it will gain a shield with a durability of 10% of Valiber's HP. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. Talent, cold resistance, talent, lightning body, inherited the lightning gene of the violent bear, and can control more powerful lightning power as it grows. Status, blessing of the pale tree, extra HP plus 21%, satiation 85, loyalty 90, trained from childhood, born with extremely high loyalty to you. After seeing the attributes of this little guy, Cao Xing's eyes showed strong surprise. Oh my god. It's elite level, right after it comes out? Still so strong? Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise. The 3 skills of this little bear cub are very unique. The second and third skills add lightning power, taking into account output, control, and even auxiliary effects. The first skill can also be regarded as a control skill. After all, a creature knocked down by a white bear cannot get up. It's really powerful. Very good. This little bear cub is really full of potential. After Valiber entered the growth period, the power of lightning faintly appeared on his body, making Chuchu dare not approach. Cao Xing thought for a moment, and took out another, human-faced tree heart, blue, from his backpack. feeling that the green crystal in Cao Xing's hand contained even more powerful vitality, Valiba's eyes once again showed a strong desire. It lowered its body and then came to Cao Xing's side, constantly rubbing its head against his trouser legs. Cao Xing also smiled and touched its head. The thick bare skin was very soft and warm. Then, Cao Xing stuffed the blue-grade human-faced tree heart to Valiba. It swallowed it with a crunch. The vitality contained in the human-faced tree heart was quickly digested by it. At the same time, Valiba's body began to grow again. From just breaking through 1 meter before, it directly soared to 1.5 meters. It has completely surpassed Tong Chuchu. Its hair became darker, and the lightning power that was inadvertently emitted from its body made a sizzling sound of electricity. The system prompt appeared. Your pet, Valiba, has eaten the human-faced tree heart and has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time. 3 years. Cao Xing took a look at Waller's attributes. Cao Xing's pet, Wally Bell, race, beast, level 6, first order elite creature. Cao Xing was immediately surprised and said, it has actually reached level 6, haha. The 3-level upgrade has greatly improved Waller's attributes. Not only that, the additional damage of Wally Bell's lightning claw has also increased to 20%, and the damage coefficient of Thunderbolt has reached 120%. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. So that's how it is. As Wally grows, the lightning in its body becomes more and more concentrated. So will the damage coefficient of its skills also gradually increase? Interesting. This is in line with the characteristic of growth. Cao Xing was delighted. Then he continued to take out 2 human-faced tree heart, blue. Wally was even happier when he saw that Cao Xing still had some. After Cao Xing fed him, Waller's size increased again. From 1.5 meters, it suddenly increased to 2 meters. Your pet, Valiba, has devoured the heart of the man-faced tree and has gained accelerated growth. This acceleration time. 3 years. Valiba has grown to a new stage. Awakened talent, Behemoth. Health increased by an additional 20%. Oh my god. I can actually awaken a new talent? Cao Xing was even more surprised, and then he couldn't wait to check Valiba's new attributes. Cao Xing's pet, Valiba, race, beast, level 9 and 0/9000, first order elite creature, HP 2397/2397, attack power 223236, attributes, strength 89, agility 83, spirit 79. Constitution 85. Skills, Swift Rush. Valiba quickly pounces on the enemy and bites it. Creatures with lower strength than Valiba will be knocked down. Lightning Claws. Valiba adds lightning power to his claws, causing an additional 30% lightning damage when attacking, which lasts for 180 seconds, and has a chance to paralyze the enemy for 13 seconds. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Thunderbolt. Valiba summons a lightning bolt at the specified location, dealing damage equal to 80k * 154 and a 50% slowing effect to the enemy. If a friendly unit is within the range of the lightning landing point, it will gain a shield with a durability of 15% of Valiba's HP. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. Talent, Cold Resistance, Talent, Body of Lightning, Talent, Behemoth, HP plus 20%. Status, Blessing of the Pale Tree, HP plus 21%, Satisfaction 100 Loyalty 90. This is too powerful. Not only have the attributes been greatly improved, but the values of those skills have also been greatly enhanced. Compared to the snow bear that Cao Xing encountered before, Valiba can be said to be better than the original one. The skills and values are different, and it is stronger than the original snow bear. Cao Xing looked at his backpack. There are 6 elite souls and 1 leader soul. These are what Cao Xing prepared for Valiba. Unexpectedly, it was an elite when it just entered the growth period, which saved Cao Xing an elite soul. So Cao Xing prepared to directly let the leader soul transform into Valiba. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Because pet, Valiba is a first level creature, the soul strength is not enough, and it cannot bear the transformation of the leader level soul. It must break through to the second level before it can use the soul. So that's it. Is the highest first level creature the elite? No wonder I didn't see a first level leader or leader. Cao Crossing's face showed a look of realization. At this moment, Tongchachu and Zayani looked at Valibar, who had turned into a giant beast, in shock. For a moment, they were a little afraid to get close. However, this big white bear was very smart. It knew that Tongchachu was a companion. Then it took the initiative to lower its head and move to Tongchachu's side, allowing her to touch it. Little Wally, don't shock me. Tongchachu tentatively put her little hand on Wally's head. Not only did this big white bear not shock her, but it also rubbed her face intimately. Tongchachu had a happy smile on her face. Cao Crossing ordered, Chachu, if there is an ice nest outside, you take Wally out to fight. It is only one level away from level 10, and then it can be advanced. Tongchachu nodded solemnly, yes, I will. Chachu is very powerful. The self-destructing robot I summoned today killed many ice nest monsters. Cao Crossing also laughed, and then gave the mechanical improvement skill book to Chachu. By the way, he also gave her an assisted pistol. There is no fixed professional weapon in this world. Mechanics can also pick up weapons to fight. Just like Cao Crossing can use sword weapons. It's just that the combat power is very weak. When the little girl saw the skill book and pistol in her hand, she was immediately excited. Wow, it's a pistol. That's great big brother. So Chachu can use the skill of Mechanical Force Addition to increase the attack power of the pistol. Cao Crossing nodded. This is also one of the characteristics of mechanics. Using hot weapons to fight can exert stronger combat power. He also had a Barrett and a Mastiff shotgun in his hand. But Cao Crossing still needed the Mastiff shotgun now. As for the Barrett, this weapon was higher than Tongchachu's. However, even though it was just an auxiliary pistol, it could make the little girl excited and dance. Seeing Tongchachu's happy look, Cao Crossing and Zayani smiled at each other. Then, Cao Crossing added ice healing, ice armor, frost armor and other statuses to Valibar. With so many statuses, Valibar, in level 9, is already stronger than some second level elite monsters. Tongchachu was excited to take Valibar and couldn't wait to walk out of the sewing shop. She seemed to be looking forward to seeing Wally's transformation. At this moment, only he and Zayani were left in the sewing shop. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Then, the woman who was as mature as a peach sitting on the workbench blushed and took off her wolfskin coat directly. Today, Zayani was wearing a white undershirt made of silk fabric. She gently stood up from the workbench and crossed her arms. A body with a convex front and a curvy back, and an exaggerated figure appeared in front of Cao Crossing. Especially the two tall, white, and voluptuous legs, which directly attracted all of Cao Crossing's attention. Zayani whispered, Sir, Yanni wants. As a young man full of vigor, Cao Crossing felt his throat dry when he heard this. Cao Crossing nodded, then turned around and closed the door of the sewing shop. Then, the two of them came to the bedroom next door. At this moment, the magic stone torch in the room emitted a bright light. The fire crackled and sent waves of warmth. The tall woman stood in front of Cao Crossing and then shyly took off her top, revealing the fair skin on her upper body. She gently hugged her arms, supporting a pair of magnificent breasts on her chest. The large lace bra was very tempting with maturity. As Zayani stretched her hands behind her back, a pair of breasts popped out. Although it was not the first time that Cao Crossing saw it, he still couldn't help but marvel. Too big. Then, Zayani gently unbuttoned her jeans. A very mature figure appeared in front of Cao Crossing. Then, Zayani served Cao Crossing gently as before. 10 minutes later, Cao Crossing felt that the beautiful woman in front of him was becoming more and more blurred. Then, Cao Crossing came to the tall and plump body. As mentioned before, Zayani's height was very suitable for Cao Crossing. At this angle, he could even be easily clamped. Then, the two of them started a fierce fight. Zayani's long legs were tense, and a low sound came out of her mouth. Cao Crossing felt a completely different feeling. After a moment, she seemed to be unable to restrain herself anymore, and made a charming sound. My lord. My lord. Nearly an hour later, The battlefield of the two of them went through several twists and turns. As a 19th level frost mage, Cao Xing's physique is also amazing. It was not until Xianyani was completely exhausted and almost collapsed on the ground that Cao Xing carried this tall beauty back to bed to rest. In the warm quilt, a plump leg gently rested on Cao Xing's leg, constantly rubbing it. Xianyani leaned against his warm chest, with unprecedented satisfaction and security in her eyes. At this time, the beautiful woman in his arms said shyly, "My lord, do you like Yanni's body?" Cao Xing nodded. The beautiful woman in his arms had a hint of joy at the corner of her mouth, and then whispered, "Yanni's body belongs only to you. Whatever you like." Hearing this, Cao Xing felt that his mood, which had just calmed down, was aroused again. Xianyani turned over gently, as if she wanted to muster up the strength to fight with Cao Xing again. However, because of the excessive consumption in the previous 2 hours, she had no strength left. Seeing this, Cao Xing chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll come again next time. Just have a good rest today. Thanks to book friends." 1 monthly ticket from Renk Beha. Thanks to book friend 202012171804417984 monthly tickets. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Cheyenne Mingna. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from GE's1111. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20,240,327,852,783. Thanks to 4 monthly tickets from Xinruo Journal. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Han Chen Zichen. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Heheha Kaohei. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from book friend 160,410,022,150,347. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 171 Trading Moses Grass, The Trend of Legion Development. Cao Xing chuckled and said, "Yanni, come again next time. Have a good rest today." Xianyani looked shy, and then asked softly, "My lord, are you still going to work?" "Yes, I still have something to do." "Yeah." The sensible woman nodded. Cao Xing put on his clothes, kissed her on the lips, and left the sewing shop. After a while, Cao Xing walked out of the sewing shop. On the way, he couldn't help thinking, "Next, I have to go to the market and trade the meat I caught today with the survivors. With the quality of this batch of meat, I should be able to exchange for a lot of resources." Just as he was about to go to the market, he saw Elisa swaying in front of him with a bow and arrow on her back. When Elisa saw Cao Xing, she ran over like a little rabbit. "Wow. Lord, I finally found you." Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Of course there is something. It's a good thing." After Elisa finished speaking, she threw the bag on her back to the ground. A large number of ice dragon marks and glacial shards suddenly appeared inside. Since they didn't have a storage bag, they could only transport the materials in this way. Elisa clapped her hands and said, "Lord, this is what we got from killing those ice nest monsters all day today. All the materials are here, not a single one is left out. I checked it several times with my brothers." The little girl looked proud, as if waiting for Cao Xing's praise. Cao Xing was happy, and then collected all the materials on the ground. Get glacial shards asterisk 1137. Get ice dragon mark asterisk 2031. Get ice dragon horn small asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get ice dragon horn medium asterisk 1 right square bracket. The number of ice dragon marks and glacial shards is not large compared with last night, when more than 40,000 ice dragon marks were harvested in 6 hours. This efficiency is really low. But Cao Xing also knew that this was normal. After all, there was no double explosion rate bonus, and the frequency of ice nests was not high. What surprised him was that a new ice dragon horn appeared this time. He looked at the properties. Ice dragon horn, medium. After using it, you can actively summon the power of the dragon. In the next 6 hours, all the ice nests within 60 kilometers of your territory will descend near your territory. Is it increased from 30 kilometers to 60 kilometers? Cao Xing was stunned. If this thing is used, it will not be as simple as doubling the number of ice nests. From a diameter of 30 kilometers to a diameter of 60 kilometers, the area alone has increased by nearly 4 times. The population density and the number of territories here have also increased by at least 4 or 5 times. In other words, if Cao Xing uses this thing, in the next hour, the number of ice nests that will hit his territory will be at least more than 100. This is a very scary number. At this stage, Cao Xing does not know the situation in other districts. But in the entire 174th district, no one should be able to withstand the impact of so many ice nests. But I'm confident that I can handle it. Of course, it will be tough. Cao Xing nodded silently, then looked at Elisa, and said with a smile, "Elisa, you did a good job." Elisa smiled and looked at Cao Xing eagerly. Cao Xing asked in confusion, "Anything else?" Elisa said resentfully, "Lord, what about the reward you promised Elisa? I've been looking forward to it all day today. You didn't forget it." Cao Xing was stunned again after hearing this. Speaking of which, he seemed to have really forgotten it. When he went out in the morning, he promised Elisa that she would perform well, and he would reward her in the evening. But it was just a casual mention at the time, and the little girl really remembered it in her heart. Of course, Cao Xing would definitely not show it. So he smiled and said, "Don't worry, of course I didn't forget it." After that, Cao Xing took out a elite soul of the hunter killer from his backpack. "Look at what this is." Elisa looked at the soul in Cao Xing's hand and felt the powerful aura contained in it. "Wow. I feel it. This seems to be something that can make Elisa even more powerful. The natives of this world will not explode soul, even after killing powerful creatures. Like the treasure chest, this is also a privilege of the chosen lord." Elisa asked tentatively, "Is this for me, Lord?" Cao Xing smiled and threw the elite soul in his hand to her. Elisa took it and said happily, "Thank you, handsome lord. You really haven't forgotten Elisa. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Elisa has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and now you can issue any order to her." Cao Xing touched his chin and looked at Elisa. This little girl has soared to 100 loyalty within a few days since joining the territory. Her loyalty has increased the fastest. Of course, this may also be related to the naivety of this little girl. At this moment, Elisa did not use the soul immediately after receiving it. Instead, he tilted his head and stared at Cao Xing with a strange look. Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Elisa laughed, "Hehe, I don't know why, but I think the lord is getting more and more handsome." Cao Xing was speechless. "Hurry up and use the breakthrough. I will have something for you later." Hearing the latter sentence, Elisa suddenly became excited. "Long live the lord." She nodded excitedly, and then directly slapped the soul into her body. Cao Xing waited for a moment. Not long after, an astonishing chill rose from Elisa's body. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Elisa, successfully upgraded to an elite creature. All attributes increased by 30%. Learned new skill. Ice Burst. Ice Burst. Concentrate the power of frost. Instantly shoot 4 to 6 arrows. Each arrow causes 125% damage, and there is a 30% chance of freezing the enemy for 1 to 3 seconds. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Seeing the introduction of this new skill, Cao Xing's eyes showed appreciation. The attributes are okay, and the damage coefficient is not weak. If all 6 arrows are fully fired, it can even kill ordinary monsters of the same level in seconds. Not bad, Elisa. After saying that, Cao Xing also gave her the 2 blue grade longbows and 6 green grade longbows that exploded from those hunters. Elisa was holding this pile of weapons, her face full of surprise. Wow. So many longbows. Lord, did you steal the blacksmith shop in Hog Village? Without waiting for Cao Xing to reply, Elisa excitedly said, "Thank you, handsome lord." After that, she dropped the longbow in her hand and suddenly rushed over and hugged Cao Xing's waist. Cao Xing was stunned by the fragrance of the wind. Speaking of which, Elisa is almost 17 years old this year. According to the customs of this world, girls are married at the age of 13 or 14. However, because Elisa is too naughty, old Mel has only this daughter, so he has been reluctant to let her get married. Being hugged by this little girl like a little rabbit, Cao Xing was a little embarrassed for a while, not knowing how to respond. At this time, Elisa had a sly smile on her face and secretly looked at Cao Xing. Cao Xing noticed the expression of the little girl and immediately understood that she did it on purpose. Then, in Elisa's surprised eyes, Cao Xing directly crossed her legs and picked her up like a princess. Elisa's eyes widened, as if she was surprised by Cao Xing's actions. A trace of shame instantly appeared on her pebble-like clean face. Before she could react, Cao Xing carried her on his shoulders again and slapped her on the buttocks. "I told you not to tease me." Elisa was slapped so hard that she kept begging for mercy. "Woo wow. Lord, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Lord, Elisa shouldn't have teased you. Woo woo woo." In fact, Cao Xing's strength was not strong. He just wanted to scare the little girl. As he slapped her, Cao Xing found that Elisa's weight was really light. Of course, she was also very soft. Cao Xing pinched her twice subconsciously. Elisa seemed to feel Cao Xing's actions. She didn't react, but her legs gradually tightened, and she stopped begging for mercy and let him do what he wanted. The atmosphere seemed to become a little subtle. Then, Cao Xing put Elisa down. This lively little girl stood there with a blushing face, hooking her fingers, and looking at the ground, as if she didn't dare to look Cao Xing in the eye. Cao Xing coughed twice, then said, "Okay, as the captain of the archers, these weapons will be assigned to you. Go over quickly." After hearing this, Elisa's eyes lit up. The blush on her face faded, and she said excitedly, "Lord, you are right. I'm their captain. I have to be responsible for them. I will go over, Lord." Cao Xing nodded. Elisa quickly turned around, picked up all the longbows on the ground, and hopped away like a little rabbit. When she ran about 100 meters away from Cao Xing, Elisa stopped and turned her head to secretly glance at him. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes, and a bit of joy. Cao Xing went straight to the side of the market. He thought, no one should disturb me this time. Cao Xing shook his head, then looked at the pile of animal meat in his backpack, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Very good. This time I harvested several thousand pieces of beast meat, enough for me to exchange for a lot of resources. But before the transaction, I still have to see if there are any blueprints of Moses Grass and intermediate alchemy workshops." He opened the search interface and entered the keyword intermediate alchemy workshop. After getting zero search information, Cao Xing did not feel regretful. After all, this kind of intermediate blueprint is still relatively rare. With the current strength of the survivors, it is normal that there are no. Then, Cao Xing entered the keyword Moses Grass. What surprised him was that there were 2 consignment information this time. Very good. Moses Grass finally appeared on the market. Cao Xing had a happy look on his face, and then he looked at the consignor and the consignment conditions. One consignment information was from a survivor lord named Wang Hao. He had 17 Moses Grass in his hand and needed 170 pieces of blue-grade beast meat or 1 purple weapon, and there was no bargaining. Seeing this information, Cao Xing knew that this guy obviously deliberately offered this price, specifically for him to see. Now everyone knows that Cao Xing is buying Moses Grass and Ice Phoenix flowers. Therefore, Wang Hao opened his mouth and was ready to make a killing for Cao Xing. Cao Xing shook his head, not to mention whether this thing was worth it. 17 Moses were not enough for Yun Kayak to chew. Then, he looked at the second consignment information. This time it was a survivor lord named Wu Xinghu. He had a lot of Moses, but he didn't say what he needed. Instead, he asked those who were interested to chat privately. Private chat? Cao Xing thought for a moment. Obviously, these 2 consignment messages were both aimed at him. Moreover, Cao Xing was somewhat familiar with the name of Wu Xinghu. He seemed to be the boss of the Tiger Hall. The Tiger Hall was considered a gang, but the style of those under him was pretty good. They would not bully some ordinary people, and the members were relatively united. Cao Xing had not had any conflicts with them so far. It seems that Wu Xinghu should have something to ask me. So, Cao Xing directly clicked on the private chat. "I'm Cao Xing. How are you going to sell the Moses in your hand?" After waiting for a few minutes, the other party replied. "Hello Cao Xing. I was delayed for a while just now. I didn't see the message. Sorry." "Nothing." Cao Xing didn't care. Wu Xinghu continued, I don't know, how much Moses grass do you need? Cao Xing replied, I'm not sure at the moment, but of course the more the better. The other party was silent for a moment, and then sent a message back. Wu Xinghu, in fact, we found a patch of Moses grass today. There are a lot of them, almost tens of thousands of them. This thing is actually not a valuable thing. It has no special use, except that it can be eaten by people. I won't cheat you. If you want, I can pull all this Moses grass out and trade it to you, and then you can name your own price. Cao Xing was stunned. There were so many. If it was a patch of Moses grass, it should be enough for 19 cloud yaks to eat for a while. Moreover, this Wu Xinghu was also very honest. He didn't plan to cheat Cao Xing because of his identity. Cao Xing thought for a moment, but did not immediately make an offer. Instead, he asked, what is your profession? Wu Xinghu replied, Polar Warrior. Cao Xing said directly, how about I use a level 15 purple weapon to exchange these Moses grass with you? He happened to have 2 weapons that Liu Muxue and Assam had eliminated. They were the fighter's dagger and the ancient rapier. The other party thought for a moment after hearing this. Can you let me see the attributes first? Cao Xing directly pasted the attributes of the fighter's dagger. After a moment, Wu Xinghu's voice of surprise came out. The attributes of this dagger are very good. Although I'm a polar warrior and the two-handed sword is more suitable for me, I can exchange with you. Cao Xing nodded. Okay, then trade. Go to the trading market to modify the information. At this time, Wu Xinghu said, wait a minute, Cao Xing, before that, there is something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Cao Xing looked a little confused, thinking that the other party had suddenly changed his mind. Then, Wu Xinghu said, I wonder if you have ever learned about the Legion system? After hearing this, Cao Xing had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He naturally knew about the Legion system. This is a force that can be created by survivor lords. By creating a legion, you can invite survivor lords in the same district to join your legion and bring the other party's territory into your sphere of influence. After joining the legion, lords cannot fight each other. At the same time, the legion commander has the right to allocate resources and transfer personnel, and you can unlock some legion buildings and legion blueprints, such as legion transport vehicles, legion defense vehicles, etc. By continuously improving your reputation and upgrading the legion, you will even see advanced blueprints such as legion teleportation arrays and legion training camps. It is conceivable. With the development, some survivors will set up legions and begin to develop their own forces. Of course, the legion cannot be created casually, and certain conditions are required. To create a level 1 legion, you need a reputation value of more than 1000, and you also need to pay 2000 iron and 50,000 crowns. This condition can stump 99% of the current survivor lords. Cao Xing replied, I have heard of it. What do you mean? Wu Xinghu also replied, to be honest, I have already established a legion this morning, called Binghu. Currently, our level 1 legion can allow 50 survivors' territories to join, and I have almost recruited all the other brothers. The legion function is really convenient. When the survivor lords of the same camp rush to other territories, they will have a 20% speed bonus. Currently, there are 2 vacancies for deputy legion leaders. If Boss Cao Xing is willing to join our legion, I can directly make you the deputy legion leader. At this time, Cao Xing understood Wu Xinghu's plan. It turned out that he wanted to pull himself into his legion. Cao Xing smiled and replied, forget about the legion. I don't have this idea at the moment. Hearing this, Wu Xinghu did not force it. Said, okay then, Boss Cao Xing, when you have an idea, you can contact me. Or when you want to form a legion, you can also contact me. Maybe Boss Cao Xing doesn't know that now in the world channel, many regions have already formed legions, and they seem to be developing well. According to the development progress of this world, the difficulty of survival will become higher and higher in the future, and some weak survivors' territories will be forced to join the legion to keep warm together. This is a major trend. In the later period, I estimate that 1 or 2 giant legions will appear in each region. They control the resources, population, and combat effectiveness of a region. In a short period of time, they will have the strength to compete with those indigenous forces. Cao Xing nodded. It must be said that Wu Xinghu's analysis is still very reasonable. It is a major trend for survivors to keep warm together. Strength in numbers is not an empty talk. With various transportation vehicles, it will no longer be so difficult to travel between survivors' territories. Chapter 172 Powerful Beast Meat, Sensational Trading Market. When the survivors' communication became less difficult, with the power of so many people, they could even build a city in a short time. Of course, this would consume a lot of resources. Cao Xing replied, let's talk about it when I have an idea. Now let's talk about the Moses grass first. Okay, wait for me for a while. I'll go and have someone pick the Moses grass. Wu Xinghu was also very straightforward and didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Cao Xing was puzzled after hearing this. Isn't it snowing heavily outside? Can you go out in this weather? Wu Xinghu smiled and said, it's okay. This was discovered by a brother of our Tiger Hall, near his territory. He also saw your acquisition information the day before yesterday, so he paid special attention to it. Cao Xing immediately replied, okay, then tell your brother to see if there are any grass seeds or something when harvesting these Moses grass, and bring them back together. I can also pay you for the grass seeds separately. With grass seeds, Cao Xing can grow Moses grass in his territory by himself. Wu Xinghu replied, okay, I'll talk to my brother. The two parties hung up the call and waited silently. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wu Xinghu directly replied, all have been picked. There are more than 30,000 Moses and more than 10,000 grass seeds. Hearing this number, Cao Xing's face also showed joy. He immediately replied, okay, you put it on the shelf. I can make another blue weapon with those Moses seeds. For Cao Xing, grass seeds are far more important than Moses, and it's nothing to make another blue weapon. After hearing this, the other party smiled and replied, no need, Cao Xing, let's keep the original price. We are all from the same region, and we may have contact in the future. Just treat it as getting familiar with a big guy like you. Wu Xinghu's tone was very humble, completely putting his status below Cao Xing. After hearing this, Cao Xing couldn't help but look up to this man. Compared with Fang Long, Zhaobo and others, he seemed to have a better vision and foresight. Cao Xing didn't hesitate and replied, okay, then just put it on the shelf. A moment later, the two sides completed a wave of transactions. Transaction successful, you get Moses grass, green, right square bracket asterisk 37,764. You get Moses grass seed, green, right square bracket asterisk 13,724. You lose. Fighter's dagger, purple, right square bracket asterisk 1. Looking at the pile of Moses grass that suddenly appeared in the backpack, Cao Xing's eyes also showed joy. After the transaction was completed, Wu Xinghu sent a message back, then don't bother me for now, boss Cao Xing. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me, and I will try my best to help you complete it. To be honest, Cao Xing didn't expect that Wu Xinghu would be so easy to talk to, and it seems that he really wants to have a good relationship with Cao Xing. After all, as the head of a legion, the weight of this promise is still very heavy. Cao Xing also replied, thank you, I will contact you if there is anything. Okay. After that, the two sides hung up the communication. Cao Xing was also lost in thought at this time. He was considering whether to create a legion. After all, as Wu Xinghu said, the various functions of the legion were still very convenient, and the legion was also a major trend for subsequent development. After a moment, Cao Xing shook his head and said, forget it. With my current development speed, there is no need to create a legion at present. Besides, the eternal power is my secret. I can't easily expose it in front of people I don't trust. Cao Xing shook his head and threw away this idea. Then, his eyes were attracted by the pile of Moses grass in his backpack. He said with joy in his tone, finally, I received the Moses grass. Let's take a look at its properties first. Moses grass, green, magical plant, a kind of food containing weak magic power. After swallowing it, it can replenish a small amount of satiety and water. Cao Xing was happy. Sure enough, just like Wu Xinghu said, this thing has no special function. It can just be eaten by people. Of course, the satiety restored is very low. Very good, so much Moses grass can feed these cloudjacks for a while. Then the other Moses grass seeds can also be planted. With the accelerated growth of the pale tree, we should not have to worry about Moses grass in the future. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Finally, another goal was completed. Next, it was time to sell the wild boar meat caught in the witch forest today. He looked at the inventory reserves. Purified forest wild boar meat, green, *3883. Purified elite wild boar meat, blue, *817. Purified leader level wild boar meat, purple, *383. After being purified by the beast god altar, the attributes of these wild boar meats have been improved. Green grade wild boar meat can increase 3 points of strength and 2 points of agility. Blue grade wild boar meat can increase 5 points of strength and 3 points of agility. Purple grade wild boar meat can directly increase 7 points of strength and 5 points of agility. More importantly, these 3 types of wild boar meat can be eaten together. Added together, it is 15 points of strength and 10 points of agility, which is equivalent to the attribute improvement of the 3rd or 4th level of a 1st level creature. Very good, so much pork with powerful attributes is enough for me to exchange for a lot of resources. Moreover, my green grade wild boar meat can also be sold as blue grade beast meat, which can be exchanged for more ice dragon marks. Since the opening of the dragon store, everyone understands the value of the ice dragon mark, so the price has risen slightly. After this period of trading, many materials have a fixed market price. For example, 100 g of green grade beast meat with added attributes is almost equal to 2 ice dragon marks or glacial shards. In other words, a whole piece of green grade beast meat can only be exchanged for about 20 ice dragon marks. Of course, this is also a lot. You know, a survivor can only get about 200 to 300 ice dragon marks by killing ice nest monsters in a day. The price of blue grade beast meat is slightly higher, and about 50 ice dragon marks can be exchanged for a whole piece. In other words, if all the more than 3,000 pieces of green beast meat in Cao Xing's hand are sold at the price of blue quality beast meat, 190,000 ice dragon marks can be exchanged in one go. With the ice dragon mark in his hand, he can directly exchange for 2 gold treasure chests. When Cao Xing thought of this, his breath stagnated. Of course, this is only an ideal situation. After all, he still needs to exchange for materials such as glacier shards, elemental crystals, and ice crystal stones. In fact, it would be good if he could exchange for more than 100,000 ice dragon marks. He suppressed his excitement. He clicked on the trading market and set the consignment information. Consignment items, purified forest boar meat, green, inventory reserves, large quantities, required items, ice dragon mark, glacier shards, primary elemental crystals, ice crystals, consigner, Cao Xing. Seller's note, the attribute is equivalent to the blue grade of beast meat, the gospel of the strength profession. 100 g of forest boar meat equals 5 ice dragon marks and glacier shards, equals 1 primary elemental crystal, equals 2 ice crystals, etc. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing added the wild boar warrior recruitment scroll. Because he wanted to build an army, he needed at least 100 wild boar warriors, and Cao Xing still needed dozens of recruitment scrolls. The price is set as follows. 1 first level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll equals 10 pieces of beast meat. After all, at the current stage, everyone knows the importance of recruitment scrolls, and no one will easily sell such a prop that can enhance strength. Only a high enough price can impress the survivors. After a while, the survivors browsing the market soon found the consignment information of the beast meat. Now there are many survivors who have obtained green grade beast meat, and 1 or 2 lucky people can be seen selling beast meat every day. However, because the same type of beast meat will only take effect when it is eaten for the first time, so what everyone needs now is new beast meat. Obviously, the purified forest wild boar meat in Cao Xing's hand has never appeared in the market. Coupled with his name, it soon attracted the attention of some survivors. They discussed in the chat channel. Cao Xing, brothers, it seems that boss Cao Xing has put a new batch of beast meat on the shelves. This time it seems to be wild boar meat. Ching-yao, I saw it too, but boss Cao Crossing is selling it a little expensive this time. How can he sell green grade beast meat at the same price as blue grade meat? Zhengwen, of course it's expensive. Didn't you see the properties of these beast meats? If boss Cao Crossing sells them according to the green grade standards, wouldn't he be losing a lot of money? Indeed, indeed. Others echoed. Huang Ligang, haha. I'll go trade right away. I'll buy a batch of beast meat as soon as boss Cao Crossing puts it on the shelves. Just buying beast meat from him has increased my attributes by 2 or 3 levels. Zizaheo, me too. By eating this meat, my attributes have surpassed those of the same level of ice nest monsters. After killing these monsters, many ice dragon marks exploded. Beishi, brothers, charge. The Star God's reserves this time are very sufficient. In addition to eating for ourselves and our families, our subordinates can also eat to improve their attributes. Hearing this, the other survivors realized something. Yes, not only can they eat it themselves, but the combat troops recruited, and even the polar people, can eat meat to improve their attributes. Cao Crossing also laughed after seeing this message. He couldn't help but admire. There are many smart people in this group of survivors in District 174. In this way, I will expand the potential market several times at once. You know, there are only more than 29,000 people left in District 174 now. Cao Crossing's beast meat can sell more than 30,000 copies. Even if one copy is sold to each person, it can't be sold out. However, now they know that they can improve the attributes of their own people, and everyone will buy more beast meat. Because now most of the surviving lords have several combat units. In addition, these beast meats not only improve the attributes of the people, but also increase their loyalty, which is equivalent to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the same time, Cao Crossing instantly received a large number of transaction information. Transaction successful. You get glacier flakes right square bracket asterisk 100. You lose purified forest boar meat green right square bracket asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You get ice dragon mark right square bracket asterisk 200. You lose purified forest boar meat green right square bracket asterisk 4. Transaction successful. You get ice crystal stone right square bracket asterisk 30. You lose purified forest boar meat green right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. You get primary element crystal stone right square bracket asterisk 10. You lose purified forest boar meat green right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. Since Cao Crossing only intends to exchange green grade boar meat for these basic materials this time, most of what he receives are these things. As time goes by, more and more people get the news that Cao Crossing is selling a large amount of meat with properties comparable to blue quality in the trading channel. Through the market in the past few days, the resources in the hands of the survivor lords have gradually become richer. And because there is a set price, Cao Crossing does not need to bargain, they just take pictures directly. Crazy transaction information keeps refreshing the screen. Half an hour later, Cao Crossing sold 3,500 copies of purified forest boar meat green. Cao Crossing also ended the consignment. The remaining 300 copies were kept for himself and his subjects. Looking at the harvest, Cao Crossing showed a strong joy on his face. Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 103,100. Glacier Fragment asterisk 55,420. Primary Element Crystal asterisk 1742. Intermediate Element Crystal asterisk 134. Ice Crystal Stone green asterisk 532. First level Boar Warrior Recruitment Scroll asterisk 3. Plus some miscellaneous materials. Very good. A full 100,000 ice dragon marks, plus the number of ice dragon marks in my hand. It's nearly 190,000. This is not only enough for me to exchange for a gold treasure chest, but also for more than 90 primary power hearts, so that all the Ascalon soldiers can advance to the 2nd level. But it's a bit regrettable that I only received 3 Boar Warrior recruitment scrolls this time. Cao Crossing shook his head. He also knew that the survivors would not easily trade items like this. Cao Xing took a look and found that the survivor lords in the chat channel were still a little reluctant, and he was ready to start the second round of trading. Master Cheng, boss Cao Xing is really strong. Every time he sells beast meat, he trades tens of thousands of pieces. 1 yuan, indeed, and the beast meat sold by boss Cao Xing has very good properties. At this time, a survivor named Cao Xing said, not bad, but the price is too expensive. He has earned a lot of resources in the previous few transactions. Now he doesn't know how to give us some benefits and make the price cheaper. As soon as this person said this, he was immediately refuted by other survivors. Fu Guanggang, the above, do you know what you are talking about? Go to the world channel and see how outrageous the prices some people in other regions sell, especially in the early stage. A piece of meat can make a territory bankrupt. Chen Menggang, that's right, the price of Cao Xing is really conscientious. If it weren't for his beast meat that increased my attributes, I might have died in the early stage and couldn't hold on until now. Liu Muxue, yes, I looked at the world channel. The number of online people in many regions is much less than our 174th district. There are also several districts with less than 20,000 people left, and more than half of them have died. I'm not flattering Cao Xing, but because we do have a lot of people who survived because of Cao Xing's beast meat. If it's the same as other regions, a piece of meat is priced to death so that other survivors can't develop, and then they are swallowed by ice nest monsters. Those people in the early stage are happy, and when everyone dies in the later stage, let's see what he will do. This is a virtuous circle. Cao Xing earns resources, and we can survive and get better development. After hearing what this person said, the other survivors nodded in agreement. Through the previous transactions, Cao Xing has established a good reputation. At this time, a survivor named Zhenglu was surprised. Brothers, look at the market. Cao Xing has put new beast meat on the shelves again. Oh my god, it's forest wild boar meat with attributes comparable to purple grade. Fuck. There are so many attributes added, almost comparable to my 2-level improvement. The survivors were all very surprised, as if they didn't expect that Cao Xing could even trade such powerful beast meat. Let's see what Cao Xing wants. They looked at the market. They found that Cao Xing had set the conditions. However, the transaction price was much higher. 1 piece of blue grade wild boar meat equals 200 ice dragon marks or glacial shards. 1 piece of blue grade wild boar meat equals 20 pieces of mithril or 10 intermediate element crystals. And Cao Xing also added a message. Collect various recruitment scrolls and give priority to wild boar warrior recruitment scrolls. 1 first level boar warrior recruitment scroll equals 5 pieces of blue grade beast meat. 1 first level recruitment scroll for any soldier equals 3 pieces of blue grade beast meat. Including other material resources, they have almost increased by 4 times. Fortunately, they can still be divided into 100 G4 trading. This is equivalent to the survivor lords offering 20 ice dragon marks to enjoy the attribute bonus. For a while, the survivors were pleasantly surprised. Haha, I still have more than 300 ice dragon marks left. I will directly exchange a whole piece and give it to my beast warriors. The loyalty will skyrocket. Wow, brother, where did you recruit the beast warriors? Tell me, I'm willing to exchange with you for a magician recruitment scroll. The one above. Take me with you. Those who have boar warrior recruitment scrolls are blessed. One can actually exchange for 5 pieces of beast meat. Haha. I happen to have 2. This wave of fortune. As mentioned above, various recruitment scrolls are very precious. Basically, not many people will sell them. But as the saying goes, things are rare and valuable. Cao Xing's blue grade wild boar meat has too many added attributes. Before this, no one had ever sold meat with such high attributes. The survivors began to scramble for it. The transaction prompts that filled the screen appeared again. Transaction successful. You obtained Ice Dragon Mark right square bracket asterisk 200. You lost Purified Forest Wild Boar Meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. You obtained Glacier Shard right square bracket asterisk 20. You lost Purified Forest Wild Boar Meat. Blue, asterisk 100G. Transaction successful. You obtained First level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll right square bracket asterisk 1. You lost. Purified forest wild boar meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 5. Transaction successful. You obtained. Intermediate element. Crystal right square bracket asterisk 10. You lost. Purified forest wild boar meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. You obtained. Mithril right square bracket asterisk 20. You lost. Purified forest wild boar meat. Blue, right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. This time, because the meat sold was blue grade, Cao Xing also exchanged for some higher level materials. Intermediate element crystals, mithril, etc. 10 minutes later, all 700 blue wild boar meats that Cao Xing had consigned were sold out. And he got it again. Ice Dragon Mark asterisk 68,720. Glacier Fragment asterisk 55,740. Intermediate Element Crystal asterisk 244. Mithril asterisk 3042. First level Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment. Scroll asterisk 17. First level Imperial Warrior Recruitment scroll asterisk 3 right square bracket. First level Imperial Archer Recruitment scroll asterisk 2 right square bracket. Second level Bone Light Armor Production drawing asterisk 1 right square bracket. Second level Leather Armor Production drawing asterisk 1 right square bracket. Now, the Ice Dragon mark in his hand has exceeded 260,000 in one fell swoop. Great. So many materials, enough to exchange for 2 gold treasure chests. Cao Xing's face showed ecstasy. However, this time he only received 17 Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scrolls. Still can't put together a legion. Even though he offered a high price of 1 recruitment scroll equals 5 pieces of wild boar meat, he didn't receive many Wild Boar Warriors. After all, Wild Boar Warriors are relatively powerful among a large number of soldiers. Many survivors summoned them as soon as they got them. Cao Xing thought. However, although Wild Boar Warrior Recruitment Scrolls are rare, there are tens of thousands of people in District 174. I don't believe that we can't even get a few dozen. It seems that we must use some hard goods. Thanks to Bookfriend, CQMDS for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Demon V Blood Angel for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20240529114305852 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yihiking Gayu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Such Sago for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20190702071310450 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,230,121,943 BC for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to 1+3 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bloody Land for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Bookfriend. 20,231,130,591,983 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Fing Neo's issue for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Xiana Lang who likes reading for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Nyan Nan Buang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Bookfriend. 202212072216347771 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Bookfriend. 202305291422439855 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zleeb for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Zanayao for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Yuan is a gust of wind for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 173, Hard Goods. Purchasing a large number of blueprint skill books. It seems that we must offer some hard goods to get them to take out the good stuff in their hands. Then, Cao Xing opened the market and prepared to put purified forest boar meat, purple, on the shelves. This is also the meat with the strongest attributes he has ever put on the shelves. It can directly increase 7 points of strength and 3 points of agility. 1 piece of wild boar meat is equivalent to a 2 level increase, which is extremely powerful. However, he did not have much of this stuff in his hands, only more than 300 pieces. There was no way. Although the leader level wild boar was as big as a small hill, most of its body was bones and internal organs. The meat added up to nearly 400 kilograms, and the meat yield was actually very high. Scarcity makes things valuable. So Cao Xing decided, this batch of purple grade wild boar meat can only be used to exchange for recruitment scrolls, construction blueprints, equipment blueprints, and skill books, etc. So Cao Xing began to set the transaction information. Consignment items, purified leader boar meat, purple, inventory reserve, medium, required items, recruitment scrolls, blueprints, skill books, etc. Seller's note, I need various recruitment scrolls and blueprints. In addition, I also accept skill books for Frost Mage, Aurora Knight, and Frost Iron Mechanic. Please privately chat with me for trading. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing added 2 high-level materials, Magic Pattern Stone, and Eternal Gold Ingot, because he still has a golden building blueprint called King's Altar, which can be used to revive heroes. But the required materials have been difficult to gather. It happened that he could take this opportunity to purchase these 2 materials from the survivors of the entire 174th area. At this moment, the chat channel fell into silence after seeing the beast meat that Cao Xing put on the shelf for the 3rd time. Then there was a strong sensation. Hiss. Such a strong wild boar meat, it actually directly increases 7 points of strength and 3 points of agility. Yeah, this is too outrageous, right? This level 5 green weapon in my hand only adds 5 points of strength. Wow. I'm going to take out all my ice dragon marks to buy this kind of meat. At this time, another survivor replied, don't think about it. This time, Boss Cao Xing will not accept materials such as ice dragon marks, only blueprints, magic pattern stones, and eternal gold ingots. After hearing this, the other survivors also laughed. Sure enough, Boss Cao Xing will not exchange such precious meat for ordinary materials. What are magic pattern stones and eternal gold ingots? Haven't you heard of them? Brothers, look through the blueprints you have in your bottom box and trade with Boss Cao Xing. Then you can come to the trading channel and exchange the purple wild boar meat for ordinary materials and wrestle them, and we will definitely take pictures for you. Hearing this, the other survivors also suddenly realized something. That makes sense. You can make a lot of money by wrestling. Who else has a boar warrior recruitment scroll? 1 scroll can be exchanged for 2 pieces of beast meat. You can get 20 pieces of beast meat directly. I'm willing to pay 100 ice dragon marks to buy one. 1 piece of beast meat can be sold for 1000 ice dragon marks. Haha, I have 2 boar warrior recruitment scrolls. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Cao Xing naturally knew that this kind of wrestling phenomenon would occur, but he didn't stop it. As mentioned before, he eats meat and also wants others to drink some soup. Cao Xing was unwilling to exchange this precious beast meat for ordinary materials, but other survivors were willing. Everyone got what they wanted, a win-win situation. Of course, Cao Xing has earned the biggest benefit. 3 consecutive transactions attracted the attention of almost most of the survivors in Area 174. Soon, he received a large number of private chat messages. Many people came up and sent their treasures at the bottom of their boxes. After a glance, I found a lot of skill books. For example, Primary Mechanical Affinity, Improved Self-Destruct Robot, Ice Breaking Flying Blade etc. Since Cao Xing was going to train Tong Chuchu, he added the skills of the mechanic this time. Most of them were ordinary skill books, and Cao Xing and Liu Muxue had already learned them. For example, the Frost Mages, Ice Wall, Big Ice Spear, Ice Ball, and the Aurora Knight's Holy Healing, Shield Counter, etc. However, there were some skill books that had not been learned yet, and their attributes were pretty good. After Cao Xing negotiated the price with these people, he started the transaction directly. Transaction successful. You obtained Primary Ice Control Skill Book, and you lost Purified Leader Wild Boar Meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 3. Transaction successful. You obtained S6 Mark Chaser Skill Book, and you lost Purified Leader Wild Boar Meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 4. Transaction successful. You obtained Holy Shield Assault Skill Book, and you lost Purified Leader Wild Boar Meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 2, transaction successful. The system prompts that refresh the screen appeared. At this time, Cao Xing saw a blueprint that caught his attention. Brief drawing of intermediate alchemy workshop construction. This thing is the key to making the improved version of the secret medicine of life. Now Cao Xing only needs to build it, and then find an alchemist, and he can make the secret medicine of life in batches. Thinking of this, Cao Xing became a little excited. After a lot of bargaining, Cao Xing finally traded with the other party for 11 pieces of beast meat. This was also the most expensive blueprint he had ever bought. But it was obvious that he made a lot of money from this deal. Transaction successful. You get brief drawing of intermediate alchemy workshop, and you lose purified leader wild boar meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 11. After getting the blueprint, Cao Xing showed a strong joy on his face. Good. Finally everything is ready, only the alchemist is missing. Let's see if we can find a town or village and bring back an alchemist in the next 2 days. Cao Xing's face was full of expectations. Then, he continued to click on the private chat messages and checked them one by one. He found many things that interested him. For example, magic pattern stone and eternal gold ingot, as well as some building blueprints and so on. Cao Xing also started to bargain, and then bought it at a reasonable price. Transaction successful. You obtained primary training ground construction blueprint. You lost purified forest boar meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You obtained intermediate cowshed construction blueprint. You lost purified forest boar meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You obtained first level boar warrior recruitment scroll asterisk 1 right square bracket. You lost purified forest boar meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 2. Transaction successful. You obtained eternal gold ingot asterisk 2 right square bracket. You lost purified leader boar meat. Purple, right square bracket asterisk 1. Transaction successful. This time, Cao Xing used 324 pieces of beast meat to exchange for a large amount of supplies. Most of the beast meat was used to exchange for recruitment scrolls and eternal gold ingots, magic pattern stone and other materials. He looked at the number of recruitment scrolls he obtained this time. First level wild boar warrior recruitment scroll asterisk 71. First level imperial archer recruitment scroll asterisk 5. First level imperial soldier recruitment scroll asterisk 5. Very good. Counting the previous wave of transactions, plus the recruitment scrolls in my hand, it is enough to gather 100 man. Wild boar warrior army. Cao Xing's eyes showed a satisfied look. Although these scrolls consumed a lot of his purple beast meat, it was obvious that this was a big profit. Then there are the two materials, eternal gold ingot and magic pattern stone. This time, I got a total of them. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 64, magic pattern stone asterisk 31. It takes 100 eternal gold ingots and 50 magic pattern stones to build the king's altar, and it's still a little short. Cao Xing felt a little regretful. However, this is also normal. After all, eternal gold ingots and magic pattern stones are both very high level materials. It's good to receive so many in area 174. In addition to these, Cao Xing also exchanged for 10 skill books and 6 blueprints. Then, he began to check them one by one. First, there are the 3 skill books of the Frost Mage. They are Ice Soul Spear, Ice Breaking Flying Blade, Basic Ice Control. I looked at the introductions of the 3 skill books. Ice Spear, exclusive skill book for Frost Mages. Blue, skill effect, throws a spear made of ice forward, making it spin at high speed like a windmill, causing multiple attacks asterisk 112% damage to all enemies along the way. Skill cooldown time 60 seconds. Ice Blade, exclusive skill book for Frost Mages. Purple, skill effect, quickly condense 13 large ice balls with sharp icicles. After hitting the enemy, they explode and cause 273% damage, and then a large number of fragments splash out, causing 87% piercing damage to surrounding enemies. Skill cooldown time 90 seconds. Elementary Ice Control, exclusive skill book for frost mages. Blue, skill effect, deepen your understanding of the power of ice, increase the damage of all ice attacks by 10%, and increase casting speed by 10%. At the same time, you can also try different skill combinations in actual combat. Tip, by continuously compressing the ice ball, the explosion damage can be increased. Too powerful. These 3 skill books are all important skills for Cao Xing as a frost mage. He spent 20 pieces of beast meat. But it's worth it. It's worth it. Especially elementary ice control. Although it is just a blue skill book, it is a key skill. After learning this, you can have a preliminary understanding of the application of these ice magics, and make different attack methods. For example, before, by learning skill books, releasing skills was just copying the answers. Now that you have learned elementary ice control, you can understand how these answers are obtained and what the calculation formula is. Thus, you can learn more advanced application methods. Cao Xing clapped his hands and studied these 3 skill books without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a large amount of memories pouring into his mind. Among these memories, there are various combinations of ice element enchanting spells. It took nearly 1 or 2 minutes for Cao Xing to absorb these memories. He opened his eyes, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said in surprise, "Oh my god. Such a big reaction to learning a skill. I feel like my brain is almost full." Cao Xing clapped his hands and continued to check. Then came the 3 skill books of the Aurora Knight, which also cost Cao Xing nearly 20 pieces of beast meat. They are Holy Shield Assault, Elementary Swordsmanship Control, and Defense Stance. As usual, he checked the properties of the 3 skill books. Holy Shield Assault, purple, Aurora Knight exclusive skill book, skill effect, concentrate the power of the Aurora on the shield, quickly advance 530 meters, repel enemies on the path, and cause damage to them equal to attack power asterisk 89%, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Elementary Swordsmanship Control, blue, melee skill book for warriors, Aurora Knights, etc. Skill effect, deepen your understanding of swordsmanship. When using sword weapons, your attack power increases by 10%, and your attack speed increases by 10%. At the same time, you can also make different combinations in actual combat. Tip, when the Polar Warrior's thrust skill ends, use the hamstring skill to achieve unexpected results. Defense Stance, blue, Aurora Knight tactical skill book, skill effect, switch to full defense mode, unable to attack, 50% lower chance of being knocked away, 20% higher defense, no cooldown. These 3 skill books are also very good, which can improve Liu Muxue's mobility, combat ability, and defense ability. Especially primary sword skills control. The importance of this skill is almost the same as primary ice control. Not bad, not bad. And according to the system's prompts, Cao Xing suddenly had a different idea. For example, after the Aurora Knight uses Holy Shield Assault, can he use Shield Slam to quickly charge and control the enemy? Obviously, this is feasible. Interesting. Can different skill combinations produce different effects? Cao Xing suppressed his thoughts and decided to let Liu Muxue try again when he has a chance. Finally, there are the 4 skill books of the mechanic. They are Primary Mechanical Affinity, S6 Mark Chaser, S8 Improved Self-Destruct Robot, G1 Corona. I looked at the attributes. Primary Mechanical Affinity, blue, Cold Iron Mechanic exclusive skill book, skill effect, when summoning mechanical creatures to fight, increase the duration by 20% and increase the mechanical attributes by 10, and return 20% of the materials when the duration of the summoned mechanical creature ends. S6 Mark Chaser, purple, exclusive skill book for Frost Iron Mechanic skill effect, consumes some materials and mechanical force to summon a Mark Chaser robot that inherits 120% of the attributes of the mechanic. The Mark Chaser has skills such as thermal tracking, thermal acceleration, and cutting blade. Duration 5 minutes, cooldown time 10 minutes. S8 improved self-destruct robot. Blue, exclusive skill book for frost iron mechanic skill effect. Advanced version of the self-destruct robot. Consumes some materials. Summons a self-destruct robot with a durability value equal to the health value. With simple attack skills. Detonates after the durability is exhausted, causing 280% explosion damage to enemies within 5 meters around, and can summon up to 2 at the same time. Duration 120 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. G1 Corona. Purple. Exclusive skill book for frost iron mechanic skill effect. Consumes a large amount of materials. Summons a permanent Corona robot. Inherits 100% of the attributes of the mechanic. And has skills such as energy conversion, energy impact, and energy bomb. Note, if you need to summon a new Corona, you need to destroy the original Corona. Very good. The mechanic profession is still very powerful, especially in the middle stage. After changing to a war mechanic, you will also learn 3 exclusive drawings of war machinery. Then through the mechanical factory, a large number of these 3 machines are manufactured, and one person can deal with a legion. Of course, the consumption of mechanic after a battle is also an astronomical figure, and the production of these machines also requires a large amount of high-level materials. According to the current situation, I'm afraid that a large area can only support one high-end mechanic. And with my talent, the mechanic profession can even change again, and become the real king of war. Cao Xing thought excitedly. He did not regret not choosing the frost iron mechanic. In this world, every profession has its own strengths. In the later stage, the frost mage can destroy the city with a forbidden spell. Isn't it cool? In addition, there is also a mechanic Tongchachu in his territory. It is the same to train her. After reading these 10 skill books, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Then, there are those drawings. Remove the construction drawings of intermediate cowshed, intermediate toilet, intermediate alchemy workshop, etc. whose functions can be seen from the names. Cao Xing checked the properties of the other 3 new drawings. The first one is a training ground drawing. Primary training ground construction drawing. Building effect. A training ground can be built in the territory, allowing the people to train in it and increase their experience points. Area of land. 120 square meters armor. 40 durability. 1200 maximum number of trainees. 20 people experience gained from training. 1 hour/500 experience points. Materials required for construction. 200 wood, 100 stone, 50 iron, 20 copper, 20 primary element crystals. Construction time 8 hours and 43 minutes. Staff 0/1 instructor. Note, citizens with skills such as sword control and spear control can serve as instructors for training. There is a small probability that other citizens can also learn the same type of weapon control. Or thoughtful look appeared in Cao Xing's eyes. Interesting. This thing has a similar effect to the training barracks, except that this one allows other citizens to learn skills and gain experience points. In this case, if a Sam is allowed to serve as an instructor, it is equivalent to other people also learning the skill of Frostwolf swordplay, but the probability of this happening is a bit small. Of course, it doesn't matter if they can't learn the skills. When the polar people's levels are raised, their physical attributes will also improve, so they will be more efficient at work. The appearance of this blueprint gave Cao Xing a different idea. In the future, when those polar people or Cao Yi and others are free, they will be arranged to go there for training. When a battle really occurs, these people can join the battlefield by picking up their weapons. Not bad, not bad. Cao Xing continued to check. Construction blueprint of primary hot spring hall. Construction effect. A hot spring hall can be built in the territory, which can be divided into male and female bathing pools. Site area. 270 square meters armor. 50 durability. 1500 maximum capacity. 50 people. Materials required for construction. Stone asterisk 500, wood asterisk 200, iron asterisk 100, mithril asterisk 10. Primary element crystals asterisk 20, electronic components asterisk 5. Right square bracket. Construction time 17 hours and 32 minutes. Hot spring. This is a good thing. Chapter 174, Cleaning Up the Harvest, The Benefits of Being a Master Blacksmith. Hot springs? That's a good thing. Cao Crossing's eyes lit up immediately. In this cold winter, even taking a hot bath is a rare thing. Being able to soak in a hot spring is a life that only gods can enjoy. Moreover, when the hot spring is open, Liu Muxue, Sarah, Juliet and other beauties can bathe in the same hot spring. Cao Crossing seemed to think of some scenes that he shouldn't think of, and immediately interrupted his thoughts. Ahem. Can't think about it anymore. He hurriedly started to check the next drawing. Construction drawings of primary medical room. Construction effect. A building with simple medical tools and facilities can be built in the territory, which can treat frostbite, colds, internal injuries and other symptoms of the people in the territory. Site area: 150 square meters armor. 30 durability. 750 required staff. 0/1 doctor. Required materials for construction: wood asterisk 200, stone asterisk 100, iron asterisk 30, copper asterisk 20, mithril asterisk 5, primary element crystal asterisk 10. Construction time: 17 hours and 32 minutes. Yes, this is also an important building in the territory. Although because of my talent and the warm environment, the blood volume of the people in the territory has always been in a healthy state. But after going out to collect resources more often, some people with poor physical fitness will still get sick and have fever. So a medical room is also indispensable. Cao Crossing clapped his hands and clicked to study all these drawings. So far, he has read all the gains from this transaction. The gains are so great that they are beyond his imagination. He successfully received Moses grass and a large amount of Moses grass seeds. The number of Boar warrior recruitment scrolls has exceeded 106, which is enough for him to recruit a legion. In addition, the number of ice dragon marks has reached 260,000, which can be exchanged for 2 gold treasure chests. There are also a large number of skill books and blueprints. Unfortunately, the materials for the King's Altar are still a little short. In addition, the progress of recruiting alchemists and doctors also needs to be put on the agenda. There are still many things to do, and not all goals have been completed because of a transaction. Moreover, through this transaction, Cao Crossing has almost taken away all the good things in the hands of the survivors, and he needs to keep the market going for a few more days. But in general, if all the resources harvested from this transaction are digested, his strength will soar. Cao Crossing patted his backpack with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Now, it's time to go see my baby yak. He remembered that old Mel said that the cloud yak can already collect the first batch of hair. Cao Crossing also wanted to wear the kind of clothes that can generate heat as soon as possible, so he couldn't wait to come to the door of the cowshed. Creak. The door of the primary cowshed opened. Warm air mixed with the smell of hay hit him in the face. However, apart from a dozen cloud yaks lying quietly on the ground, there was no sign of old Mel. Cao Crossing thought to himself, it seems that old Mel has gone to rest. But it was normal to think about it. After all, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. In the entire territory, except for the fighters who were on guard and guarding against the ice nest monsters, everyone else had already fallen asleep. And just at this moment, Cao Crossing suddenly saw a figure emerging from the middle of a pile of yaks. He instantly raised his vigilance. Who is it? Cao Crossing asked. An old voice replied, it's me, Lord. Hearing the voice, Cao Crossing let down his guard. Then he said speechlessly, Mr. Old Mel, why did you go to sleep with the yaks? Old Mel smiled and shook his head. Lord, I'm not sleeping, I'm milking. Cao Crossing also saw the gloves that old Mel was wearing and the small wooden barrel under the yak's belly. He laughed immediately. Old Mr. Mel, do the yaks have enough fodder? If not, I'll have someone go to the nearby village to buy some. Mel replied, Lord, there is enough fodder, but we do need to prepare some more. The weather here is changeable. Sometimes a heavy snow blocks the road, and you can't go out for half a month. Mel sighed. Cao Crossing also nodded, knowing that what Mel said was true. After all, it is still snowing outside. It is not certain whether you can go out tomorrow. This is also the trouble of most civilians in this world. Various bad weather conditions make their already difficult living environment even worse. At this time, Cao Xing took out a handful of light purple tender grass from his backpack. Seeing the bursts of green grass smell emanating from it, Old Mel's eyes lit up immediately. This is Moses grass. Lord, you actually found this magical plant? Cao Xing smiled and nodded, and then took out all the Moses grass directly. A large pile of Moses grass was piled on the ground, and it still smelled of soil. Mr. Mel, are these enough for the cloud yaks to survive for a while? Mel nodded and said, yes, definitely enough. With these grasses, if mixed with hay, it won't be a problem for the yaks to eat for another half a month. Cao Xing also laughed after hearing this. Half a month should be enough for him to grow a new batch of Moses grass. When the time comes, he will plant new grass seeds. With the growth bonus of the pale tree, he will soon not have to worry about the food problem of the cloud yaks. Old Mel said, Lord, the cloud yaks have adapted to the new environment. Do you want to cut the first batch of hair now? Now, Cao Xing replied. Okay, respected Lord. After saying that, Old Mel took out a pair of big scissors and came to the group of cloud yaks. After this period of getting along, the yaks have remembered the breath of Old Mel. Even if he approaches, they seem very quiet. Cao Xing watched for a while and found that Old Mel's actions were very careful and serious. Under his action, sections of blue and white soft hair were cut off. Then they were neatly placed on the mat by Old Mel. However, it took Old Mel more than 10 minutes to finish cutting the hair on the belly of a yak. According to this calculation, it would take at least half an hour to cut a yak. It would take until the late night to cut all 19 yaks. Cao Xing was a little embarrassed and then said, Mr. Mel, let's do this for today and continue tomorrow. Old Mel was about to refuse, but heard Cao Xing say, by the way, this is an order. Hearing this, Old Mel also laughed and then said, yes, Lord. After the two finished speaking, they left the cowshed together and closed the door. After arriving outside the territory, Old Mel returned to his residence. Cao Xing was still patrolling the territory. At this moment, it was still snowing outside, and the cold wind was howling, but it was dispersed by the heat emitted by the furnace. He didn't know how long the snow would last, and thought to himself, according to the intensity of today's snowfall, tomorrow's snow will probably be at least 1 meter deep. It will be a bit troublesome to travel. Although he now needs an alchemist and a doctor. But this is not an urgent matter. For him, the more important thing is to digest the resources harvested tonight, and then improve his strength. Forget it, if I can't go out tomorrow, I'll stay in the territory and use the ice dragon horn to level up. Cao Xing already had an idea in his mind. Then, he was ready to go back to the Lord's hut to rest, and end a busy day. Speaking of which, from the time he left home this morning to now, Cao Xing has been running for hundreds of kilometers without a moment's rest. Even after returning to the territory, he has been busy all the time. At this moment, Cao Xing sighed and said, the life of a lord is like this. Although it is busy, it is also very fulfilling. When he passed by the blacksmith shop, he suddenly heard the sound of ding, ding ding, from inside. Cao Xing wondered, it's so late, is Harold still working? After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to go to the blacksmith shop. It just so happens that I harvested a lot of beast bones today, as well as human-faced tree bark and other materials for making. The transaction just now also obtained 2 production drawings. I can let Harold see if he can make some equipment. When Cao Xing stepped into the blacksmith shop, there was a stronger heat coming from inside. A dwarf was holding a big hammer and sweating profusely in front of the forging table. Ding, ding ding. The heavy knocking sound was endless. It can be seen that Harold was working very hard and didn't even notice Cao Xing coming in. Cao Xing said, Harold, are you still working so late? After seeing the figure, Harold wiped the sweat from his forehead and then said with a smile, Lord, aren't you still busy so late? Cao Xing smiled after hearing this. At this time, Harold put down the hammer in his hand and then said with a smile on his face, my lord, the light armor you asked me to make today has all been completed. There are about 60 sets of first grade excellent quality light armor and only 5 sets of excellent quality light armor. However, the rabbit teeth you gave me were used to make some second grade plate tooth armor, which has a good defensive effect. In addition, I have also made 300 arrows, and I'm working hard to make more arrows. But it should be noted that we don't have enough feathers in our territory. Harold reported his work today in one breath. Cao Xing praised, Harold, you've worked hard. Harold said embarrassedly, not at all, Lord. I heard from my wife that you took good care of her today. Not only did you give her a rare weapon, but you also gave her a precious soul. Although she failed to break through, we are very grateful for your cultivation. To be honest, we have been wandering outside for so many years, and have experienced many bad things. This is the first time we have found a sense of home in a territory. At this point, the rough-faced dwarf's pupils were a little moist, whether it was because of the smoke or something else. Cao Xing also smiled. He knew that the couple had a good relationship. But at this moment, Harold's next sentence surprised Cao Xing directly. Putana also thinks that it is a blessing for us to come to this territory. When our child is born in the future, he will have a comfortable environment to grow up in. Hearing this, Cao Xing's pupils widened, and he asked in surprise, Harold, what did you say? Your child? Harold nodded and said, yes, Lord, Putana is pregnant, so we thought about finding a stable place, and then came to your territory. Cao Xing sighed and said, Harold, I didn't know about this. To be honest, if Cao Xing knew, he would definitely not let Putana go out to fight with him. If a fierce battle directly caused Putana's baby to fall out of her belly, that would be a lot of fun. Harold shook his head and said, it's okay, Lord. Putana also asked me not to tell you about this, but I think that this matter will be exposed sooner or later, so it is better to report it to you first. At this point, Harold added, but please rest assured, Lord, Putana can still fight in the next few months. She has the blood of half-giant and has a strong physique, and we will do our best to contribute to the territory. Even if Putana can't fight for a while, I will work harder and make up for her share. Hearing this, Cao Xing smiled and said, Harold, it's okay even if Putana doesn't fight. Your contribution is enough. For Cao Xing, the combat power of a second level elite has little impact and is far inferior to that of a blacksmith. However, the dwarf said stubbornly, no, Lord, this is a duty. You have provided us with a warm shelter and a stable place, and we must also contribute to the territory. If Putana is left idle, she will feel guilty and blame herself. Cao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this, then let's do it, Harold. Later, I will let Putana lead those soldiers to defend the territory. Don't think this is a special care for you, because I will take some of the combat power out, and the defense pressure is still quite high. Hearing this, Harold's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Then he nodded solemnly and said, thank you, Lord. We will defend your territory with our lives and the hammers in our hands. Because you care about your subordinates, the loyalty of the territory member, Harold Iceberg has been greatly improved, and the current loyalty is 85. Seeing this prompt, Cao Xing was stunned. Because before this, Harold's loyalty had just reached 72 points. And this arrangement directly made his loyalty soar by 13 points, which is the largest increase in history. Cao Xing shook his head and said nothing more. At this time, Harold solemnly picked up two pieces of equipment from the side and said respectfully, Lord, this is the finished product I made today. Please check it out. Cao Xing also became interested after hearing this, and then glanced over and took a look at the attributes. Light bone armor, green, quality, excellent, requirement to wear, level 10 armor. 1316. Additional effect, agility plus 5, HP plus 60. Additional effect, lightly equipped, increases attack speed and movement speed by 15%. Light armor made from wolf bones is very light. Light bone armor, blue, quality, excellent, requirement to wear, level 10 armor. 2125. Additional effect, agility plus 5, strength plus 5, HP plus 100. Additional effect, bear fury. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to increase strength by 20 points. Lasting 10 seconds. Light armor made from bear bones is both agile and defensive. Plate tooth armor, blue, quality, excellent, requirement to wear, level 15 or above armor. 3741. Additional effect. Agility plus 10. Strength plus 5. HP plus 200. Additional special effect. Teeth force reduction. Reducing damage received by 15% when attacked. Armor. Made of frost throwing rabbit teeth, is light and has good defense. Seeing these 3 types of equipment, Cao Xing glanced at Harold. Obviously, the attributes of these equipment are very good. At least, the attributes are higher than those of the same level and quality. Harold made them very carefully. After changing them to those Ascalon warriors, they can strengthen their combat power. However, because Cao Xing's development speed is too fast, the levels of those soldiers will also increase rapidly. So these equipment will soon be eliminated. But this does not affect it. Because at this stage, most of the survivors are still at levels 5 to 9, and only a small number of people have reached level 10. So when the time comes, Cao Xing can put these equipment on the market in exchange for supplies. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's mouth showed a hint of joy again. Harold, the attributes of this batch of equipment are very good. You have amazing forging skills. Harold was a little embarrassed by Cao Xing's praise and shook his head and said, "Lord, you are too flattering. In fact, my forging skills are not the best among the dwarves. We dwarves also have senior forgers, expert forgers, and even master forgers." Hearing this, Cao Xing asked, "Harold, how did you upgrade your dwarven forging skills?" As Harold said, he was not a top forger. The higher the level of the forger, the faster the equipment can be forged, and the better the quality. What's more important is that the intermediate forger can only guarantee a high success rate when forging blue and lower quality equipment. If you forge purple quality equipment, there is a high probability of failure. Although Cao Xing does not have enough materials to mass produce purple equipment, it does not prevent him from making preparations in advance. Harold thought for a moment and replied, "Generally speaking, everyone improves their forging proficiency through a lot of actual combat. Of course, this also depends on talent. Some dwarves may work as blacksmiths for their entire lives and are only intermediate forgers, and some dwarves can become expert forgers in just a dozen years." Cao Xing nodded in realization and continued to ask, "Is there any way to quickly increase proficiency?" Hearing this question, Harold thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, there is. One is to read a lot of books on forging knowledge, some master's notes, etc. Then it is to create some advanced equipment. The more advanced the equipment, the more proficiency you will increase, and of course the higher the failure rate." After listening to this, Cao Xing also understood the way the natives of this world upgrade these life skills. It doesn't sound difficult. The simplest way is to let him create a large number of advanced equipment. This is equivalent to spending money. But for Cao Xing, this is also the simplest way. Harold continued, "Among the pile of books collected by the Lord, I saw a book called The Life of the Kingdom's Blacksmith. In this book, I saw many lost forging techniques and forging methods, which benefited me a lot. With today's forging, I feel that it won't be long before I can become a senior blacksmith." Harold seemed very excited when he said this. After all, a senior blacksmith is a talent anywhere. After hearing this, Cao Xing also showed joy on his face. "I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing in that pile of books," he encouraged. "Come on, Harold, you have to believe that in my territory, senior blacksmith is not your end. In the future, you will become an expert blacksmith, or even a master blacksmith." After hearing Cao Xing's encouragement, Harold's eyes also showed a yearning look. "I believe in the ability of the Lord. If I can become a master blacksmith in the future, even among the dwarves, I will be a noble existence. Moreover, every new master blacksmith can go to the dwarf hall to receive an exclusive epic equipment blueprint. Then, I will return to my tribe and glory, take the epic blueprint, and then make your own epic equipment for the Lord." Hearing the latter sentence, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't know that there was such a benefit in training a master blacksmith. However, this goal sounded rather far away. Cao Xing could only temporarily suppress his excitement. Then, he took out a lot of jungle boar bones, fangs, and human-faced bark from his backpack. Thanks to bookfriend, Zion9527 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Chifeng Wine for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kuketahe for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zhiri at Baby for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Loading for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Weiangangluan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zinruo Journal for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lunren Beisha for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kanaxia Dekapok for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Sanchez Book Fans Hut for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Reply for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend. 20,230,121,943 BC for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Menghyuk Sixia Kanglang 5 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Jiren for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lansamanzi for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Xiadeo Welishing for 10 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendations and subscriptions. Thanks to the book friend, Zadtesi for the 888 points reward again and again. Chapter 175 System Announcement. Upcoming merge update. Cao Xing took out a large pile of jungle boar bones, tusks, and human-faced tree bark from his backpack. These materials were all dropped by monsters above level 3. They can be used to create level 3 equipment, that is, equipment above level 20. In addition, there are many materials dropped by elite and boss level creatures, which can be used to make a lot of blue equipment and even purple equipment. Seeing this pile of materials on the ground, Harold's eyes showed a little surprise. Lord, it seems that you have gained a lot from this trip. With so many materials, if I can forge them all, I will most likely be promoted to a senior blacksmith. Cao Xing smiled again. That's great, Harold. All these materials are at your disposal. You can use them to your heart's content. At this point, he reminded, however, with so many materials, it may take a long time to forge. You can take a rest or read a book when you are tired. You don't have to force yourself to work so late. Harold replied, I know. Thank you for your concern, Lord. Let me see what I can do with the materials that the Lord brought today. Okay, you take a look first. Harold picked up a pile of materials on the ground, looked at them, and nodded. At the same time, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about what to make with these materials. After a moment, he had the answer in his mind. Lord, let's do as we did yesterday. All the animal bones will be used to make light armor. These fangs will be used to make spearheads or short knives. As for these tree barks, to be honest, this is the first time I've seen this kind of material. Cao Xing smiled. It was normal that Harold had never seen it before. After all, creatures like human-faced trees were rare on this continent. In other words, except for the witch forest, human-faced trees were basically not seen anywhere else. Harold thought, these human-faced tree barks are most suitable for making leather armor. I sense the breath of life on them, so I think it should be good. Cao Xing nodded, because the system introduction on the human-faced tree bark also said that it was used to make leather armor. At this time, Harold continued to ask, I wonder if the Lord has a blueprint. If not, I will forge it freely, based on the knowledge in my mind. Cao Xing thought for a moment after hearing this. To make equipment in a blacksmith shop, you naturally need a blueprint. But as mentioned before, this is a real world. Those blacksmiths have come into contact with a lot of equipment during this period, and they already have a lot of blueprint memories in their minds. So they can make it, based on their memories. The 2 blueprints he just received were both of the 2nd order. It would be a waste to use these 3rd order materials to make 2nd order equipment. So, Cao Xing said, Harold, just make it according to your own ideas. Yes, Lord. At this time, Cao Xing took out a large pile of vines. From the green grade tough vines, to the blue grade strong vines, to the purple grade elder vines. Adding up, there are almost more than 7,000 vines. Cao Xing could only transfer them to the storage box next to the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for so many vines in the entire blacksmith shop. Looking at the vines in the storage box, Harold's eyes showed surprise again. He tried to pull it, but found that with his 2nd order strength, he couldn't even tear the most ordinary tough vines. Harold was shocked and said, what tough vines? Lord, did you kill a tribe of tree spirits? Cao Xing smiled and shook his head, saying, no, this kind of vine and that kind of bark are made of the same material from a living creature. Herald, can you see if these vines can replace ropes to make catapult hooks? Harold said excitedly, yes. With these vines, the catapult hooks will be more resilient and can even catch more powerful monsters. After hearing this, Cao Xing was also happy. Very good. Then you can put other equipment aside tomorrow and make a large number of catapult hooks first. Cao Xing plans to give each of these Ascalon warriors, wild boar warriors, and those archers a catapult hook. This thing is a good thing, especially when dealing with those large beasts. Hundreds of catapult hooks can be shot out directly to trap the opponent firmly. The power of more than 100 second level Ascalon warriors can even drag 3rd and 4th level leaders, or even leader level creatures. Then Cao Xing can output with confidence. Harold nodded. Okay, Lord, but making the catapult hook requires a lot of copper. Just use it, Harold. But it's already late today, remember to rest early. Harold said excitedly. Thank you for your concern, Lord, I'm going to rest soon. Cao Xing collected all the equipment and arrows made by Harold. Obtained. Bone light armor, green, asterisk 65. Obtained. Bone light armor, blue, asterisk 7. Obtained. Plate tooth armor, green, asterisk 11. Obtained. Plate tooth armor, blue, asterisk 3. Obtained. Arrows asterisk 300. After doing all this, Cao Xing left the blacksmith shop. Looking at the time, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Cao Xing thought to himself, it's time to rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the Lord's hut. Then he went to the bathroom on the first floor. Cao Xing saw a black mechanical device here, and next to it was a large water tank, which stored a lot of hot water. This is the magic water storage device, which Duan has built today. Cao Xing took a hot bath happily. Then he exclaimed, this thing is really convenient. Now we don't need to boil water to take a bath ourselves. After taking a bath, Cao Xing went straight to the second floor of the Lord's hut. At this time, Liu Muxue still had her bright eyes open, as if waiting for Cao Xing to come back. As a survivor, she naturally saw the grand occasion of the chat channel, and knew that Cao Xing was busy trading with other survivors until now. When she saw him come in, Liu Muxue had a gentle smile on her face. Thank you for your hard work, Xing. Come back and rest soon. The quilt is already very warm. Then, she took the initiative to lift the quilt and patted the pillow next to her. Cao Xing smiled and said, okay, I'll be there right away. After that, he took off his clothes and got into the quilt. In the warm Lord's hut, the two of them slept in each other's arms. The next day, at about 8 o'clock, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue woke up together. Several system prompts appeared. Attention all survivors, you have passed the 3rd day of the official period. Because there are already 100 survivors who have reached level 10 in your region, the level ranking has ended. 7 days after the official period, there will be the first small-scale merger of regions, where 10 regions in the nearby area will be merged into one region, and a new round of updates will be launched. Please be prepared. Weather forecast. Today's moderate snow will turn into light snow, so it is not suitable to go out. Seeing this series of system prompts, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look, but Liu Muxue on the side asked in confusion, Xing, what is the merger? As a woman who doesn't play games much, Liu Muxue doesn't quite understand the meaning of the merger. Cao Xing explained, it means that people from several regions have been merged into one region, so we can go to further places. I guess the system saw that many people died in each region, so it launched this update. Liu Muxue's eyes showed a look of realization after hearing this. She asked softly, will the merger have an impact on us? It should have an impact. Cao Xing replied, the merger has both advantages and disadvantages for us. The advantage is that there will be more people and more resources in the market. The disadvantage is that, because there are too many people, it will lead to a mixture of good and bad people, which will cause conflicts. But I checked the world channel, and the survivors in other regions should not have developed their territories to the level of ours, so the impact is not great. Hearing this, Liu Muxue also smiled. She also knew that their territory development progress was far ahead of other survivors. At this time, Cao Xing handed the 3 Aurora Knight skill books that he had traded last night to Liu Muxue. After seeing the skill books in her hand, Liu Muxue did not say much. Instead, she put her arms around Cao Xing's neck and kissed him. Cao Xing touched her head and said, "Let's study the skill books, and then we'll get up." Yeah. Liu Muxue clapped her hands and clicked on all 3 skill books to study. Like Cao Xing, Liu Muxue also took 2 or 3 minutes to absorb all kinds of memories this time. Then, the two of them put on their clothes, washed up briefly, and pushed open the door of the Lord's hut. Whoosh, the whistling cold wind blew. It was still snowing outside. As the weather forecast said, it was still snowing today, so it was not suitable to go out. Xing, "It's still snowing, we can't go too far today." Cao Xing replied, "It doesn't matter, we don't have anything important to do anyway. We can take this time to refresh the status of those Ascalan soldiers." Refreshing the status of more than 100 people is a big project and takes a lot of time. Of course, the benefits are also very high. More than 100 soldiers with various permanent statuses, combined with the bond skill, fearless charge, are very brutal. In addition, Cao Xing is going to use up the 106 Boar Warrior recruitment scrolls in his backpack today to form a Boar Warrior army. Then he has to exchange for the Heart of Strength, exchange for the gold treasure chest, etc. These are all things to do. So, even if they don't go out today, they are very busy. After listening to Cao Xing, Liu Muxue nodded and said, "Well, I will do my best too." The two walked out of the Lord's hut together. Just like before, the Lord Cao Yi took the polar man Da Zhuang and others to wait in the open space in the center of the territory. When they saw them coming, they all saluted. "Lord, I wish you good health." "Madam Lord, your beauty is like a fairy from the world, and it becomes more beautiful day by day." Cao Xing has become accustomed to the greetings from these lords. Then he called Cao Yi over directly. "Cao Yi, can we continue to mine resources in this weather today?" The citizen Cao Yi replied respectfully, "Of course we can, Lord. Most of us work in the mines and are not disturbed by the wind and snow. As long as the snow on the track is cleared, it can run normally." The polar man Da Zhuang echoed, "That's right, Lord. We polar people work regardless of wind or rain." Cao Xing said, "Very good. Then you can continue to mine resources today. Cao Yi, you take a group of people to lay the track near the forest, and I will send people to clear the monsters inside." "Yes, Lord." After that, Cao Yi took Da Zhuang and the others out. Although it was still snowing outside, it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm for work. Candle, you lead a few Imperial soldiers to the forest we found yesterday and eliminate the monsters. If you encounter danger, remember to contact me immediately through the communication device on your ear." The two centaurs straightened their bodies and nodded at the same time. "Yes, Lord." The centaurs are going to show their skills again. After that, they also led a few soldiers and walked out of the territory. Then Cao Xing looked at the polar man Duan. "Duan, I left 20 polar people here today because your tasks are quite heavy." A serious look flashed across the resolute face of the polar man Duan. "My lord, please give me your orders." Duan will definitely do his best to complete the tasks you have assigned me. "Very good." Cao Xing continued, "Your tasks today are to upgrade the 10 elemental arrow towers to intermediate level first, then upgrade the cowshed to intermediate level, and upgrade the bonfire to level 15. Prioritize upgrading the alchemy workshop to intermediate level. In addition, we also need to build training grounds, hot springs, and medical rooms. Oh, by the way, we also need to upgrade all our toilets to intermediate level." There are quite a lot of tasks. It doesn't matter if you can't complete them. You can do them one by one. Duan carefully wrote down every task Cao Xing ordered. Then he replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord." The other polar people were also very motivated. "Don't worry, Lord. We will definitely go all out to complete the tasks you have assigned us." Cao Xing nodded. "Very good. Then you can go to work now." After receiving the order, all the polar people and staff had their work. At this time, Cao Xing fell into thought, because he was thinking about one thing. That is, whether to spend 100,000 ice dragon marks to exchange for 100 primary power hearts, so that all Ascalon soldiers can break through the second level. Although he had an idea last night, he was still reluctant. After all, 100,000 ice dragon marks are enough to exchange for an ice dragon gold treasure chest. And in the gold treasure chest, there is a high probability that golden props can be found. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to exchange it. In comparison, 102nd level Ascalon soldiers will be a greater improvement than a gold treasure chest. And now is the ice nest period. The sooner the breakthrough, the better, and they will all be able to reach level 20 soon. Thinking of this, Cao Xing shouted directly, "All Ascalon soldiers, assemble." After hearing Cao Xing's call, in less than 30 seconds, all the Ascalon soldiers came to Cao Xing's side and lined up in an orderly manner. The quality of the soldiers was fully revealed. They looked at Cao Xing, their new lord, with fiery eyes. Cao Xing first took out the dozens of first level green and blue equipment in his backpack. Although there were not so many first level equipment made by Herald yesterday, but Cao Xing had killed monsters before, and a lot of first level armors were dropped. Added together, it was barely enough to make up 102 sets. Cao Xing said, "Come and get the new equipment. There are some excellent grade armors in it, which are randomly drawn. But the difference is not big." Hearing this, all the Ascalon soldiers came over one by one, took off the Imperial standard armor on their bodies, and put on brand new animal bone light armor. It took 3 minutes for them to change their equipment. At this moment, this group of soldiers put on a set of light armor made of animal bones, which made them look less serious and more barbaric. But they could all feel that these new armors could protect them better. On the battlefield, a good set of armor could greatly reduce the casualties. At this moment, the Ascalon soldiers were moved. "Thank you, Lord. You are really a good lord who cares about your subordinates." Then, hundreds of messages about loyalty enhancement appeared in front of Cao Xing. The loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers increased by 23 points. Cao Xing smiled. When the camp favorability is close, the loyalty will increase quickly. At this time, an Ascalon soldier named Carlos stood up and said, "Lord, please tell us today's mission. We can't wait to go out and fight." Other Ascalon soldiers also responded, "Yes, with the Lord's blessing, we feel that we are getting stronger every day." Cao Xing smiled and said, "Don't worry, your current level has reached a bottleneck, so today's mission is to continue to upgrade." After that, he directly opened the dragon store and then found the primary power heart to start exchanging. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to consume Ice Dragon Mark * 87,000 and exchange for primary power heart * 87? Cao Xing killed a lot of monsters yesterday and exploded 15 primary power hearts, which saved 15,000 Ice Dragon marks. He directly clicked, "Yes." Exchange successful. The next moment, the Ice Dragon mark in Cao Xing's backpack was reduced by 87,000, and the number of primary power hearts reached 102. Then, Cao Xing took out all these power hearts and placed them on the brick and stone slab in front of him. Seeing so many red crystals on the ground, the pupils of the Ascalon soldiers on the field suddenly shrank. "These are items that can help us advance. Gods, there are so many?" Their eyes were filled with strong disbelief. Even the dullest people know how precious the value of so many hearts of power is. Their lord must have paid a lot behind the scenes. For a moment, all the Ascalon soldiers looked moved. Cao Xing said directly, "It's still the old rules. Come and line up to receive these hearts of power, and then advance directly." These Ascalon soldiers looked at each other, and the next moment, they knelt on one knee and swore loudly, "Thank you, generous and kind lord. The glory of Ascalon will be continued in you." At this moment, Cao Xing heard a lot of system prompts again. "Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Amado, has been increased. Current loyalty 87. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of your territory member, Dwight, has been increased. Current loyalty 86. Due to you." Cao Xing's expression did not fluctuate, but he was already happy. The loyalty of these Ascalon soldiers has all been raised to above 85. Many of them are above 90. This wave is not a loss. Then, Cao Xing watched them line up to receive the heart of power one by one. Under Cao Crossing's command, they directly used these props to start advancing. The next moment, auras that were stronger than before rose from them. The scene of hundreds of soldiers breaking through the second level was quite shocking. Feeling the surge in the strength of this group of soldiers, Cao Crossing's mouth curled up. After all, last time in the Witch Forest, Cao Crossing saw the Ascalon Legion led by Duke Paladin, and the whole army attacked. That strength and momentum were at their peak. Cao Crossing was envious, so he wanted to have his own Ascalon Legion. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.